Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week number 5. That's it. You're wrapping up January on Wednesday. Then it's February. But before we do any of that, you are about to have one of the craziest weeks. We got everything from earnings and data all the way down to PAL at the middle. It should be very exciting. And honestly, to start off, it's not too crazy. So you got a little bit of global international politics, a couple of things out of China in the morning, a little bit of good news out of Europe, or optimism with people talking about the rate cuts and what's going on there. But other than that, man, we are setting up, I believe, 50% of the S&P, over $10 trillion of market cap will be reporting this week. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope your weekend was good. I hope you're ready for another 7 hours. But Chatadonia! Good morning, baby. What's up, Charlie? You in the KICC? What's the KICC, bro? Good morning. Oh, what's up, Carissa? Tony, Smart, Dirty Bird, Laker, J. Oh, good morning, Najee, T. Grider, Humble Business, Christina, Donkey Smash, S. Dub for Mayor, Tim Whitman, Shane McBride, Frank V, baby, Sun Grown, Open Face Sandwich, baby. Good morning. What's up, Stranger Dater? What's up, Nepal? How you doing, Hobby Life? El Chapato, Riley Mack, baby, John, Ben Stone, Cold Pizza, Nathan Evans, Chuck, baby. Good morning, Ari. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday. What up, Lori? Happy Monday. Ben Stahl, Nate Positive Vibes, Jam to you, Gus Gonzalez, John Corvo, 1-0, Battleborn, Juice Trades, David Tello, Hobby. Good morning. Wild Style in the house, baby. Tyree, Jake Samuels, Equity, Mavis. Good morning. Jose Lerma, baby. Rodney Gibson, Dev, Winnie Loser, Gary Avari, baby. Chaos, Me Not Your Hamza, a.k.a. RJ. Good morning. What up, Denny? What up, Josh Murray? Dave Gawargius, baby, in the house. Cam in the house. Youngblood, Risa, Luis, Lanisha, Mark, Mayhem, Frankie J, Ray G, QXL, Joe Mama, Monica Ashley, Uncle Terry, Jerry Wood, yeah. Good morning. What up, Hank Blaze, Peggy William, David Duran, QXL, Bell Brand, Young Kings, Francisco, Z06, Uncle Terry, Awaz, Candy Upton in the house. Good morning. What's up, Dago? How you living guts for the long term? Tell them what's up, Organic. Good morning, Alexander, Cyclops, Azo. What about the Twitch, baby? What about 333 in the house? Sancow Hustler. Oh, the Kentucky International Convention Center. No way, the KFC. You got the OG KFC. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Charlie. Lucky J, baby. One Wheeler. Avanske. That's Jones Jacks. 12 Jimmy. Eddie. Most Dope Annie. Danny V. Gus Gonzo. Big Curly. Braxton. Time Killer Dude. KJ Lemur. Sasha Gray Matter. Oh my goodness. Preforms. BDA Cookie Monster. Z Destroyer. Ibex. Lightning Blue GT. Uto Swami. Mr. W. Wixawala. I can't say it. One Wheeler. Femi Seymour. Robo Hand Tech. And Blazing Bob, baby. Good morning. Wow, happy Monday, huh? Happy Monday. That's it. The chat ready to go, baby. I hope you like the video. I hope you love yourself, man. So let's get into the news. Let us get into the news. See what we dealing with, man. It's going to be, we got a lot of earnings this week, right? We're going to do a lot. We're going to do a lot, baby. Let's get into it. Stocks make cautious start to an event-packed week. Markets open the week on a cautious note as investors readying for central bank updates on the outlook for interest rates and braced for a deluge of earnings. On Wall Street, equity future contracts were steady after the S&P closed out a third week of gains, finished Friday near a record high. Europe Stock 600 held near the highest level since January 2022, supported by a rallying of oil majors and heightened Middle East tensions drove up crude prices. BPL, Shell, and Total Energies all gained at least 1%. Brent and West Texas Intermediate touched their highest level since November in intraday trading before pulling back. The U.S. said Iranian-backed militants killed 3 service members and wounded others in a drone attack in Jordan, with President Joe Biden pledging to retaliate. Middle East developments add to an already crowded diary of major events for investors, with a Federal Reserve policy decision on Wednesday, one from the Bank of England on Thursday, U.S. payroll numbers on Friday, and a blockbuster lineup of earnings too from Apple, Microsoft, Google, among others to report. This week will be very important. Earnings, central banks, geopolitical risks. These are the 3 big factors that could move things, says Andrea Tueni, head of sales trading at Saxo Bank of France. Even if volatility is low, you only need one of these 3 factors to catch fire that could shake things up. The dollar was steady while treasury yields tick lower. Meanwhile, euro slipped and European government bonds rallied on growing speculation that the ECB could start cutting interest rates by April. Policymakers Francos Villeroy de Gallo at the weekend raised the prospect of easing any of the ECB coming meetings. Governing Council member Peter Kazimir wrote on an opinion piece on Monday that the ECB won't rush into cuts, saying that June is more likely. On the broader global outlook, UBS strategists led by Andrew Garthwaite warned that markets are set to confront a difficult phase where slowing growth will start to dent earnings estimates. Predictions by analysts that revenues will ride strongly despite conditions throw up a very unusual mismatch, according to the UBS team. UBS now expects earnings to disappoint because profit margins are under threat from rising wages and the delayed impact of higher interest rates. The market is behaving, although in a weak economy, data is good. More rate cuts, lower bond yields. A team by Garthwaite wrote, at some point this relationship will reverse. In Monday's company news, Holcim gained after the world's largest cement maker says it plans to spin off the fastest growing North American business. Royal Philips NV fell 6% following news of suspending sales of sleep apnea device and ventilators in the U.S. Bayer slumped after Monsanto unit was ordered by Pennsylvania to pay more than $2.2 billion to a former user of the Roundup weed killer. In Asia trading, a gauge of the region, stocks gained amid optimism over China's latest measures to bolster the equity market. China's securities regulators said at the weekend that they will halt the lending of certain shares for short selling on Monday. Chinese property shares erased earlier gains after a Hong Kong court ordered the liquidation of China Evergrande. Trading in the company's shares was suspended after it tumbled 21%. Australian retail sales are on Tuesday. Eurozone economic confidence, GDP, and consumer confidence on Tuesday. European Central Bank members Boris Vujicic and Philip Lane on Tuesday. U.S. Conference Board of Confidence on Tuesday. Microsoft Alphabet on Tuesday. Australia CPI on Wednesday. Japan industrial production on Wednesday. China non-manufacturing PMI and manufacturing PMI on Wednesday. France CPI on Wednesday. Germany CPI employment on Wednesday. ECB Philip Lane on Wednesday. Fed rate decision on Wednesday. Boeing announces earnings on Wednesday. Treasury refunding on Wednesday. Japan PMI on Thursday. China CAC and manufacturing on Thursday. Eurozone S&P PMI and CPI and unemployment on Thursday. Bank of England decision on Thursday. ECB Governing Council Mario Centeno on Thursday. US ISM manufacturing on Thursday. Apple, Amazon, Meta on Thursday. Then ECB Governing Council Centeno again on Friday. And US unemployment and University of Michigan consumer sentiment and factory orders on Friday. Wow. That's a lot, man. What a week. What a week. What a week, man. It's going to be exciting. Evergrande set for liquidation. Evergrande, the firm whose woes triggered global interest in China's property crisis, received a liquidation order from Hong Kong court on Monday, the latest step on its journey from a market giant to a poster child of boom and bust. The ruling, which came more than 2 years after Evergrande first officially defaulted on their public debt, will now have the offshore entity under new management while their asset debts are carved up. The builder was valued at $275 million on Monday before its trading shares were halted down more than 99% from its peak. Its collapse is by far the largest in a crisis that has dragged down China's economic growth and led to a record spate of defaults by developers. Oil buffeted, oil retreated after hitting its highest level since November as traders digested the impact of separate attacks in the Middle East. The U.S. said Iranian-backed militants killed 3 service members, with President Biden pledging to retaliate. Iran sought to distance itself from the incident, with an official calling accusations of Iranian involvement baseless. Today followed a jump in oil on Friday after Houthi rebels attacked a vessel carrying Russian fuel. Big week ahead. Elsewhere, stocks opened up the week ahead as traders ready themselves for a big week. The Federal Reserve is due on their latest policy stance on Wednesday. Bank of England on Thursday. Payroll on Friday. Then Apple, Microsoft, and Google. The Euro Stoxx 600 held its highest level since January 2022. U.S. rulings ripple. Amid the inertia, a couple of notable euro names took a hit from U.S. rulings on Monday. Philips fell as much as 6% following news of suspending sleep apnea device and ventilators in the U.S., and then Bayer lost $2.2 billion for a former Roundup user who claimed the weed killer caused his cancer. Holcim gained after the world's largest cement maker said it plans to spin off their fastest-growing North American business. Reddit weighs IPO. Reddit is weighing feedback from early meetings with potential investors in its initial public offering that should consider a valuation of at least $5 billion. Bloomberg reported on Sunday the San Francisco-based social media company and its advertisers are targeting a valuation in the mid-single-digit billions, and the ultimate figure will depend on the IPO market's nascent recovery. Ryan Gold and Bailey Lipschultz wrote, adding that Reddit is considering a possible listing as soon as March. Redditors. My goodness. S&P futures. They are not doing much. Not doing much while the NASDAQ 100 futures are up by 0.2 on Monday. Pre-market trading comes after U.S. stocks finished higher last week. Small cap Russell posted solid gains after a 4-week streak of declines. Treasuries firmer across the curve. Dollar better on the euro close, but lagging the yen. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin futures down by 0.1. And WTI is down by 0.2 despite unsettled Middle East backdrop. Markets waiting to kick off the most eventful week of 2024 thus far with the FOMC and quarterly Treasury refunding announcement, both coming on Wednesday, and several employment-related factors culminating with January non-farm payroll Friday morning. Investors will also process peak week of earnings with over 50% of the S&P market cap on the calendar. That said, not a lot of change in the broad market narrative. Bullish hopes continue to be underpinned by the ongoing flow of Goldilocks economic data feeding soft no-landing forecasts, with the focus for hopes on nearer-term cuts. March still seen as 50-50. But at the same time, some concerns revolving around the underwhelming Q4 earnings season, a pickup in layoffs announcement, continued geopolitical stresses, and questions about China's stimulus. Middle East concerns bubbling after a weekend drone attack killed 3 U.S. soldiers in Jordan. Iranian-backed militias have been blamed, but Tehran is denying responsibility. Biden reportedly discussing a significant military response. Also, some attention to Friday's Houthi missile attack on a fuel tanker from the Red Sea. China in focus after beleaguered property developer Evergrande ordered to liquidate by Hong Kong court after last-minute creditor talks failed. And in the largest market stabilizing effort, Beijing suspended ability to lend restricted shares for short sales. A lot of ECB chatter over the weekend highlighting Dove and Hawk divisions on the panel. Not much in terms of corporate headlines, but investors are prepping for a huge week of earnings. 106 S&P constituents, including 5 of the Magnificent Seven, Google, Microsoft, post-close on Tuesday, Amazon, Apple, Meta on Thursday. Reports from AMD and Qualcomm will also help round out the views on the semiconductor sector. Also, a handful of earnings are coming in the morning, particularly Ben and SoFi. Financial Times reported Ryanair will be happy to purchase Boeing planes rejected by other carriers. Bain Capital reportedly exploring resuming merger talks with WDC and Kioxa. Not bad. China will impose restrictions on certain shares being held short. Trump is planning a major economic attack on China if he wins in November, and has talked about imposing tariffs as much as 60% on all Chinese imports. The Biden administration, eager to highlight a signature economic initiative as elections approach, is expected to award billions of dollars in subsidies to Intel, Taiwan, and TSMC, or the other top semiconductor companies, in coming weeks to help build new factories. The grants are part of the $53 billion CHIPS Act, intended to reshore production of advanced microchips and fend off China, which is fast developing its own chip industry. China Evergrande received a liquidation order from Hong Kong court on Monday, setting off an arduous process to sell what has been China's largest property firm. Washington doesn't believe Iran is trying to start a wider war in the region following the attack in Jordan, but the death of 3 soldiers will warrant a large response from the Pentagon, and there's a debate about whether the U.S. should hit its targets inside Iran. A ceasefire agreement for Gaza is edging closer towards reality as a deal takes shape that would halt the fighting for about 2 months and release Israeli hostages. Israel is struggling to destroy Hamas tunnel network in Gaza. 80% of the tunnel infrastructure remains intact. Charles Evans and Lael Brainerd, both former Fed officials, said that U.S. inflation met the central bank's definition of sustained progress, which means rate cuts should be coming soon. The U.S. Treasury Department is likely to announce one more round of increases in its auction sizes when it details its borrowing needs in the coming week as it faces higher spending due in part to higher Social Security and interest rate costs. It is expected to pause increases for the rest of the year, however, which could give some relief to investors who have been concerned about increasing supply. Investors are also focusing on whether the Treasury's borrowing estimates come in higher or lower than the last projection of $816 billion for the last quarter. And then emerging markets, Asia was by far the most net bought region on the prime book last week, as we saw the largest buying in over 5 years, driven by long buys to a much lesser extent. Short covers 4.2 to 1. EM Asia now makes up 10% of the overall prime book for global net exposure versus 9.19 last week, which is in the 40th percentile versus both past year and the 5 years. Fed can signal it could afford to take time cuts off the table. Powell's Wednesday press conference could be very important for signaling any potential March action. Fed has to contend with the prospect of disinflation raising real interest rates. ECB DeGuendo said progress on inflation encouraging, but will be reflected policy sooner than later. Bank of England set to leave interest rates unchanged at Thursday's meeting. Mortgage rates in the U.S. will decline this year, stoking optimism about the battered real estate market. Latest UK job market report shows vacancies fell, adding to sides that the labor market is cooling rapidly. Continued growth alongside disinflation has the U.S. outperforming all of its major trading partners. Manufacturers likely to temper capex in 24 amid still higher rates and demand concerns. Tech to continue setting the market's course with earnings this week from Apple, Meta, Amazon, and Google. Investor appetite for corporate debt has been waning amid high issuance. Political pressures build on Biden to strike Iran after 3 servicemen killed in Jordan. American negotiators are nearing 2-month Gaza ceasefire agreement, which could see release of more than 100 hostages. Israeli Prime Minister sees big gaps remain after Paris summit to negotiate return of hostages from ceasefire in Gaza. White House still considers slowing weapon sales to Israel. UN urges support for Palestinian aid agency under investigation after 9 major donors pause funding. Trump plans massive trade war with China if re-elected. Industry experts are saying China's growth model pushes Beijing into more trade conflicts. Washington plans to announce large grants for chips by the end of quarter 1. China Evergrande liquidate. China securities regulator said it suspend lending of restricted shares. China industrial profits show second consecutive annual fall. Economists survey expect China GDP deflator to decline until at least quarter 3, marking the biggest stretch of price decline since 1999. Markets expected to outpace Apple on AI, leading to 13 institutional investors. U.S. regional banks hope for profit revival from SVB fallout last year shows signs of easing. Boeing 737 MAX 9s resume flying for the first time since the January 6 blowout. The weak reports from AMD and Qualcomm could also test durability of recent chip rally. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Not bad. Not bad. Still kind of early. We got a couple more on the way. We have some plays. Again, there's going to be a lot this week, I'm sure. But to start with the pre-market movers. Where is it? Dollar Tree, they are up by 2.8 on JP Morgan upgrade. ADM 2.7, letter employees apprise full year EPS above 690 versus expectation of 705. SMCI is up by 2, BTI up 1.9. UK government to introduce legislation to ban the sale of disposable vapes. BLDR up 1.8, Bank of America upgrade. AMD 1.7, Hershey's up 1.7, Bernstein upgrade. WDC up 1.5, Bain Capital reportedly explores resuming Western Digital Kioxia merger negotiations. RMD up 1.4, PHG, FDA ventilator agreement sympathy. SoFi up 12.6 off of earnings. MGRC up 9.4, Wilcott Mobile Mini to acquire 3.8 in cash and stock transactions. Zim is up 8.3. Jeffries upgrade. RevG up 6.8 to exit school and transit bus manufacturing and reorganize into 2 shipping segments. Beam up 6.1, JP Morgan upgrade. Zoom Info up 5.5, Bank of America upgrade. Lucid up by 3.8, ALVO is up by 3.8, Barclays upgrade. AVTO3 meets primary endpoints. CLSK up 3.8, MDAI up 27.9, MPU 17.5, JL 15.3, SGMT up 7.8, Boom up 6.7, Strategic Alternative Process, ASET up 5.9, CAPT up 5.3, Lunar up 4.7, OSG up 4.2, Holder Saltchik Holdings to discuss to acquire outstanding common stock of company, offer $6.25 a share. 13D, Surge up 4.2, BITF 3.9, ARQT 3.8. Journal publishes result from seborrheic dermatitis from pivotal phase 3 trial. Save up 3.7, CCCC up 2.6, Jeffries upgrade, EOLS up 2.3, Barclay upgrade, PHG down 7.8, earnings and FDA agreement over ventilator recall. WBD up 1.7, Wells Fargo downgrade, WRK down 1.5, Seaport Research downgrade, BE down 6.1, Bank of America downgrade, Vera down 5.4, proposed public offering of 200 million of Class A shares, SNX down 3.1, 7.4 million share offering, VIR down 2.9, JP Morgan downgrade, GCT down 2.7, CRBP down 26.0, financial update, YIBO down 14.0, BTOG down 12.5, RR down 12.1, HAO down 9.1, CDNA down 7.6, jury rules in favor of Natera and patent infringement lawsuit against CareDx, CCTG down 4.3, and PLL down 4.1, TD Cohen downgrade. Well, much play, much excite. Not bad. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Airbnb. I was going to be watching the Chinese real estate companies, and that Evergrande kind of clapped all of it. Then watching Microsoft, First 5, Meta. Those are some of the earnings right around the corner there. We already got a Meta play. I want to take a look at that. Then WDC. We do have that post-earnings. Any of that merger stuff may come back. And then ALVO. It's kind of a lower liquidity bio there, but they did have some good data. We'll see if that runs. Some have as of late, but I do think we need some of that cyclical rotation back in play for the bios. But other than that, a lot of earnings. We'll do a couple of the earnings plays today after hours. But Chattadonia, how you feeling? I think we got a little time. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to give you some time to prep your plays. I hope you're ready. When I'm back, I want to hear some plays. I hope your Monday is good, baby. Let's have a good one. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Like the video. It is your public service, but I still love you. Okay, I still love you. So God bless you. I will BRB, baby. I will BRB.
Brief and sweet.
I think it's mostly going to be a European problem unless we see some problems with energy, and then that becomes a global issue that becomes a little bit insidious.
And Brian, for you, wrap it up.
I think you file at the back of your mind as, you know, when the Fed does start to ease, is inflation going right back to 2? Is it going to stay down there? I think there's some reasons to believe that late in the year you want to start worrying about that story playing out. For now, it's more of a European issue. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on those flows. It's interesting to see the oil market this morning. It did 6% last week, but actually very, very little this morning. And we wait to see what the substantive, if at all, substantive response it is from the White House in terms of blaming Iran on these attacks over the weekend. Jack, thank you very much. Jack Manley, Brian Weinstein. Their thoughts this morning on markets. Coming up on the show, your morning calls a little bit later on. We're going to catch up with Laurie Calvasina on her calls in this big week for tech earnings. $10 trillion to hit this slate between Tuesday and Thursday, right here on Bloomberg.
Why does that sound like a Dance Dance Revolution song? Oh, no, I kind of like it, though. No? Okay. That's just me? That's just me. That's just me. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Chattadonia. Oh, don't get me started with the chariot music, please. That was Friday. Some of y'all liked it. Some of y'all didn't. Well, we're going to see what happens. But Chattadonia, what's going on, man? We got a couple of minutes till the bell. You got to hear from the people on TV. I've given you all of the news today in the morning, from Europe to China to America. Now it's your turn, baby. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me, baby? Let's go. Dollar Tree 140 call, RuneScape Tune, SPY 490, Whirlpool Straddle, RTY, CL, SoFi Baby, SPY Puts, Meta, Boeing Weekly, SoFi 10, Tesla, NVIDIA, AXP upgraded 219, good morning, SPY 490, Apple, Meta, SoFi call, selling NVIDIA, SPY Credit Spreads, Airbnb Puts, Bangers, SAVE Long, ASML, NVIDIA, Bullgas, IWM, SoFi calls, watching SoFi, more JEPI, Bitcoin Long, SPY, Close SoFi, Mara, XOM 99, Weekly Puts, Intel, sitting on my hands, IVP, ZJYL, DWOC, SMCI to 600, CLF call, Google, I love you, DraftKings call, SOXS, good morning, Long Gold 16 call, Rum calls, GME, Tesla, Iron Condor, American Express 205, Ben Earnings, DWOC, QQQ, stunting like my daddy, DWOC, USO calls, good morning, AMD, WDC, Fund, Zim, USO, Eli Lilly, Airbnb, buying Tesla shares, baby, waiting for the deposit, Tesla, ONMD, short at 120, Mara shares, good morning, GM, selling SoFi, AMD, feeling the love, UUP up, QQQ, middle of the call, Costco calls, STNG call, Holden Daily, SPY call, SoFi, GME Powell pins, calls on the Niners, URNN, EFC for the long term, hammering the Chief money line, BLK, hunting for the plays, calls on my birthday, shorting Dow futures, RKLB, morning, and the final plays. Happy birthday, baby. Let's go, Lotus. Selling Netflix, Australian dollar, JPY, NQ on God or long, NVIDIA shorting SoFi, and AMD 3 standard deviation butterfly, baby. Wow. I love it. I love it. Y'all came out there, baby. Y'all came out there. Y'all came ready to go. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see. It's game time. So it's Monday. I forgot to do the random play again, so I don't know if we're prepped for that, how you want to go about that. We got a little bit of time. You got like 30 seconds for questions, Chattadonia. Is there anything pressing? Well, we will have the whole day to talk, baby. AXP, I like. They got an upgrade there. Already giving us that update, baby. I love it. Again, WDC a little bit more. I hope Airbnb just do what it did on Friday. Remember, that was just out of nowhere. As I'm going to run it on AMD. We will go over. Those are on Tuesday, right? So maybe we could go over a lot the day of or before. The helmet is shining, baby. Amen. Amen. So I hope you're ready for it, but it wouldn't be getting ready without what we do every morning, without our special announcement and our special love and gratitude in our hearts. Because here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. We love and appreciate you, and I encourage every single one of you. The least you can do is always live this on and carry that on, because they have given so much, whether we appreciate it or not. It's the least we could do. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love all of you. God bless you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're giving back, making your community run. That's where the real change happens, baby. So God bless you all. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn, let's go. Oh, that's a loud horn today. Wow, it's a good day. That's a good, I had to find, I lost the other one. I had to get a new one. I want to sound, wow. Wow, that one's intense. That one has a turbo. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia. That's how we starting off Monday. Welcome to earnings season, baby. Again, earnings to the Fed all the way down to data at the end of the week. My goodness. My goodness, man. My goodness. So let's have fun. You got about 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Okay, I see. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all ready? The CT5V, I have not. I've seen the Escalade V. That was, we already talking about cars, man. We only got 1 minute, man. We got 1 minute. So I already went over my plays too, right? And again, there's a couple of bios out there. Other than that, though, I don't think we have to force too much. I don't think we got to do crazy. Let's see. Again, I will watch some of those early earnings, though. Maybe we go over some of them early, but we do have plays on Meta already. I do like the AXP. We're still in that one. And then, oh, shit. Procter Gamble. Do we still have that one? Yeah, that one's still this week. I was like, oh, shit, did that one expire? No. We have end of this week. End of this week. A lot happened last week. I don't have a random play yet. No, I don't. I forgot to ask for it. I don't know if y'all posted it on there. So I don't know how you want to do it. Should we just pick a random earnings? Maybe we'll do a random play from the chat. The meta play, we went early on that one a while ago. That one was actually more than 2 standard deviations, so it went up a little bit on Friday. But Chad, you got 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to like the video. 10 seconds to love yourself. You got any news, plays, call it out in the chat. Let's have a good one. Again, we got 7 hours here, so let's make it through. Round 1. Fight. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All righty. Let's see, are those WDCs going to come back to life? If not, we'll see the AXPs. That's one I like, but we'll see how that one ends up moving. Again, 205 was the last time. They got an upgrade there. Boeing Big Red at open. They had good news from the Ryanair stuff. That was actually something that helped them out a little bit. So we'll see how that one plays out. Where is it? Oh, did those not send out? How come I didn't get those? Boeing Big Red. SoFi. I forgot. SoFi had earnings. Again, they were up by 12 off of that. I know a lot of you guys like SoFi. SoFi's been one everybody has liked. What's that other one? Was it CHI or no? ALVO. That's the other one. SoFi's up 14. Again, we talked about that one with shares. AMD flushing at open. AXP starting to go up. Yeah, ALVO. This was the biotech, and it's barely moving. I don't know. I haven't had too much luck with any of the liquid ones, so we'll see. I forgot about T-Mobile. That one's running up. Or no, I guess that was a different TMUS. Oh, I did not see that one good. Tulsa Abbott starting to move. I think that one just at the ask. The AXPs are moving. Let's see. Procter Gambling. Airbnb gassing. I hope so. Coin on the high. Yeah, Airbnb back above 150. So it's holding up from Friday. Again, I think like 155 now is the next level. Tesla on the low. Remember, we still have those plays. Again, even the Netflixes went up there too. Yeah, Netflix still in the green, or Tesla is, but they're coming down. Netflix dropping a little bit here. They were green in the pre-market. Airbnb is moving. Adobe's getting some. Adobe's up $10. Yeah, so Adobe's up 1.7 right now. That's not bad. Again, bonds too. They're starting off good. Let's see what level we're at. Biden may set gas stove ban rules as soon as Tuesday. Dang, we still doing that? All right, man. That's a good one. 4891. So you're still right below the 4900. My goodness. So again, remember, that was the big deal last time. Boeing's on the high. T-Mobile coming down. Save Popper, Pinduoduo. They're down 5. Yeah, so China names weren't that bad. Baba's still in the green, but Pinduoduo is getting clobbered right there. Again, Airbnb is actually running. Airbnb is already at 152 now. I have no idea what's been going on with that, but we like it. We like it. That's what we were talking about in the morning. We said hopefully it does what it did Friday. Tesla's still a little bit lower. Where's Meta? Meta's up a little bit. Again, Apple, and then Microsoft, AMD, and Google. Those are the ones right around the corner. DraftKings on the high. Nice gold. Yeah, gold is up a lot. Again, even with how the dollar's been, I wonder if gold is going to stay up. So hopefully that lasts. IBM, remember, they went down on Friday. They're kind of coming up here. Bonds, yeah, IBM, if that one starts making another move, keep that in mind. I don't know. It's kind of hard to double dip there, but still, again, that was the active one from last week. And then Procter Gamble's up. Those plays are coming back up to those highs there. So PG going on your tape of CD. It's Procter Gamble's breaking out from that level. So we'll take it. Dollar, yeah, the dollar's up a decent amount. It's kind of concerning, but then again, we've played this game many times. Airbnb 153. Oh, where's Snapchat? That's the other one I want to see, Habibi. I moved the wrong one. Let's see. Yeah, Snap up. Remember, those contracts are crazy on Friday. Procter Gamble just hit a high, came down. AXP's trying to move again. Align. They have earnings this week, too. keep that one in mind. Abivide, too. They're running up. They have earnings on Friday. So not bad, my friend. PayPal's still going up. I don't know. What are those plays at? SoFi, is that still moving up? Let's see. SoFi still holding up 19%. Again, it was up 12 earlier. So they are getting some more juice there. Where is PayPal? The PayPals are still up. It's like 10%. The spread is pretty wide, though. And then Netflix, that's the other way. Humana calls are up. I forgot about those. And then Procter & Gamble, that's up, but then the spread is really wide. And then AXP, Tesla, AMD, SoFi. Yeah, Tesla's just holding there. But again, Tesla's kind of weak in the morning. TTD on the high, Trade Desk, and then Team. Where's that other one? Align. So Align has earnings. This one might be able to move a decent amount. Let's see. When is it? Align is on Wednesday. Yes, going up. Oh, Align is expensive. My goodness. Yeah, you can't play Align that cheap. FXI collapsing again. Yeah, China, again, everything up until that, because, again, I wanted the Chinese real estate plays, but that Evergrande news did not help out at all. So we'll see. And then Procter & Gamble was looking so good in the morning, then came down. SMCI, again, they have earnings after the bell. PayPal's up another 0.7. Where's Disney? Disney's still rocking up here, too. Yeah, Disney on the high. Airbnb came down after that little run. DraftKings up 4. My goodness, happy Super Bowl. Yeah, DraftKings at 40. That's actually pretty big for them. Again, I don't know. DraftKings hasn't been at 40 since. Yeah, it's his first time hitting 40 in years. So this is a very big level for DraftKings if it could hold the 40. But again, all of the Super Bowl sports stuff, I do think that's helping them out. ASML, SoFi still holding up. Uber, again, SPY straight up. I do believe we're above 4,900 now. Yeah, no, 48.97. You're right below it. Right below it. Close, but no cigar. Yeah, Disney's running decent. Again, so is Uber. I don't know if those Disney pre-earnings plays ran up, though. They did, actually, yeah. 50 cents to 60. So, yeah, they're going up there. You got a nice gain on that. And then where's the Metas? The Metas are chilling out. They're barely up, but still a little higher. XLV on the high. Again, Humana. That play is up, but it's not running ever since it dropped. Yeah, Adobe's going crazy. They're doing really well. AXP flipping, though. So some of these value plays ain't holding up. Again, Procter and AXP started off good, but they're kind of chilling there. But so have a couple of other names. Again, XLV in healthcare. NASDAQ's up 0.17. SPY up 0.11. Dow 0.11. And then Russell 2000 0.16. Uber, 52-week high, all-time high. Yeah, Uber's back at 66. Someone's going insane right now. And then Meta's on the high, 52-week high for Meta, all-time high. Meta's getting close to that 400. So that's what we're talking about there. Oh, yeah, Pfizer has earnings, tomorrow morning? So I think Pfizer's tomorrow morning. So we will probably be going over their earnings here today. Dash on the high. That's probably running alongside of Uber. RCL. SoFi had earnings. I guess it was good. I didn't look at their report. I just saw they were up. But I'm assuming they beat. Yeah, Zim, there was a lot of upgrades on Zim. It's coming down, though. But people were talking very positive on Zim. They said the cash burn has turned into significant cash flow. And that just all has to do with the shipping situation. Adobe keeps going. You guys were calling that one out earlier. It's up probably another 0.5% or 1.5%. Meta's still going. Uber, both of those at all-time highs right now. Tesla's even moving up. Oh, look at Tesla. Wow. And then NVIDIA now, too. NVIDIA's up 0.7. I haven't really looked at the chips. AMD is break even. Microsoft's starting to move up here, too. Again, Tesla's printing on the high ticker. Good morning, Mark. How you living, baby? Yeah, Russell is underperforming. Again, they only had one good week last week. So we'll see how long that one lasts. Procter & Gamble coming down, AXP coming down. So those ones ain't hitting the same. Disney's still going up. I think Disney has to get past 98. Am I tripping? No. I think it's like, what, 96.30? Yeah, 96.30, 96.50. So they're right there. They have to go up another 0.5%. Yeah, Tesla's going crazy. Levi's up 3. That one was all over the place the other day. Those calls, you could get your $5 back. Where did WDC go? Those are still clapped. Again, we sold out of the TXNs on Friday. Adobe's still moving. TXN right at break even. Adobe 52-week high. Airbnb stopped going up. Yeah, Adobe's kind of crazy there. Again, Meta too, 398 now. I don't know. I think Meta 400. It's either going to stop right below 400 or it breaks 400 ahead, and those plays are up. I don't know how. They weren't up too much. I guess 50 out of 12. Still probably like 10, 20%. MP Dubs on the low. When's I think their earnings end of the month. They still got a lot of time. Only thing going on, bonds. Bonds are actually decent today, but that's off of the ECB. Microsoft printing on the high ticker now. SPY at VWAP, so it's not like we're moving too crazy, but I feel like I've seen a lot of 52-week highs already to start off the morning. Micron going up. Oil, fat reds. Uber is literally just straight up. Now NVIDIA. Amazon, too. Remember, we talked about them lagging. That's the one we don't have. They keep going crazy. Tesla just gave up all of those candles in 1 minute. So, again, it's been holding this level. It's down a lot more. Yeah, Baba. All the China plays, again, they were doing decent pre-market, but then bad Evergrande news, and then right at cash open, they sold off. Tesla. AXP is now negative. What's the other one? Procter & Gamble. Come on. Bonds are getting another high. SPY coming down a little bit. TSM on the high, 117. AMD. Let's see. Disney. That's it, Habibi. So, again, 96.50. Disney will be the highest it's been in a while. Or at least on 2024 at end of last year. Yeah, WDC, again, that Kioxa merger always spurs it up there. That's what people are talking about today. Those plays aren't running up, but still decent to say the least. Apple's still red. Apple selling. Apple is red, honestly. That's kind of interesting because every other pre-earnings, I think AMD, they were barely red right there. They're right at break even. Other than that, the ones reporting are decent. NVO, their earnings Wednesday morning or Tuesday. Eli Lilly is on the high. Yeah, Eli Lilly and Novo both running, and CRM. UNH, Humana. Let's see, yeah, China real estate still. I think it's liquid as hell. Good morning, Moody. Happy Monday. Deck, too. That one's 52-week. That's an expensive one, but they report, and again, that thing's been on a tear. That's why you put that one on the list. Yeah, Align expensive, but implied move 10%. So 2 standard deviation, 20. That's probably why it's going to be. So even then, even if it moves like 15, they may not necessarily hit. But yeah, that one is expensive. And then we got a couple to go over here later today. We'll see how those play out. iRobot on the high. They were just crushed earlier. They're still down 13. They're trying to work their way up. Boeing on the low. Apple on the low. T-Mobile ended up flipping as well. I don't know if there's news on Adobe. I didn't see anything in the morning, but I think they're just getting ready from everything. Boeing's Holt says always a risk of overproduction. Don't want to overshoot, but long way from that. Boeing Holt says there was a borderline overproduction before the pre-pandemic. Lucid, NVT. Lucid was on the high for no reason. Square going up. Square's up 1.9. Again, PayPal was up earlier. Again, Uber just kept hitting 52-week highs. Airbnb came down. Disney getting its first little red candles, but SPY going up, and then bonds, they just hit a new high and started coming down. Dollar's still up. Interestingly, though, I think gold is on the high. No, gold flipped. I'm going to say gold was suspicious. Gold was just at 20.50. That's actually crazy, considering. But yeah, gold just dropped like $10 right there, $13 in 3 minutes. Again, and dollar is still elevated. Mara on the high. Wasn't coin moving in some of the other cryptos? Visa going up. Yeah, Visa's up 1.4. They didn't move as much on Friday. AXP still break even. Procter Gambling. WDC's back at 60 now. That's up 3.5. It'd be nice. Our plays, they're trying to catch a bid, but other than that, they're still kind of clapped. Yeah, WDC, it's up a little bit off of the low, but it's still down 50%. The Meta contracts are up, though. Metas are approaching 50%, so that's getting a little bit of steam. Meta's kind of unreal. Am I playing Boeing? I don't know. We'll go over it, but I don't know if Boeing is going to move as much as headlines. And bonds are giving up, so literally bonds and gold, they're giving up whatever gain they had in the morning. Dollar is still staying elevated. SPY, NASDAQ, all that's holding, and then Russell is down. Apple's on the way down. We'll go over the implied move a little lower. I mean, you could just go check on TD, though. Very simple. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Just go to the option chain, and you could see the plus or minus. So it looks like $7. And I'm assuming most of these have been correct, even when we did our own math on there. 4895, so right below 4,900. Bonds coming down, though. Bonds low of the day, still up by 0.5. I think Meta's pumping because of earnings, and then it's right near 400. So I wanted to play it for both of those reasons, but mainly like 400. Again, we've seen a lot of names hit these psychological levels and go crazy, but, Meta's never been at 400 ever. Does it work on TD? I think it does. I think if you go to the option chain on TD Mobile, just look for a plus or minus. Google's starting to go up. Apple's still flushing, ironically. Apple's down 1% here, and then SPY just still holding near the highs. Google's starting to break out. They're up by 0.38. Microsoft popping 2. AMD, I think it's just going to wrap up the chip earnings. Should be good. But, again, I think it's pricing in a lot for now. We will go over those tomorrow. Today we're going to go over any of the earnings that are what? So today we're going to go over SMCI, Cliff, First Five, Nucor, Whirlpool, maybe Crane, and then UPS, GM, Pfizer, and JetBlue, even MSCI. But we'll do all of these tomorrow. Again, a lot of big names for tomorrow. RVSN on the high as a biotech. Airbnb on daily looks like an inverse head and shoulders. Positive news can break through resistance. I'm not familiar with those, but I have heard. Was that you who brought it up? I saw another chat in the Twitch bring that up, a reverse something on Airbnb. But I think it's boiling down to earnings. The weird part, we got a lot of time, but it'll have a lot of sympathies prior. But either way, it's a long time coming. I hope it does. I hope it does hold up. Again, Friday's volume was abnormal. That was a weird one. Baba's still dropping. Let's see. Hey, you don't have any day today. You have Dallas Fed Manufacturing at 10:30, but we'll see. Yeah, WDC is still running again. Kioxa merger headlines. Unfortunately, the earnings plays are still down. But we will let him go. We will let him go. Hopefully he brings honor to his family. Procter, come on, Procter. And then even AXP. Apple still keeps flushing. Apple's down 1.4 now. Apple really just dumped right there. They went down another 0.3.4. Pfizer fighting for green. Yeah, they got their earnings. Where's SoFi? SoFi still holding the earnings. Bonds still going down. Again, dollar bonds. Today look decent on the macro side up until, unless they want to give it all back up. How did you know to buy Metacall? We didn't know, but I thought it would be worthwhile to put a small bet down while, people got prepared for the pre-earnings as it was nearing a big psychological level. Yeah, Apple is getting clapped. Where's Amazon? Amazon seemed to be the best one, and then Meta But Meta's earnings are on Thursday. That's the weird part. Microsoft 52-week high. So Microsoft's going up. Solar plays. His merger's in doubt. Do you think Save will rebound? I don't know. I mean, I think if I still want to hear if they're going to get money if the merger actually gets terminated. But then again, an appeal would also be beneficial. I just think it's going to balance back and forth. That's why I'm glad we got the covered calls. Meta now. Whoa. That was Microsoft 407. Meta's 50 cents off of it, though. So we will see here now. This is Meta's shot for 400. 399.61. Again, a lot of things at these like psychological levels. Again, we'll see what Disney ends up doing. Our vacation rental business already exceeded revenue we had during last year's winter season. No way. That's fire. Again, mine has been doing good too. I don't know if it was like, I think it's around just our peaks. But I don't know if it's like broken out more or less. Microsoft is an animal. IWM. It's only down a quarter. It could be a lot. We've seen a lot worse in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, DraftKings getting up there. I'm excited. It hit the 40 and then came down. So if it could hold that, that'll be very good. AXP giving you anxiety. Well, I mean, hopefully it comes down enough where we could double dip. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Disney going red. Yeah, it was holding up like 0.68. Still up at a decent price, though. Tesla's now on the low, so they're still in the green. Again, Apple on the low, Microsoft on the high, and then Meta. Meta came close. 399.70. Good morning, Chad. What's up, Randy? How you feeling? Yeah, UPS is going to be, we're going to go over that one later today. But UPS should be fun. I hope the premium's not too jacked from FedEx. That's the only downside to it. Okta on the high, TSLS, BLD. All right, seems like you're getting more reds from all of those runners. AXP running. Procter Gamble not going too crazy. We didn't do Amazon. I wanted to, but I figured I'd come down eventually. And then it just went up kind of like the Meta. So I left that one off the table. Same thing with Microsoft. We didn't grab the Microsoft either. Enphase on the high. Where's oil? Again, gold just flipped. Gold and bonds are very interesting considering the dollar has just stayed elevated. AMD went red. They were red in the morning. So not too crazy. Again, NVIDIA, they got a little bit of juice there. But that can move around. SPY's just holding VWAP. Again, we've been at this same range for like, what, 10, 15 minutes now? Just four. And then this is where we chilled out yesterday. Kind of near where you broke out the day before. TAR's up 8. Where's Zim? Zim. Airbnb, come on, bro. I can't believe Airbnb had 20 million on volume on Friday. We still literally they had that price increase news, but I don't know if that was it, man. That was a very big move. So we'll take it for now. Dollar strength coming from the euro. Yeah, and that's what even benefited the bonds. Kind of a catch-22. We got a couple 150 calls for Airbnb. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. I'm waiting to sell covered calls. But other than that, we're riding out our shares. We have shares everywhere. Airbnb shares everywhere. So most of them are up now. That's the crazy part. So the one big account, we're still down like $5, but all the other smaller accounts, I even got some flip ones, but they are up there. Yeah, 2 standard deviation move on Airbnb would be insane. I mean, it'd probably bring it to like, what, 180 or something? I want more strike prices. You get 1,600 on these, though, off the 220s. So if I had a 3 standard deviation move, but I'm waiting. If we could get more of a run-up on Airbnb, that, again, we could make more off of 1 Airbnb call. That'll give us our 50% of yield back that we're looking for on the year, which would be glorious. Amazon 200 call. The Amazons, I just don't like the premium, but I do think Amazon has more upside than any of them. So that's the thing. But the Amazon ones, they just kept running. So I saw them cheap and then I missed out. I think that's what's just giving me a mental barrier on it. But I do like the Amazons. I am going to be waiting a little, though. I need one down day by Thursday. Hopefully. Maybe Powell will open up the door for some earnings double dips that we missed out on. But other than that, IWM. I'm trying to come back up. IWM's actually, futures are down more than the actual index. SPY coming up there. SPY just wicked into the high. So if we get out of the range, I mean, it's still early. We can make some bigger moves, but you have hit your high of the day, still below 4,900. Dollar's still climbing, though. TSM on the low, PSN on the low. Abivi was up in the morning. They already flipped. A lot of value plays. They started off good, and then they just sold off. AXP starting to run up here a little bit more now. Yallah, Habibi. Tesla still low. Yeah, Abivi's on the low. Now, remember, Abivi's earnings on Friday. Evergrande, the real estate, they're getting forced liquidated. So they had a court case. They were supposed to pay creditors and do a deal, but then they couldn't do it. So the judge ordered that they liquidate the entire company. Stock fell 21% in China, then got halted. And it's down 99% from its peak about 2 or 3 years ago. SQ, SG, City's on the high. I feel like that one keeps running up there. Bond's trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla on the low. Macy's. Didn't Macy's have some merger stuff last week? Finished a real estate course. I'm scheduling the exam. Bro, let's go, baby. You did that quick. I'm glad you did not delay on that. Hell yeah. Good work, Ray. Don't worry. And you've been playing earnings. And you've been getting involved, baby. God bless you. So that's it. Don't go too crazy on earnings. Get the law turf. But let's go, baby. I love it. I love it. Damn, this horn is loud. This is a loud horn. Ford on the high. Ford horn. I think it was like, $16 or $20 to take Macy's. But they're not really reacting too much. Pepsi on the high. Coca-Cola still barely red. Let's see if PG wants to run up here a little bit. That would be nice. Oh, wait, Intel. Our Intel puts still have a bid, kind of. No shit. Those just popped up in the portfolio out of nowhere. Again, Disney plays are up 50%, and I think Meta, they're trying to get close to 50. But remember, if Meta could come back up, and then AXP, that's starting to move there. Meta's just holding, SPY back to the VWAP level. Covered calls on Lucid. I don't own Lucid shares, but if you have them, it just depends. Make sure you're getting more than what you paid for the stock. That's the rule. Pfizer green now. Again, we're going to go over their earnings there tomorrow morning. That one could be exciting. SoFi short squeeze. Calv. Uber back up again. 52-week all-time high. Uber is insane. Uber the sleeper, bro. This guy Uber, he keep it going every day. Even Spotify's up. Yeah, so small account Airbnbs are back into the green. That's glorious. Oh, wow, we're up more on the Uber big account than the small one. Usually the small account, you get better gains. Yeah, you got 105 there. Okay, Habibi, do your thing. Do your thing. AXP still moving. Again, Uber's insane. Watch DoorDash, too. It usually follows behind, and DoorDash is barely moving. But, yo, DoorDash has been increasing their fees like crazy. I don't know. DoorDash, that's going to be an interesting one for earnings. I feel like they're going to really pump price increases. AXP, it's try to weaken to a new high right there. It wants to make the move. NQ is the leader in the morning, if anything. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm still watching Procter. Square on the high now. Square's up 3. PayPal is leading, and now Square's taking over. Affirm is running, and now NVIDIA. Again, AMD went red earlier. Apple recovered like, 0.6 right there off the bottom. So not too bad. AXP's hitting a new high, so let's see if that goes crazy. Remember, it hit 204, 205, so it has more upside. And then Intel was on the low. I don't know if that's going to keep continuing. Humana came down. Visa's running. There's Capital One. They didn't do anything. I'm not in Pfizer. No, we sold out of that a couple of weeks ago. I have it for the long term, but maybe we'll go over it today. We will take a look. We'll give it some time. Disney's trying to work its way back up. And then SPY just doing the dance. Bond's giving up that little rally. Why is it remember, Netflix was outpacing. So every day, even as the market kind of stayed stagnant near the highs, Netflix kept going nuts. I don't know if I have a Bank of America play. I don't know when are they this week? I don't have a play, though. But we did the Netflix ghetto spread play, so we don't have to go too crazy on it. Wall on the high. CNI, J&J on the high. Look at you. Volume on SoFi. No, Procter Gambling running up. SoFi's running up towards the highs, though. 21, still breaking out. Again, they had a positive earnings. Yeah, oil and gas all down. It's weird because oil's been going nuts, though. So even with the news today, it kind of was up more pre-market, but oil is holding a very high price on the monthly. Bank of America already happened? Oh, so then there you go. Oh, yeah, wait, I think we made a play on those. Those are up 100%. We didn't sell them. And they came down. But, yeah, I don't have Bank of America for the long term. Long-term plays haven't changed much. Our latest one was Pfizer, or BABA, I believe. No, Pfizer. So we'll see. If we sell Airbnb covered calls, maybe that could be our deposit this month. We'll see how that plays out. Bad news about Google. And then Chad, I have to go to the bathroom. I've already went to the bathroom already, but a lot of water to start off Monday. SPY not doing much. We'll see. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Like the video. Love yourself, Chad. I've given you 3 reminders of that this morning. Happy Monday. I will BRB.
Expected to have, flat revenue growth. So clearly there is that divergence. But to me, the key aspect here is the CapEx spend and the guide. So last quarter, what we saw was Microsoft raising their CapEx guide for 2024. Everyone else was kind of on the quieter side, and they didn't really give out much. And that, to me, sets expectations in terms of what these companies are thinking around the AI monetization. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it has to translate into revenue. Microsoft has been the only one who has quantified their AI revenue so far with Copilots and Azure workloads. Other ones are yet to do that, and we know Amazon is the largest cloud player, so it'll be interesting to see what they say around the cloud growth.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on cloud, on CapEx as well. But let's pick on Apple a little bit here because it feels like a unique toxic brew for Apple this quarter. When you think about antitrust issues, you also think about China and the fact that it's been downgraded a couple of times at this point on the basis of weak China demand. How are you thinking about Apple this week?
I mean, look, this is the holiday quarter, and we know Apple tends to do well in their holiday quarter when it comes to the top line growth. So I know the expectations are quite low now, given the downgrades and all the negative news, and China is a weak spot when it comes to thinking about 2024 and beyond. But to me, it's all about expectations, and right now I feel Apple has the bogey that it can deliver on in terms of meeting those or slightly exceeding those expectations. For other ones, the bar is already high, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Apple comes out with better than expected numbers.
And just quickly before we let you go, let's talk about one of the big headlines this morning, and that is Amazon dropping its $1.4 billion deal to buy iRobot, of course, that little robot vacuum maker. The readout for iRobot is clear. You just take a look at the stock. It's plunging right now. What could this possibly mean for Amazon, though?
Announces space and defense completion of deal of Utilestat OneWeb to purchase 50% share of Airbus OneWeb. No idea what that is. Eli Lilly, Tesla, Airbnb came down. Procter holding. SPY getting in 2 little reds there. Yang on the high, so China names selling off there. UVXY moving up too. Yeah, NQ's about to go negative. So is the Dow. Russell's already there, and the SPY too. So SPY's barely green right now. Again, even pre-market, we didn't do much. The anticipation for the big week. Coca-Cola on the high. They were red. Pepsi was leading. Now they're going up. Medtronic on the high. MDT. SoFi just ripping, man. 22% now. So again, I think 2 standard deviations. Was it 9 or 10? Is Adobe still? No, they came down. RVSN. Rail Vision. That was the one from Friday. Then Zim on the low, but they're still green. Pfizer near the high. Intel. They're coming back to life, honestly, but still, again, long way from home. Long way from home. We'll see. We will see, my friend. MUP up on the high. And then at least bonds trying to hold. Dollar still elevated by a decent amount. Don't tell me it's a new high. Yeah, bro. Every week of the year, you're hitting a new high on the dollar. So literally, right when the end of the year changed, man. But we're just literally, you're hitting a new high every week on the dollar. So again, there's a lot riding on this week. Whatever the earnings and Powell does, I mean, that's either going to confirm or deny a lot of it. Mara, green shoot. There's coin. Well, they're all going up, actually. Yeah, all the Bitcoin plays. Philip Morris, again, they were banning e-cigarettes in Europe. Any play ideas? The earnings, and then again, I went over some on the watch list that I think will be big this week. I was looking at China real estate, but the Evergrande got in the way of that. Otherwise, we have a lot of plays we're kind of already in, and then we're going to set up for a lot of earnings here throughout the week. We are going to do an earnings preview today on several companies for tomorrow and tonight. Philip Morris got the more of a benefit, but MO's up too. Still got that UNP. Was it UNP? Yeah, I do, but they're not moving at all. Unfortunately, again, if they kind of got cucked off of the earnings, they got to like really move. Even like WDC, we have those plays, but it needs to move a lot more to still hit that 2 standard deviations after not moving. Citi keeps running up, and then Coin is printing on the high ticker. DraftKings, watch for that 40 move again. And then Meta is still hugging. Bonds came right back to where they opened up at. Finally get the 2 standard deviation with time. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, man, it's going to be fun. Again, a lot of earnings. But then again, last week, we actually didn't do too bad after you got a couple TXNs, and then we got the AXP and PG. We need to just sell off of those. But other than that, man, that's going to be great. So just make sure you don't gamble with money that you need. They are all 2 standard deviation plays are designed to lose. Don't ever forget that. It's just if you get an outsized move, you disagree with the market maker, and get something bigger. Affirm on the high. Square, Citi once again. PayPal, EL, Coca-Cola. Yeah, banks, are they doing good? I saw JP Morgan earlier. They're still right at break even. Ford keeps running too. That one's on the high. And then Baba and China name still on the low. Uber, Bank. Yeah, Dow is doing the best. Nasdaq's trying to creep up behind it. Nasdaq just moves around a lot there. Lucid still going up. Saw an article about the saddest state in the U.S. Who thought of researching that? I don't probably therapist. I don't know. What is the saddest state? I feel like it has to do with weather. How can you quit vaping without helplessly admitting defeat? I mean, what's wrong with admitting defeat, man? Isn't the first step like acceptance? I think that's it. I don't know, man. You'll be good. Don't trip. I don't know. You know, defeat is good. Defeat is good sometimes. Be the best friend of defeat. Has to be Mississippi. But Mississippi's fun to say. How could he be depressed in a fund? MISSISSIPPI, right? There goes Redfin still running up there. All right, bonds are kind of taking off here a little bit. That'd be nice. Again, that'll at least support your dollar going crazy. Meta's still holding up there. Where's Microsoft and Google? They were both at the highs. Google's already red now. And then Amazon's still just holding, bro. Amazon, they're getting another candle there. And SPY approaching near the high. Crypto plays helping out a lot. $4,896, still not hitting that 4,900 yet. Again, isn't the high like 4,907 or something? $4,906.69. So still, you're only 6-7 points literally off of the all-time high. We've just been holding it, man. That is crazy. These guys is crazy, man. Procter, come on, Procter. And then AXP, they hit another high, then came back down again. Lucid's up 20. Bro, that's crazy. I don't know what's going on with Lucid. I just saw it was a pre-market mover, but I don't know if it had any news. Mara. I don't see any news on Lucid, but they're killing it. It was in the gutters. They said expansion open for manufacturing their EV. Well, there you go. It's still down year to date. Well, yeah, I know. Lucid's awful. Again, we went over it a couple times, but I've talked about it. I've been like, it's so cheap. It's cheap in terms of price. It looked attractive, but then it's still worth, like Lucid is worth more than what Reddit wants to IPO for. I'm pretty sure, which is crazy. Tesla's still one of the worst year to date. Tesla's trying to fight though today, 1.4. Let it do its thing. Kind of encourage it. Tell him that he's doing good. I don't know. Did Elon make any headlines this weekend? Myrna's on the high. Again, Pfizer's still right there. Humana's still chilling out. SPY just right near the high. Now Amazon's taking off. Out of any of the big tech, they're going up the most. I mean, at least right now in the short term. How about Snapchat? Oh, man. They're ending streaks and then trying to make people reactivate. I don't know what. Snapchat is going to either be really good or they're going to do good and spend too much money. But other than, Snapchat streaks, they've had a lot of good developments here. Again, with both advertisers spending as well as, influencers getting back on it. So Snapchat is, again, they've been paying influencers a lot of money to post again, and that has caused a little bit of a wave there. But we'll see. Otherwise, everyone's really optimistic. But, paying to end streaks, I don't think it's going to affect the earnings negatively. Netflix hit 600 this week. It's possible. They were doing very good. Again, on Friday, they were closer to it, but it just all depends. It's gonna hit 600 eventually. So again, it's gonna be a little dancing back and forth. But I do like them. I do them a lot. You think X will kill Snap? If Twitter didn't kill Snapchat when it was not owned by Elon, I don't know how it will do that. It may get members, or at least Snapchat will make more money than Twitter. That I think is already a fact. So we'll see. But if anything, I'm pretty excited for Snap, but I'm not really willing to pay too much for a play on there. And then I'll just hold and hopefully we could sell more covered calls. I'm in those T-Mobile contracts. They're clapped though. We did like $20 on those out of the monies. Snap's usually good day of. Yeah, Snap just usually prices in like 20% though. So I don't think Snapchat is going to have a cheap earnings to play. So it has to. But then again, if they really surprise, they move like 30% or something. So we'll see. We ever add altcoins to the long term? Probably not. Again, if you're going to add anything to the long term, maybe Coinbase or anything like crypto. But like I've always said, I mean, it's not really high quality plays. If you have already built out your portfolio and you want to add some high risk growth and not throw a bunch of deposits at it, I could always get behind that. But other than that, I don't think we're going to, go too crazy with it in that sense. But I already have Coinbase, and that one's still down, but coming back up a little bit. But I really, if you wanted to add a crypto to your long term, I would just grab you a Bitcoin and call it a day. A firm is running 5.3. And again, bonds and SPY just making this move up to highs, but not breaking out yet. Stellar. Well, I still have those, but I don't see those as like a long term. You know what I'm saying? I all of the altcoins, I still have ETC. I see those as very speculative plays, but I don't really again, it's not something where I'm taking my 10% of savings and I'm going to hold this the rest of my life, and this is going to be good for me. Lucid, I don't have news, but someone in the chat said something about building out their manufacturing for the SUV. And then SoFi had good earnings. They're up 21. There's SPY trying to make the breakout move. NASDAQ came back up, though. So NASDAQ is the leader once again on the day. 4898. That is your high of the day. Uber again, too. That thing's not stopping. Yeah, Uber 6657. Path blasting off. A line. That one is moving crazy earlier. Yeah, Path is up 4.2. My goodness. Police car. I don't know anything about. Again, even the other headline, I don't even see it. I just see pre-market mover on Lucid, but it's not telling me that any of the news. So I don't know what's going on with them. Google catching up to Apple. They might be able to. They're up at, what's it called? They're up near all-time highs, though. The only one trading below is, it's your boy, Amazon. Pinduoduo. I don't know, but Pinduoduo might go crazy leading into the Super Bowl. Remember, shop like a billionaire. Is it shop like a billionaire or a millionaire? Shop like a billionaire. Lines choke. Dude, for some reason I thought San Francisco lost, but they didn't. So that's it. Wasn't this the same teams, Kansas City, San Francisco last time? Isn't this a rematch? Lucid. Yeah, Pinduoduo is still flushing. Lucid on the high. SPY now hitting another high. NVIDIA is going up. SPY at 0.15, and then Russell even flipped here too. Oh, no, it's Eagles. But didn't they play against each other? That one 4 years ago? Yeah, 4 years ago, like Biden and Trump. Ah, come on, Kansas City Niners. Versus San Francisco Chiefs. I'm excited. We're 4-year matchup. Come on. Yeah, 2020. I knew it. Come on, we'll play. That's the last time I faced Donald. Screw him. We're going to win. We're going to win. Come on. You give me the money. I'll close the border. Whatever you want. Come on. Let's go. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good game with the Lions. Lion King. What's it? Lion Tamer. What's the guy in Netflix? Lion King. What's it called? Lion King. What Joe Lion, Joe Simba. Whatever his name was. Anyway. Where's gold? Yeah, gold got murked. And dollar, Nvidia breaking out. So literally SPY and tech and Russell all bounced. But then dollar gave up a little. Then bonds gave it all up there. So again, they're still in the green on the day. And then Treasury refundings on Wednesday. That will be a big one. Yeah, Kuna Matata. It means no. It means you're not going to worry for your day, for the days that you live. Huh? Here's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Oh, oh. Mark my words, Kelsey proposes to Taylor after Super Bowl. Nah, man. I feel like she'd be pissed off. Be like, why are you going to propose to me in front of all of these people on live television and turn our wedding into a marketing event? But it's good, though. It's good, man. My girlfriend, she literally calls the Chiefs the Taylor Swifts. She asked me, we saw like a headline. She's like, and I saw the Chiefs won. She's like, wait, did the Taylor Swifts win? I'm like, yeah. So it makes sense on it. It's great marketing, bro. Man, that's it. NFL rigged. But, like, weren't you guys saying it was going to be Ravens and 49ers? Like, wasn't it supposed to be the colors and the logo? What happened to that tinfoil went out the window real quick. Netflix going lower. PayPal's starting to make another move up here now. And then Meta's moving those contracts. AXP, though, no dice. AXP already back down. Same thing with Procter Gambling. Oh, PayPal candle, then SPY little chicle. So again, bonds led the way down first, but literally you're like hitting a 1 point new high of the day and then coming right back down. So we hit what, 48,985 and dropped 3 points. Honestly, very calm for the morning. I mean, what time is it? Almost 8 minutes shy of the first hour. So we'll see. Yeah, dollar is still just the ugly one. Again, you did have a positive euro that was affecting other things, but for the most part, the dollar is still a problem. We're just waking up. There's a dollar shoot up right there. SPY, 2 reds down. Where is it? Let's see the DXY. DXY is almost at 104, so that sucks because, again, dollar 104.08. It'll be hard-pressed to say the bonds don't all recover and hit these levels as well. Yeah, so remember, August, September, when we started dying, the dollar made a very similar move. So remember how August, September, October was pretty volatile? So dollar is kind of retracing that whole move. That won't be pretty. But once again, that's another high. And then 3 candles down now. VKTX on the high. But again, 3 big candles right back to opening now. So you were just up almost a quarter, or like 0.15 to back red. Dollar's going vertical too. Abify, Airbnb. Netflix about to hit another low. Tesla's still holding up. Then Google, Microsoft, they're not doing much. Why is Pinduoduo dying more than other ones? They might have had news, but overall, maybe they have some real estate exposure to this stuff, but seems like all China just sold off a bad Evergrande. Yeah, I don't see any headlines for Pinduoduo. No news on that. We just, again, dollar kind of popped even more. hit a high, and then we sold off. We've kind of been doing that all day, though. So you're just right back to open. We'd work our way up, sell off, work your way up, sell off, random candle down, run up to another high, and then we just did the same thing. Meanwhile, dollar and bonds going the opposite ways. We going green for today. We're negative 20 since January. Are you shorting stuff? But I don't know if we go green today. We're already green on everything for now. If anything, I mean, I think today, I wouldn't expect much from today, if that makes any sense. I think it's all kind of the run-up here for the earnings. So, again, today after hours, even tomorrow morning, we'll have a lot of events to react to. And then literally by Wednesday, or even tomorrow after hours, too, pre-market and post, you're going to get a lot. So I think we're kind of just working our way into the event. Am I still buying gold? I haven't for a while. I still have a mini gold that I'm in. That was up this morning, and then it came down, but I haven't made a bigger gold play in a minute. Up until rate cut odds and cyclicals return, I'd be cautious with gold. And now you're hitting the low of the day. No news to cause the drop. And my goodness. And then American Express, UBS raises target to 208 from 188. Target got a price increase too. Pinduoduo getting smashed. AXP price target increase, but still lower. Even Procter went down. Thessalonian. Where's Meta? Meta's still holding, though. Still right below that 400. Yeah, euro extends fall to 107 against dollar, lowest since December 13th. That's literally where I just showed the dollar. That was the December 11th through 13th move. So we'll see, man. I think the dollar, all fears will be confirmed or denied with Powell. Bonds even going lower. Again, they had a nice bounce, and then they came right back down before the market. If anything, it kind of looks like the market's trying to follow along, but now SPY and Dow are red. Remember, Dow is outperforming. Now NASDAQ is green, and Dow is red, and then Russell surprisingly green now too. The dollar breaks out. Well, it already has been breaking out, but eventually I do think a stronger dollar may start to hurt things. And, I mean, you got to think about it. Once the dollar gets back up, if it could get back to those highs a couple months ago, then people start getting worried about earnings and then the currency translation and all of that. But for the most part, the dollar has been breaking out, and we have kind of acted like nothing's been going on. So we'll see. Yeah, dollar can rise until the yields stop. You know, once the yields come down, maybe the dollar will relax too. But then again, that's going to be dependent on Powell and data. What stock was up 20? SoFi. SoFi's literally up 21% right now. And then SPY hitting that low, kind of bouncing up. Bonds still going lower. Dollar still holding elevated and higher. UPS for the long term, I'd have to see where it's at on the yearly, but I like the name. I mean, I wouldn't really get mad owning FedEx or UPS. They're not going anywhere. They got a couple-year premium. But, yeah, you are buying them cheaper than last year. So you could either risk it and wait for another bad earnings or buy here. It's not too bad, but I'm not really against it. I think it's up a little bit from that low, but I still like it. And you know what I love even more? Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Week number 5 on a Monday. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bradley Frizzle, God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Oh, that's a great Monday. Do you feel it? Even Meta's hitting a 52-week high. Meta said I'm going to 400 for the Peach. Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about. They're all too kind. Let's get it. You're too kind, my brother. God bless you. Thank you for blessing the Chad, bro. Thank you for giving them the example. There's Meta, 400. Big volume on 400. Oh, look, even Meta in the Peach. Meta in the Giant Peach. Zuckerberg in the Giant Peach. Wow, a new kids movie. No, I would not. That'd be terrifying. Zuckerberg and the giant penis. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Depends who you ask. I don't know. That'd be good. Hit 400 right when you came out, bro. That's been a long time coming. There's no coincidence. And Meta, first time ever, and then the Peach, the same moment. I don't think it's a coincidence. Nightmare fuel. But it's funny because, like, I feel like Mark Zuckerberg kind of looked like the dude from James and the Giant Peach. You know, like the little, like, witch thing with, like, the long, lanky arms. I feel like, I don't know, Zuckerberg and the Giant Peach. I don't know. It'd be like a censored peach, though. I don't. He kind of look like it. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. You know. Yeah, like you telling me. 100%. You telling me that's not Zuckerberg already? Like I feel like this is all Zuckerberg. Like that's the spider is who I'm thinking of. Very and the boy kind of looked like him if Mark Zuckerberg stayed a human. But all Zuckerberg vibes, all of it, honestly, now that I think about it. Fed Manufacturing Business Index, negative 27.4. Whoa. Previous was 9. Yo, the manufacturing just plummeted. It was expected to be negative 23, but that's almost your worst in a year. But even compared to this time last year, manufacturing wasn't that bad. So it's not hitting the lows per se, but manufacturing just collapsed on the Dallas Fed survey. So it's a regional survey, but it's still pretty low. That's crazy. Yeah, expectation was like 23, so it's still expected to be low. I think that's why bonds got a little pop there. Baba and Baidu are dying now as well. More of the China sell-off. Apple holding up again. Meta just hit 400. God bless you. Good news is bad. I think bad news is good news. We'll see what happens on the SPY, but bonds are going to like that. I think bonds immediately got a knee-jerk bullish reaction off of, because that's bad data. Remember, if data starts cratering too fast, it's not good, but then people are going to get bullish on the bonds if that occurs. Why would bonds like that? Bonds like that because that would mean more odds of a rate cut. So again, manufacturing data collapsing is going to support all of those 7-8 rate cut mother effers. So if you think rate cuts should happen sooner and in more frequency, you want to see bad data. If you don't, then good data will keep you away from that. But less supply, more inflation. Not when it's cratering. I don't think the market is considering that. It's not really saying less supply. It's more so looking at like economic activity. And then if your economic data starts falling off really fast, again, if you're pricing in negative 20, and then again, negative 27 is very, very contractionary. That means the economy may be slowing a little bit more. If anything, the inflation stuff right now is happening from the shipping prices, the Red Sea, and then if you get any of these like trucker protests, that's more likely, supply side or push inflation. That might get you more inflation than, a regional gauge going lower. PayPal moving. SPY just flipped off of that, but bonds are still holding. We'll see if that holds up for the rest of the hour or not. Yeah, the VIX spike is real. Actually, whoa. I know the VIX is up, but I don't know. Is it? I've checked the UVXY. That might be glitching out. But UVXY did run up there on that drop and then after the data. Why does everybody care about manufacturing? When you look at historically, manufacturing has caused zero recession. So it's not the cause of the economic slowing. You do have a point, but it's not like just because the market's moving now doesn't mean it's the set-all be-all. So, like, tomorrow we'll ignore it. You get another set of data, we'll ignore it. But it's the whole everybody kind of looking for breadcrumbs for data to slow down. And realistically, it's going to be if the other stuff comes down with it. If jobs comes down, if all of the manufacturing gauges, if services So it's not like today, it's not like that data is going to crash the market today, even though you're getting a knee-jerk reaction. I think equities are moving a little bit more, but all I'm looking at is bonds there with that data, and it's getting people to react. Do you guys see that VIX? Is that real? Because the UVXY is going, but VIX just made like a launch, and I don't know if that's a glitch or not. Will reality crash the market today? Not today, but I think if you get all of the soft data and hard data adding up and they all show the same thing, then we're going to react a little different. But remember, once data starts coming down aggressively, mother effers are going to start talking more rate cuts. So don't you forget about that. Yeah, Airbnb has just been holding up. Hi, Josh. What's going on, Tooheed? How you living? Good morning. That trader still has the 16 mil, Mr. 50 Cent. He might. Rate cuts after inversion started the bear market. We are going to see, but everybody is already talking that it's not going to happen. But I believe I agree with that. I agree with what you said. So we'll see. But again, even Lael Brainerd and the other economic advisor guy, they were even just saying rate cuts should happen soon. So, and again, I don't think the White House and a lot of people are going to talk negative. Again, yield curve 2s and 10s still down by negative 0.22, just under a basis point or a quarter. You feel hard landing? It depends on what happens with the rate cuts and the economic data, but I don't think I think soft landing is still on the table, but I also think hard landing is too. I still think we're kind of landing. In a weird way, maybe this is a very insensitive example, but I feel like the economy is reminiscent of a Boeing 737 without a door on it. You know how it was flying still, and everybody on the plane was still calmer than you would have thought. So the plane could still land, but I also think there's a chance that the pressurization and everything, maybe it doesn't end up like that. But I feel like the whole economy, stock market, it feels like we're very Alaska 737 flight. Oh, dude, I had a dream I was on a plane yesterday, and some shit went down, and we landed safely. I forgot. I had weird dreams. And then I had a dream, bro. I'm sorry, I had to share this with you. I just remembered now that we're talking about it. I had a dream I was in Chicago, and like I was going into somebody's house, like a friend's house, and then there's these people. They're like, "What are you doing?" And they were very sussed out. And then I had a backpack with a bunch of stuff in it. And they're like, "What's in the backpack?" And then I opened it and I pulled out a bunch of books. And then they were very impressed. And then we went to the library. And then I read books with people. And they were going to shoot me. But then we just started reading books at the library. It was a nice dream. I was like, all right, that's good. That's literally my dream, bro. I don't know. It's kind of fun. ARDX. Is that the buy with news? So again, Bond's still holding up the bid. SPY just dancing around a little bit. You see my Insta messages from China? I saw, was that you? Did you send me a Neo? I saw one of them, but then other ones, it wouldn't show up. It said based on certain preferences, like I couldn't see the message, but I saw a Neo. How does CRM make money? They sell services. CRM, Salesforce services used by a lot. Tesla starting to run up. Bond still going up. SPY now right at the level of the manufacturing data. Tesla on the high for some reason. Apple starting to move up here. Procter Gamble hustled us. So did AXP. Yeah, so did AXP. You bought coffee from Lucan? No way. Are you in China right now? Are they letting you listen to the stream in China? Enphase on the high. Yeah, Tesla got 2 big candle. Big volume on Tesla. 1.2 million shares on that. I don't know if that's real or not. Little Tesla pop. Humana went down. Netflix at the low, getting a candle. I think everything got a candle. Is Meta above 400 again? That'll be exciting. Airbnb, bro, it hit 153 in the morning. It wanted to do it. Uber 2 standard deviation earnings plays for 65. I haven't looked yet, but Uber's already ran up a lot. That's the only issue. Uber's post or pre-earnings run up is crazy. Tesla's running. Tesla's rocketing there, 186 to 187.60. Tesla expects capital expenditures to decline after fiscal 24. Update Wall Street Journal. I have not tried playing Pal World. You guys are going to be disappointed. I didn't even have time to watch Dumb Money over the weekend. I thought I would have, but I didn't. So, no, I didn't. I played a couple games of 2K, but that was about it. PayPal on the high again. Bond's still gapping up from the bad data. SPY just at the level. Team on the high. Atlassian. That was one we brought up on the watch list. They have a good pre-earnings run up already too. Again, Uber's crazy. Square on the high. Square's up 5%. PayPal's up 1.5. What about Disney? DraftKings on the low? No. You were doing so good, DraftKings. Disney's trying to work its way up here too. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Where's Intel? Intel's still a little lower. Those puts want to go up. Not too much. Again, AXP. Those AXPs, they're still up a little bit. If they come down a little bit more, I'm down. Rail Vision is a Israeli like train company, or they make like high speed rails and what was it? Some algorithm thing. Where's oil and gold? Gold's still holding a little lower. Oil's down 1.2. Still at 77 though. My goodness. And then bonds still holding right at open though. They've been dancing, and then SPY below VWAP. Myrna on the high. Pfizer's trying to go up. They're still barely holding green. And high ticker's still pretty active. Let's see the breakdown. Down. All right, S&P 500, 300 names in the red, 199 in the green. Dow Jones, you got 19 red, 10 in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, you got 53 red, 48 in the green. So NASDAQ's more 50-50. SPY is more names down, and then so does the Dow, ironically enough. Yeah, solar plays. Enphase was running up pretty good there. Then Pfizer getting another candle. SPY coming down, so are bonds. Again, Tesla had that little move. IBM on the low. I don't know. Where are those contracts? Oh, IBM, you expense, Habibi. Well, I guess some of these came down. These are still the 2 standard deviations. We can wait a little on those. I'm not going to trade till FOMC. I mean, there's going to be a lot of big moves. Today even might be again, this might even be a burn one. You might get a couple of names individually moving, but it's not too bad of a strategy. If anything, just keep in mind the earnings. Those will get their own individual movers. That's about it. SoFi Live on CNBC. Let's see. Nope, I don't see him yet. How was my weekend? It was good, man. I got a lot of rest. It was nice. I slept into like 10 on one day. It was good though, but I went to bed very late, so that was it. But it was good. It was chill. I had some good. I needed sleep. It was Friday that day. I was tired, bro. I slept. I gotta make sure I got me some good sleep. Let's see. Long term, how are you doing, Habibi? Oh, Red Fawn. Yeah, Redfin's is staying pinned. Oh, they added a lot of contracts here. Oh, not on these, though. I'm mad I didn't sell these at 280 when I had the chance. I dropped the ball on those. But hopefully we get lucky. Still in a weekly on Starbucks. Should I wait till tomorrow? When's their earnings? Tomorrow. I mean, here's the deal. Because earnings is tomorrow after hours. It usually is. They're going to run up today or it's going to run up tomorrow. But sometimes on the day of earnings, it might cuck. So I do think premiums will still be higher tomorrow. It does depend on whichever direction the stock goes. But at the end of the day, be careful with those weeklies. The weekly covered calls, I'm not really a fan of those at all. But I maybe wait till tomorrow. It's tough to say. It's gonna either get pushed in your favor heavily, or you're gonna wish you sold it today. Yeah, Lucid calls for 1 penny. Good luck. Good luck, my brethren. Good luck. Intel's still moving a little lower. Again, IBM could be a double dip opportunity if we get lucky.
SoFi reporting its first profitable quarter, surpassing analyst expectations that the company would break even. Shares popping double digits on those strong results, almost up 23% right now. CEO Anthony Noto joins us. Anthony, thanks for being here. Big quarter for you all. Profitable one, record revenue across the 3 businesses. Solid profitable outlook as well. What are some of the key drivers that you think led to these results?
Well, Leslie, thank you for having me on. You know, I'd say the strategy overall has really come into play and delivered exceptional results for the quarter. 6 years ago, we embarked on this very ambitious strategy to be a one-stop shop for all your financial services needs. When I joined the company in February 2018, we were primarily just a lender in 2 products. Today, we offer not just 4 types of loans, including home loans, but we also offer SoFi Money, which is a modern checking and savings account, SoFi Invest, SoFi credit card, insurance products, and we also power 140 million accounts across the fintech industry through our technology platform that we outsource to our partners. This quarter really reflects the fact that the financial services segment is now profitable and growing quite meaningfully. The tech platform business is also profitable with accelerating growth, and that's really the drivers of growth going in 2024 and less so the lending pieces. So it was a combination of that strategy over the last 6 years being invested in and then coming to fruition in 2023 with record revenue of over $2 billion and record EBITDA and actually hitting our long-term EBITDA margins at 30%. And as you mentioned, GAAP profitability for the first time, which will sustain in 2024.
Yeah, and of course, this all comes against a macroeconomic backdrop that for a lot of lenders remains uncertain. And you have a pretty conservative outlook for 2024, baking in a 5% unemployment rate, 4 rate cuts, which is, of course, fewer than the market is pricing in. So what are you seeing in terms of customer spending trends, portfolio quality that is helping to inform your outlook for 2024?
Yeah, as you mentioned, we did take a very conservative view on the lending part of the business for 24. We are expecting 75% year-over-year revenue growth in our financial services segment and 20% year-over-year revenue growth in a tech platform, and really no growth in lending because of that conservative view that we're taking. We do expect credit to normalize. We're seeing those trends across the industry as well as at SoFi, and so we're taking a very cautious view there. In terms of underlying spending trends within SoFi Money, we had $1.6 billion of point-of-sale debit spending in the quarter. That's annualized at about $6 billion. It's up 3x from a year ago. We're seeing strength within existing accounts, but we're also adding new accounts, so it could be a little bit misleading. In addition to that, we have been observers of the broader market dynamics. We've seen some levels of liquidity dry up in certain markets. In addition to that, the largest banks have seen an increase relative to 7 and 10-year highs in write-offs, delinquencies, and then the provisions for losses of one of the largest banks were up 50% sequentially. So we're really bullish about our financial services segment, which is growing quite well, 75% for next year, and tech platform, but conservative on the lending side.
Hey, Anthony, some of the macro stuff that got commentary in the earnings last week was about real wage growth rising again after 2 years of shrinking. Is that starting to make itself felt within the metrics?
We're not actually seeing an impact on spending. We are obviously seeing a normalization of credit back to pre-COVID levels. So that's where it's showing up on the spending side. That is still strong, but the credit side across the industry as well as at SoFi is definitely normalizing, which is why we're taking a conservative view. The unique thing for SoFi is that in 24, 50% of our revenue will be from technology platform revenue and financial services, and 50% from lending. In previous years, it was as high as 80%. So we've gained scale and profitability in those two segments just in the right time as we enter 2024 and the concerns on the credit side.
Yeah, with the technology business in particular, we're nearly a year out from the select regional bank failures that we saw last spring. What's been the impact on your business as we kind of think about the overall impact from those failures and how the reshaping of the way that the banking system operates?
Sure. Our technology platform services enable not just fintech companies to provide services through payment processing, core technology, but we're also enabling large brands that want to be in the financial services sector. But the thing that we've seen the biggest surge in is the demand from traditional financial banks, the largest banks in our company. It's clearly a trend of them having to upgrade their technology, to upgrade their core technology and their processing technology so they have better real-time asset and liability management. Having the real-time asset and liability management we have through our technology platform is an advantage. And I think some of the liquidity issues that we saw in the spring of our largest banks were a direct result of not having that technology capability. And so we're seeing robust demand and RFPs from the top banks in the country, in addition to the other pockets of strength that I mentioned. These things take quarters, not months to get through, but we're in the RFP process with a number of large banks. We were fortunate earlier in the year to win one small regional bank deal, but it's going to be an added growth vehicle for the tech platform.
Interesting. Definitely a space to watch. Anthony Noto, thank you very much for being here, CEO of SoFi, on today's earnings results.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Leslie.
Coming up next hour, shares of consumer products.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, there's your boy. SoFi, killer. Again, what did the contracts do? Because they were pricing in a lot. We talked about this one on Friday. I thought shares would have been the better move. Did they have the next week's? No, they would have been here. Yeah, I got 60%, then $9. What did these go to? Yeah, 30 to 60, not bad. 100%. They were just pricing in a ton. There's a lot of contracts, dude. Holy crap. 67,000 contracts on this? My goodness. Oh, we'll see. Why is Sophia up? SoFi, they had good earnings. That was the CEO talking about it. They've reported profitability. Again, people thought they would just break even, but they did a little bit better. Zillow on the high. I was just looking at Redfin. Redfin's been pinned. Zillow's going up. I guess so is Redfin now. Redfin on the daily, though, is pinned. We were looking at SoFi. 850s from last week, 150%. Yeah, it's decent. Again, the stock moved 20%, so I just think it was pricing in a lot. So even though it kind of was a 2 standard deviation move, but you pretty much went 3% above it. Coin, Pinterest 52-week high. Damn, Pinterest is back to 40. Pinterest is actually killing it. Getting some of that Snap effect. They did better, though, I think, on the last earnings than Snap. They didn't warn about Israel. My goodness. Snap, DVA on the high. Let's see, Tesla chilling out. Remember Microsoft. That's another one tomorrow. Google was up earlier. Is Meta at 400 still? Right below. Just hanging on. Airbnb, yallah habibi. And then Abivite too. Again, they have earnings on Friday. Did I call you? What's up, Israel? What's up, man? We love you, man. How you living, bro? Good to see you. He said, you call. Israel, you hear your name every day in the news. Israel, Gaza, Israel, war, money, 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 funding, board, more money, 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 money. Been a while, man. Yeah, you got the long-term kicking it, baby. I hope so. I said I had a dream about Chicago yesterday. I was in Chicago in my dream. I hope he's staying good in the weather. Oh, dude. The weather, man, that reminded me. You guys remember I told you, like, my feet were hella weird, and I thought, like, I had, like, a foot fungus? Yeah, it turns out it wasn't a foot fungus. I just almost got frostbite in my toes. My feet were cold, and I got, like, I think it's called chilblains. So, yeah, bro. I can't handle the cold. Yeah, it turns out my feet were just, yeah, like, literally. So they, like, that's why all of it was just because of, like, I just didn't realize it. I had, like, weird, messed up circulation, and then, like, I almost got frostbite. Yeah, bro. I'm in San Diego. Is when I went to the non-San Diego. I went to the snow. I didn't realize it. I knew I couldn't feel my toes, but damn. I know I'm made for the desert. Making insurance plays based on San Diego flooding. No, I think it will be a big one, but like so far all the insurance plays did good. So like PGR, Travelers, and the other one, Allstate, I think they all had good earnings. So maybe we'll see for next quarter, but it was surprising. I don't know. I'm sure some people didn't account for a flood in San Diego, but I don't know. And then again, there was a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be like, anything outside of what they've kind of normally prepared for or that they could hedge for. I do have Netflix calls. We ghetto spreaded them, though, so my risk on Netflix isn't that high. So I have literally $0 risk. The 4-unit, I didn't get to take a look at it, though. Like, I didn't, like, comp it out or anything. I will, though, in a little bit. Either later today or after hours. With this type of volatile week, is it difficult to find sure A-plus setups? Is it good to sit out to avoid risks? I mean, I think earnings, I think earnings is going to provide no matter what. And then depending on Powell, if we read it the right way, if Powell is very obvious, that might be the easiest trade up or down. If Powell blesses the rally, people are going to get very excited. If Powell comes out swinging and sets other precedent, I mean, I think it's going to be a straight shot down. And then on the same respect, I do think earnings, I think there's going to be a lot of good earnings out there that could actually just move a lot. Now, granted, that the same respect, just like last week, there will be a lot of earnings that will, it'll move just what was priced in, but I don't necessarily. I think you should be cautious this week and pick and choose, but I don't think you have to necessarily sit out. But again, that depends on your budget and everything else. But mostly, I think find a couple of plays you really like, and then just right when Powell talks, there will be a immediate move afterwards. So hopefully Powell is easy. Hopefully Powell doesn't make it difficult. Do I have any Powell predictions? I don't, because we haven't heard him in a month, and this is his shot to, set the record straight. But, last year, Powell came out really bullish. Do you guys remember that? It was a very weird environment. So, last time we had Powell, man, I got to go back a little further. You guys remember you were coming off of the low. You either bought Meta and all those other names. You ran up, and then we dropped big again. And then everybody was getting ready. And, look, you were barely up coming into it all. You were barely up into the last Powell. And then, boom, people thought he was going to be bearish again, talk about financial conditions, all of that stuff. And then, Powell came in extremely dovish, and then that's it. It unleashed the floodgates until SVB. So, Powell is a wild card, unfortunately, and this is our first time hearing from him in a month. There has been a chorus of negative Fed speakers. They've all been talking a certain way and bringing up a lot of, no, we're not going to cut that fast, but then again, Powell is the only one anybody cares about. Coin, MSTR, yeah, you guys said crypto's running. I think even Bitcoin. Beto, yeah, Bitcoin's running up here. And then you guys know week number 5 now, 1 month into the one trading month, I guess, into the year, the number one performing asset, it's not the dollar anymore. It is oil and commodities. Believe it or not. Remember the 2 outliers on the dot plot that baked in more rate cuts? I bet they disappear. Well, here's the problem. We don't get a dot plot on Wednesday. So you may be correct, but we won't know that until March, where everybody is expecting the first rate cut, right? So, unfortunately, that dot plot, we're not going to get a dot plot until March of 24. Tesla's still holding up, so are bonds, but market's back to the low. Bonds are holding the manufacturing data. Stocks are at the low of the manufacturing data. And remember, today's data was only regional, so it's not like that is the only driver of today. Airbnb. Procter, come on, Procter Gambling. I didn't think people were still expecting rate cuts in March. No, they are. Unfortunate. It's 50-50, I believe. Yeah. 46 to 51. And then the other 1.9% is thinking 2 rate cuts instead of 1. So you still have people even pricing it in, but sadly, you still have people. The Fed futures are priced there. So, hypothetically, if the Fed meeting was tomorrow, he would still keep it, but this is still too close to call. And now you're going to have all of that other data coming in. But, no, the market is still very well pricing in. I think it's about 7 rate cuts. We're at, 5.5 right now? So, by end of the year, you still got people thinking 4.0 or lower. So, yeah, that's 6 cuts. These are 7 and 8. So, no, the market's still pretty bullish on the rate cuts. Tesla climbing again. Booking. You allow Airbnb to catch up. And Expedia. That's insane. It really is. But then again, remember how insane it was when the dot plot came out last quarter. That last or month and a half ago now. That dot plot was insane. That's what we were just talking about that, and how, some people are saying maybe those cuts disappear, but remember, the market was only pricing in 4 rate cuts in the market, and then the Powell and the Fed gave it to them and said, yeah, we're pricing in the same thing, and then the market doubled it up. So we'll see, but, after this week I'm sure those odds can change. Again, not only are you going to get Powell and all the earnings, you're also going to get non-farms on Friday. I think Evergrande news is bigger than people know. It is and it isn't. It's because it's kind of a gray swan, but that situation is played out for 2.5 years now. So like right now, the size of Evergrande is 230 million. So most of and they've restructured and done a lot of other things, but for the most part, it's not as if it's they spread out that multi-billion-dollar liability over the last couple of years. So again, maybe those shadow banks and the other one, China is still a problem though. That I don't deny. But I don't think Evergrande is going to be oh my gosh, it's there's bigger worries. Again, China's property is still collapsing. Every time they're trying to increase liquidity, it's because liquidity is a problem. If anything, it's the deflation in China. Prices haven't gone down this much and this consistently in China. That has not happened since 1999. So China's going through deflation right now. And that is the real problem, because that's why, again, the prices, the growth, nothing's really working for them. I got 2 Teslas up here. Tesla running up. Yeah, 188. It's up 2.9, man. It'll be its 3rd, 4th green day. Sidhu on the high. Bonds coming down. SPY still dabbling near the lows. It's still not bad, though. Again, remember the whole scenario last week. It was just all about we would hit a high and then come down. It's you're still elevated. We're still holding what? Since last Wednesday's little gap up there? My goodness. Wall Street not stepping in to scoop the real estate is weird. Are you saying American or Chinese? Chinese, we don't buy. It's controlled by the government there. So Chinese people can come and buy our real estate, but it's not really common. There's no real Americans buying Chinese real estate as investments. That just doesn't really occur. ARK bought $33 million in Tesla on Friday. I think I remember that. Blackstone owns a lot in China. I didn't know that. But I don't think you get as many investors in the same way. I think maybe BlackRock if they're BlackRock. Well, that's interesting. Evergrande. We just talked about it right now. So I think it's big, but not as big as some would take it to be. I think the real risk is other stuff, and it just highlights all of the problems in China right now. PayPal another high. We're Square. They were up 5. PayPal up 1.5. Square's up 4.4. Bonds coming down. Kansas City or San Francisco. I don't really like any of them. But my girlfriend is rooting for Team Taylor Swift. My girl said she wants to go to the Super Bowl. She's like, can we go to the Super Bowl? I'm like, you don't even know what's going on. I'm like, it's not going to be a Taylor Swift concert. What's wrong with you? I said I'll go to Vegas just to go to Vegas. And I was like, man, you're insane. I'm like, I said, tell me what is holding. Tell me what a safety is. I'm like, man. It's in Vegas. But Vegas is going to be hectic. I don't like big events in the Vegas airport are a nightmare. Usher halftime. I like Usher. You remind me of a girl that I was new. See, the long time is the best. It put me through. It's a good song. I like it. You tell me what's the third song on the Taylor Swift album. I don't know. Is it Anti-Hero? I like Anti-Hero. It's a good song, bro. It's a good song. I like BYDDF. Is that BYD? Is that their ADR? I like them. I didn't know they had the ADR. They're getting clobbered too, though. Ironic. Again, they're holding up way better, but I like them. I think they're actually a decent one. Didn't Munger, before he passed, make a big investment in him? SPY moving up a little bit. PayPal. BYD is OTC. I didn't know that. I thought you couldn't even trade. I thought you had to trade the Hong Kong stock. But I'm sure their Hong Kong stock is trading better than the ADR. What sector of the market would you choose for this year? Either commodities or tech. That seems to be, or again, cyclicals and small caps. But it seems like, again, if you get a soft landing, tech is going to rally. If you don't get a soft landing, that means commodities went up. So I think it's one or the other. Again, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. You know, by the end of the year, depending on like if we get rate cuts and commodities go crazy, then I think we have a recession, hard landing. If we get rate cuts and then commodities don't go crazy, then I think you're going to have a soft landing. So it's kind of one or the other. But then again, I mean, we already burned 1 month again after even the last Fed meeting, a month and a half, and we don't really have any more answers. It's not like the data has moved fast like people were expecting, nor has it, pulled to a part where you're like, oh wow, we have another theory. So like I don't know. You guys tell me, how do you guys feel about it? It feels like we are in slow-mo. That's the crazy part. It feels like we are in slow motion with how everything's been moving since, like, it moved fast, the market, but the way the data's been going and everything, and slow motion for me. Oh, I trade it like that. No? Okay. You don't know? I was a kid and I sung that song and I had no idea what it meant. It's awful. I don't know why my brothers and sisters showed me Juvenile. She barking that spec. Oh, man. Yeah, Tessie's moving, and SPY just trying to get back to that manufacturing level from earlier. What's XMTR? Exometry? Calv on the high. Where's Clack? Remember, they got clapped on Friday. NASDAQ. Still up there. Russell's up, though. That's the interesting one. Airbnb, 151. AXP hustling. There was just Dallas Fed manufacturing. It came in pretty bad. It was expected to drop, but it deteriorated a little bit bigger. So bonds got a knee-jerk reaction. You could see it still. It's pretty obvious. And then market It went up, went down, and we've kind of been trapped in that range. So have the bonds to the upside, but that's the only thing we got today. Is MPW showing under your drip? No, I moved my brokerages, so they paid me in cash, and then they just transferred it over. So it depends if you switch brokerages or not, but they should be paying you in drip. Do you know how to make financial models on Excel? With the right template, but other than that, I don't really use Excel. I hate Excel. I'm not one of those finance bros who does Excel. It's not showing up. Well, did you get the dividend? That's what I'd be looking at. It's all the corporate world. Yeah, I mean, I get them a lot in real estate too. Like for even like multi-units, the Excels will have a lot. But then again, I'm like, I like links. Give me the link in the Excel. But yeah, I've made a couple though back in my life. Definitely. But I can't. Some people can work Excel like crazy. I do not have that ability. I've seen masters of it. My girl's actually really good at Excel. She's kind of a finance bro in that sense. It's being paired under my estimated income, but not in drip. Did you turn drip on? But check when did you get the dividend. So just go to your transaction, see if they paid you the dividend. And then if you didn't have drip on, then maybe that's why. But if you had drip on, you might have to give it a little bit. Let's go to Tulum. You got a flight. You're going April 10th. Isn't that spring break? Wait, didn't you just go to Tulum? I'm down, bro. I'm down. I looked at one of the flights to the airport, though, but then it was like, it wasn't a direct flight. You had to, like, go to, like, L.A. or, like, Utah or Colorado or something and then go there. So I was kind of disappointed by that. A table booked at Bagatelle. Oh, man. You're really trying to sell them. I love Bagatelle. It's a good place, bro. Get the little fish thing. They got a fish and they cut it up for you. It's good. But then the bone might poke you. But it's good. I like Bagatelle. I forgot what it's called. When you trade merge, you got your divvies in cash, and a month later they gave you drip. I mean, they've been awful on that when I had to shift the accounts, but as long as you turn on drip, it'll be good. But they are slow as hell. And SPY trying to work its way up. Again, Tesla came out of nowhere here. Coin and Bitcoin, are they all still running? Yeah, Bitcoin at a high. Coinbase, you guys are even saying Mara and a few others. They're going nuts. Target got a price target increase, but yeah, they're dumping right now. Let me see if there's anything interesting. They got their target raised, but they dropped. January 24th. No, I don't see anything recent. Yeah, Target's flushing on the low ticker now. Peace, love, and success to everyone here. Amen, Holy Trinity. God bless you. Good morning. What a great message. Do you think Tesla was an overreaction? No. I think Tesla earnings were bad. It was a big drop, though. That was the biggest earnings drop for them in like 2 years or something. Or like lowest level since like May, and then one of their biggest drops, not to mention how it's traded on the year. But, I think Tesla, like their game plan kind of changed a little bit. I mean, they could always return to it, and we'll see how the rest of their earnings plays out. But I don't think Tesla was a good earnings. Starter shares on Target. I wish we grabbed some Target when it was really low for the long term. That would have been good. It was still kind of up there, but they went up 30% real quick. Yeah, no news. I don't see any news on Target, but it is flushing. And then, we got 10 minutes till Euro close. So bonds aren't breaking out. SPY still at the level of manufacturing data. Dollar came down a little bit. Right, it's still in the green, but at least it's not at that one level of firm running. Coin, Mara, crypto plays going nuts again. GM Dealers Advisory wants hybrid as a hedge to the company's EV strategy. Huh? So GM is going to be making hybrids? Literally, they want to hedge their EV strategy. Mr. Marcus Hadland. Oh, showing love, baby. Blessing the Chads. God bless you, my friend. I hope you had a good weekend. You were jamming out, baby. Oh, no. Amen. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Dealers have been pressing GM to add hybrids to U.S. lineup, sources say. I don't know. Is GM, they might pop off of that? They're getting a little bit of a candle. I know the horn is very loud today. 6-month, 3-month bond auction at Euro close. Affirm is still going up. Literally, they're up 7.3, and again, Coinbase running. GM just got some news there. It's not moving it around too much, though. Colgate Palmolive price target. Whoa, UNG is down 10%. Whoa. Oh, because it bounced a little bit off of Friday. Yeah, UNG is getting killed. And dealers urge GM to add hybrids. Dealers, our advisory want hybrids as a hedge to EV strategy. Sources. Coin. Amazon's starting to sell a little bit again. If those contracts can get clapped, that'll be good. PayPal wants to run. It's doing decent. I don't know if it's as high as it was the other day. Even like Disney, too. I always bring them up afterwards. Well, we're just dancing around. Again, we got 7 more minutes till Euro close. So we'll see. Remember, usually pre-Euro we get a move, and then post-Euro. Talking Reddit. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. 2 key UBS shareholders say worried about bank size and regulatory friction. Oh, BRB.
Pinterest debuted at $10 billion and is now trading at a $25 billion valuation. So perhaps they're hoping to, jump on some of that momentum.
Brienne, how much emphasis do you put on the idea that if Reddit does this, pulls the trigger, it opens up a broader IPO window for everyone else that's waiting in the wings?
I think a lot of private companies have been waiting for the hero company to come out and have this vastly successful IPO and welcome others to follow. Obviously, we haven't seen that yet. So the companies that are choosing to go public now are, taking on a bit of a leadership role and hoping to play that part. But what we're hearing from the heads of NYSE and NASDAQ are that there are lots and lots of companies who are starting their roadshows, putting their pieces in place because they feel the pressure to IPO and they're ready to IPO. When you look at Reddit, for instance, this is a 19-year-old company. There's both a liquidity need for early employees and shareholders and just an investor access need from retail investors as well. So if a Reddit goes well, I think there'll be other companies that look to follow.
Let's spare a thought for Reddit, right? Yes, you talked about their ad business. They have a premium subscription tier, but lots of companies go public because they want their name out there. I don't think we've really been talking about Reddit for a little while. Do you think that that's a good strategy to go to market with?
Yeah, and I think it's a strategy that could really benefit them, especially given who their platform is. Their subreddit, Wall Street Bets, really started the whole meme stock frenzy. So there is a core part of their users and their platform that is around investing and in particular retail investing. So I think one interesting thing about this IPO to watch will be if those Redditors get on board, will Reddit become the next meme stock? That would be kind of meta, but at a minimum, is there investor interest from these platform users? So I think, from a marketing and brand perspective, this IPO chatter is helping to get their name out there, and whether or not that will translate to investor interest, we'll see.
Brianne Lynch, Head of Market Insights at Equity Zen, thank you so much. As we point out, $5 billion would be half the $10 billion they raised that last year. Now, coming up, we're going to get even more on that deal between Amazon and iRobot that is scrapped. It is cancelled. Plus...
Scrapped. Cancelled. Pumping Reddit. She was smiling. She's like, oh, no, Wall Street Bets. Maybe at minimum, it becomes the best meme stock. Reddit. They've been talking about IPOing for a while, though. Again, I think last year they were anticipating double the value. So we'll see. Well, why does Amazon suck? What? Amazon's been on a tear. I mean, it's not at all-time highs like the rest of the big tech, but last couple of days, they've been on fire. But so is everything else. Well, those contracts are up a lot. I am eating. Got a little crackers, Get some prot, bro. Gotta get me some prot. Let's see, I gotta work out today. Did you bring enough for the class? Oh, dude, I remember that. They wouldn't let you eat in school. Remember that was like a big deal? We would like sneak hot Cheetos in. I would eat hot Cheetos in class. They let you know? I don't know. I've not been to school in a long time. Not been to school in a long time. Tesla. Unity on the high. Where's Roblo? Roblo's still doing good. Apple was the weakest on the day out of the big tech. Meta's climbing back up. SPY above VWAP. 2 minutes until Euro close. So far, yeah, Unity keeps popping up there. All right, AXP PG let me down. WDC, that one even came down a little bit. Where's TXN? We got rid of that one. Who else was there? FFIV. We're going to go over that one later. And Pfizer. And Youps. Baby bond auction in 30 seconds. 3 month, 6 month. Let's see what's about to happen next. Okay. Did you get breakfast donuts at school? No. They would have them there. Like, I remember, like, the school lunch, they would have, like, if you got breakfast. But, like, they never, like, gave out donuts and shit. Speaking of which, D-Nut is on the high. Krispy Kreme. The most important earnings after hours and tomorrow morning. Today, I think first 5 is probably going to be the bigger one. And then SMCI. And then tomorrow morning, UPS, Pfizer. TLT, it's breaking out a little bit. That'd be nice, but we'll see. The market's kind of added a little bit of a drag to it. And then Meta, again, I like the Meta 400. It ran up a little bit, then came right back down. You remember those steak sandwiches in the cafeteria? Nah. All I remember is chocolate milk in a bag. And it got really messy because, like, kids would, like, throw them at each other. And, like, use them as, like, water guns. That's all I remember. Did you guys have chocolate milk in a bag? Or milk in a bag? Never? Oh, yeah. You missed out. You missed out, bro. Yeah, TMO popping. At the high, they're already up 1.5. Bonds are going. Now SPY and Euro close. We are up for a little bit. A couple of names still running like PayPal. But let's see how long this lasts for. Again, we either get a Euro close run up or it's going to run up, hit the top, and then we just start selling off. That was the theme last week, remember. Last week, we would hit a new high, and then Euro close would come in, and then we'd start selling off. So let's see. We're from the same era, but we never had no milk bags. No, we had milk bags, bro. Maybe it was a California thing, but we definitely had bag in a milk. Or, yeah, milk in a bag. Bag in the milk. Do you have a bag in the milk? Very nice. Thank you. You had them in Milwaukee? Yeah, see, there you go. Maybe it wasn't a Cali thing. Roblo's been going up. Again, I saw Unity moving up. That's what kind of reminded me there. And then Dow is the only thing negative right now on the day, barely. Definitely not in Texas. Yeah, in Texas, y'all probably just had a cow. And then every student went up and then they milked it for whatever they wanted. It's Texas, man. What do you mean? I wouldn't expect anything less than that. They're like, next. They're in Texas, you can't confirm. Yeah, all right. Not too far off. 6 month 4.98. That's still implying at least 2 cuts. Interesting. So again, I mean, think about it. We're at like what, 5.2 to 5.5 right now? And then the 6 month bill, if that's pricing in at 4.98. Very interesting. So that's still pricing in 2 rate cuts in the next 6 months. Yeah, previous was 5.02, so a little lower. That's still a little bit more bullish. But again, I don't think it'll move us too much, but there's a little bit of a breadcrumb in there. TLT's going up. Pinto Duo, there's no news, but China, Evergrande issue kind of made it go a little bit lower. But other than that, we haven't heard much. No individual news. All the China names are down, though. The 3 month, what I was watching, slightly lower. So hopefully just keep in mind, if it's a short duration bond, whatever yield it's going for, think about how that differs from the current yield, because that lets you know what people are expecting. So right there, for the rate right now is at 5.5, 5.25 to 5.5, and the 6 months coming in at 4.9. That means people are still pricing in 1 to 2 rate cuts because they're willing to buy a 6-month bond for that return, which is lower than the current rate. So it's implying kind of what they think. That's why I think even bonds are going up a little bit. But usually the short-term bonds are pinned more to the Fed funds rate. That's why it's you still, again, a little bit of time ahead. It's kind of showing how people are leaning towards not an imminent cut, but a cut within 6 months. I like Chipotle. I don't know about shorting it. I think Chipotle is just one of the best food companies out there, or restaurant companies. They are up a ton. I mean, they really haven't ever came down. But I don't know about shorting it. I'd buy it if it ever had a big drop, though. So I hope your short plays out. But I don't know. It's kind of, it moves a lot. It's not really liquid because of the price. But, you know, I don't know about shorting it. But then again, when's their earnings? Keep in mind that. You might be able to get a good play on it. QSG? What's that? Quantasing Group? Up 6.3, and again, it's euro close so far. We went a little higher. Bonds are the only thing there. We're still doing this little VWAP dance right above open. We've literally been here all day for almost 2 hours. Pfizer, I think, is going to be pivotal. So Pfizer's at a very low level. Remember, before it came back down, it kind of broke out of its downtrend for a little bit, but now it's right back in there. But, you know, they've had 2 quarters of lowered guidance. The bar should be low, though. That's the ironic part. So we'll see, but I just think it's going to be pivotal. I think that's one you go both ways on, though. Because then if they do bad, it'll get killed. If they do good, then it'll go nuts. Can we get some medieval music, my lord? I loved it. It was kind of distracting, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, most things, I could, like, play it in the background and still do it, but, like, it would get me, bro. I have arrived. Like Pfizer says, much will happen, but we won't know till the earnings are revealed. Early in the morrow they will arise, or they will fall, but we will still play our earnings. That's it. It's a moment, please. Take it in. For at morning we go into battle. The earnings may cock us, but they will never defeat us. Yeah, bro, it gets me though. It's distracting. I don't know. It gets me. Good, man. I just got my shield. Yeah, Pfizer is 6. I thought it was at 6 right now. I see 6.13. We bought it a little bit below that. But it's going to be good. I like Pfizer. And we'll see. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, I hope Airbnb I don't know if they're going to add more contracts if we get another breakout. But other than that, because if we could sell those covered calls on Airbnb, we'll have some cash to use, which will be great. Their armor was polished, their wills resolved, their long terms unwavering. Indeed, my brethren. I like that. I don't know. I like it. Maybe I'll do that in the morning. Maybe one morning we'll send in the chariots. It'll be a good one. On thy morale. Indeed. Hey, Josh AI. I heard you said indeed. Do you need a loan? I could automatically connect you with 5 different lenders, including SoFi. I'm an AI. I could run your credit automatically. All you got to do is say credit check, and I could do that right now. If you're interested, let me know. I'm probably going to sell all your data to 5 other trading partners, but either way, we'll make sure you get approved and instantly. Welcome to Indeed AI. What the fuck? Spotify. Hey, Josh AI, do you sell bank loans? Because you have my interest. I do sell bank loans, but you would pay me interest. Oh. Looks like that was a joke. I don't really have humor yet, but I could laugh for your sake. Ha ha ha. Great joke. But again, if you'd like us to get you partnered up with one of our loan partners, say Chad check, and we'll be able to get that done as soon as possible. Current starting interest rates are 19.5%. That's for well-qualified buyers. Everybody else is 42%. Just let me know. What the... RNG, this one's popping. Ring Central, RNG. Don't they have a buyout thing? No, I'm tripping. RNG, though, pop 30 cents at the high. SPY going up. Healthcare names moving up as well, too. Umana. Here is Netflix. Netflix coming up. He was going red a little bit earlier. He still is red, but making a decent move. Airbnb. I want it back at 152, man. 152 Airbnb. 153 in the morning. Very good, man. Very, very good. Was there a rumor on RNG? Okay, I'm not tripping. Let's see, though. They had price target raised 2 weeks ago. I'm not seeing anything else. Will you tell Isabel and Alexis to start investing now? My daughters are listening. Elizabeth and Alexis. Your dad's a smart man. And honestly, he's trying to make you rich. If he's telling you to get a long term, you could have your dad do it for you. So tell him you'll help him out and look at it once a month. That's what I do with my sister. But you tell him. You tell him to set it up. He'll do all the hard stuff. That's it. Tell him to match your deposits too. I'm totally I'm throwing Dad under the bus right now. Dad's like, wait, I didn't agree to any of this. Hey, Elizabeth and Alexis, it's Josh AI here. If you started long term, in 20 years, you'll have all of your yearly income for free. It's good to start now. And before AI takes over and inflation goes crazy, make sure you got good savings and something to grow with it. If you have any questions, just say, hey, Josh AI, and I'll be able to help out. Thanks. Yeah, but honestly, if y'all can convince dad to match deposits, though, that's a come up. You won't be able to touch it for like 10, 20 years, but like, nah, that's good. I'm telling you, that's the move. That's the move. Get him to match deposits. I wish my parents did what Josh did when I was young. I had this talk yesterday on 2K. We were playing a game. I was with Mikey, and these guys were just making jokes, and then they were like, "Stock market live." They're like, "Cash at me 10,000." and then by the end of it, they're like, they got real serious. They're like, "Yeah, man, I got kids. Like, what?" And then we started talking long term. And then, you know, I said the same exact thing. I was like, man, if my parents did that for me, man, it's like, you know, I still ended up fine without it, but oh my goodness, I can only imagine if my parents made me a long term. That's it, man. So if you do got kids, do it. My dad would never. Yeah, neither would mine, but still. But then again, some of you guys, you are learning now, and you're setting your kids up. It's gonna go a long way. It's gonna go a long, long way. I don't stream when I play 2K. No, I've done it a couple times. No parents do that. No, they do. Rich parents do it. That's the reality of it. Like, I don't know if you grew up in a family where your parents were wealthy. Like, it's just a rich person thing. That's the sad reality. So I don't think you have to be rich, but the fact of the matter is, most people who have a lot of extra money, then they have kids, they start setting up their kids with these accounts because a lot of them, too, you could set them up with tax advantages. So, like, it's there. If you're doing it now and you broke, you will become rich one day, and at the very least, your kids, they're going to be set up from a very good one. But I mean, if you are going, you know, paycheck to paycheck, it's very hard to save up money you're not going to touch for kids that are, you know, 2 years old or something, however old. But I'm telling you, it's a big thing. It will change lives. I mean, no matter what, like it goes such a long way. Are we going to ignore the dollar is up with gold? It's because of the euro. Gold is cheaper. Or I guess the one currency overseas is cheaper, but definitely it was a little worse in the morning, but it might flip. But gold was up a lot more too. Israel media today, the war council is discussing a proposal for a 45-day truce in exchange for the release of 35 detainees. And then BlackRock says raises overall stock view to overweight from neutral. Yeah, AKA trust fund baby. Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. You guys are going to have you'll have long-term babies. But you could put it in a trust if you want to limit them. Like if you want it to be where you could make a trust where they get access to it after a certain age, or you could say that they have to get a certain job, hold a job for 4 years, 3 years, whatever it may be. You can make it like a quest. Aye, aye. When thou reaches the age of 25, you must complete 4 objectives, and you will inherit the wealth of your family. If these objectives are not met, thy trust will remain invested. Upon completion of said quest, in retrieving thy tablets, you will unlock thy family wealth to do as thee pleases. Yeah, you can. You can do that. That's how trust work. Nah, for real. You can. It'd be dope. That's what I do. I'm gonna make sure my kid, the only way he could get the trust is that one requirement, he will have to dress up in medieval attire at the reception of all of it. Otherwise, he can't. He has to wear the whole outfit. A new song comes out Wednesday. I think tomorrow night, technically, depending on your location. Yeah, UNG is getting murdered. I don't know. I was saying I want to sell out of that on Friday and take my loss on it, but then I'm also like, I know right when I sell out, it's going to rocket up. But then again, it is in death spiral. The Biden stuff did not help out at all either. We didn't have a random play. I forgot to ask for it. Delivery Hero to sell 68 million Deliveroo Class A shares. Who's Delivery Hero? On Spotify or Apple Music, both of them. Even YouTube, it'll be everywhere. It will be everywhere. RTC. What's this? A liquid, 30%. And then Spy still holding up. Airbnb 151. Tesla came down, but up 3. That one's great. You weren't allowed to have hair past your collar. It's not too bad. Like, that's your collarbone is pretty far down your head. So that's not bad. You know, could be worse. Bullish BA. I plan on leaving vague notes till they spend their lives trying to figure it out. The eagle flies over the nest where the treasure may rest. That's crazy. That'd be torture. Oh, wow. News ticker going crazy. What is this? A lot of price targets, cuts, and raises right there. That's probably like 100 different things. Super Micro, that's SMCI, right? I think it's a very contradicting name. How are you super and micro at the same time? But they already, remember, they pre-announced their guidance and they went up. So I doubt the earnings will make it go as crazy, but you never know. I mean, maybe it's just looking for another excuse to go nuts. Well, yeah, Netflix is green again. Remember, 575, that got you close to the 600. Maybe they were just burning some premium right there. Pfizer came back down. Again, we're going to go over that. Procter Gambling, you need to run, Habibi. And the AXP chilling out. I don't know when those contracts get to 40, let me know. All right, 60. Can we show Tesla? We can't. I like Airbnb, but I can put up Tesla. We had that up there for a while today. It's been doing good. Again, I don't know if it's because of like Lucid running up. There was like headlines, Ford and GM all did good. Maybe because oil's getting expensive. I don't know. But they finally had a good day, especially after they got knocked on their earnings. I'm probably going to play Pfizer and a couple of others tomorrow. It depends on the budget, though. But there is some earnings plays. So we're going to go over Supermicro, Cleveland, Nucor, First 5, and Whirlpool for after hours today. And then Pfizer, GM, UPS, JetBlue, MSCI. Those will probably be the big ones tomorrow. Even HCA and Pulte. And then tomorrow we'll do these, but we're not going to do those tonight. Big week, bro. Big week, man. Boeing, NVS, Philips, or what was it? MasterCard, Thermo Fisher, Boston Scientific, Qualcomm, Corteva, Align, Wolfspeed. I think these earnings on Wednesday will be a trap, though. The morning will be good. And then Altria, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Atlassian, no Snapchat, Skechers, Decker, Honeywell, Chevron, Exxon, Abivi, Cigna, Regeneron James. Pfizer, probably both ways. So I think it's good that we wait, though, because that play was up and down. So I think by when we do the run-up or the earnings reports, that'll be a good one. You think plays like Microsoft, AMD have ran up, they have negative sentiment, could bring them back down? If they have really negative sentiment, kind of like, but then it won't bring them down too much. Like, take a look at Intel. So Intel went crazy before earnings, popped up, and then it did bring it down, but it's still like kind of elevated. So I do think like Intel is your best example of a company is, running up, and then if they have a bad earnings. But again, Intel was pretty poor on guidance compared to all of its peers. How many points till all-time highs? About 12 points. Or 10. I think 4906 is the high. The RuneScape quest music? Vaguely. I don't know the melody off the top of my head. And SPY coming up here. NASDAQ. Is that RB? Oh, ARBK. Where's ARK? ARK. Do you think we're actually going to get a soft landing? I mean, I humbly don't want to rule it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't think last year was going to be that smooth, and it was. So, I mean, there's a chance. And again, when we go over rate cut history, there has been times where from 1970 to today, it's only a 20% time, 20%, 30% of the time it's happened where you have had a soft landing, where you have had rate cuts happen after high rates, even, the yield curve crazy, and then the market went up. So it's possible, but it's not really probable. But I wouldn't want to rule it out. But at the same time, I am more leaning towards a negative outcome. And again, I think it depends on commodities. So just like in those 20% of chances where we've had rate cuts and no real recession or hard landing, it was a result because commodities stayed stable. But if commodities go up while we cut rates, I think we're going to have a problem. Even now, to start off the year, commodities and oil are the number one gainers now above the dollar. Pfizer. I don't know what people think on Pfizer. I feel like some people are excited for it in the long term, but then again, I mean, all of their earnings have been bad. It's SPY near the high, about 27 minutes after Euro close. FTC has set final meeting with Amazon before potential suit to block iRobot deal for Monday. Federal trade staff has told Amazon last week it was recommending commission vote to reject Amazon acquisition of iRobot. FFIV. Yeah, that's one. I mean, they don't always move, but we've had big hits on FFIV before. So it's definitely an interesting name. Has a little bit of room to fill the gap. Also a lot of room to die. We'll go over that one here in a little bit. How many hours? Maybe in like an hour? A little later? We had a 3-month and 6-month bond auction. And then Wednesday, you're going to get the bond refunding. The Treasury is going to announce their refunding commitments and how much. Again, it may come in higher than $860 billion for the quarter. Visa, AXP. I mean, interest rates have gone up on credit cards, but then they're charging on the what's it called, or their provision for credit losses has been going up. anything LG buys, like long-term. I don't have another deposit. I used my deposit early to buy Pfizer because I wanted that dividend. So hopefully they have a good earnings and then it goes crazy. Otherwise, we get clapped off of it. But I might get a deposit if I sell a covered call. So that's kind of the cool part, is that if I sell those Airbnb calls and I do a covered call, that'll bring me anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000 on an Airbnb covered call. So I'm kind of excited about that, but I want to wait a little bit because I want to make sure I get a good price for the Airbnb. What a choptastic day in index land. I'm surprised the Russell's still working its way up, but remember, this is kind of, I know we're excited for what this week holds, but this is all kind of just the anticipation ahead of a very big week. Again, by Wednesday, even tomorrow, y'all are going to be tripping out. There's just too many events. Even Powell, man. We haven't heard Powell all year. Powell has not opened his mouth in 2024. Maybe he has, but at least not publicly. When you sell covered calls, how far from the current prices? I try to go at least 20% higher than, not from my current price, but from what I paid. So I think the current price has nothing to do with the covered call. I think what matters is what you paid for the stock. Let's see. We could sell some good snap covered calls too. Have you ever bought plays that are already in the money? Like on an option trade, I bought an at the money, but I've never bought like anything like deep in the money before, no. At that point, I just buy shares usually. Safe earnings is on the 7th. I'm excited though. I'm waiting. I think Snap and Airbnb. If we play our cards right on Snap and Airbnb, we might get our whole dividend yield from covered calls on those two plays. So again, we have a lot of weight on those, but those Airbnbs are already up. I could almost get like $1,800 on Snap covered calls right now, but I'm hoping we get another pop there. If both of those do good on earnings and we sell covered calls after the earnings, it's going to be magnificent. Otherwise, we'll just wait out on the opportunity. GM, I don't know. GM, if the price is right, I'll play it. But otherwise, I don't know, though. GM might have the ability to move pretty big. But otherwise, I don't think autos have been on fire. Yeah, a lot of people pumped Snap on Friday, but then it came down. Remember, there's all that analyst stuff. So the premiums are kind of high, but, good earnings, rocket up those leaps. We short those. We'll be great. It always drops on earnings. It does, but maybe I think it's been probably like 6 earnings in a row. No, there was one earnings that went up 30%. Oh, this is a cool picture. Nice one, Tim. This one's a little different than the list I had, but it explains it a little better. Okay. It's transparent, though. How do I give it the background? Oh, you can't see it, but maybe I'll use this one. No, you're good. We'll use this one with the dots in the background. You can see it a little bit better. So literally 1965 to 66, inflation was higher, soft, but may not have been a landing. 1967 through 69, inflation lower, you had a soft landing. 72 to 74, hard landing. 77 through 80, hard landing. 80 to 81, hard landing. 83 to 84, soft, but may have not been a landing. 88 to 89, hard because of Gulf War. 93 to 95, this is like the epitome of soft landing. That's what Powell used to talk about. 1999 to July, soft-ish, and then you had a crash. Then 2004 to 06, hard because of financial crisis. And then 2015 to 2019, that was an interesting one, hard because of COVID. But, again, it happens. Again, the other one, I still have that chart. I just got to find it. Where is it? But in general, it really just depends on the commodities and other factors. Let's see. Yeah, right here. This is the other one I have. So this is the one we've been talking about a while ago. But this one just goes over the background, when the Fed had their first cut, whether or not you had a recession, and then what happened 3 months later with all the assets. So that's why I think it's important because, again, the times where the S&P dropped, your oil and commodities, except for one time, they were always going up. And that's where I think it's all going to boil down to. Yeah, I guess you had a soft landing and then tech crashed 2 years later. That's the thing you got to keep in mind. So there is other times where certain things happen and then other events would occur shortly after. Dollar giving it back. Good, Habibi. This is good. If dollar again hit a new high of the year today. Is this for real, the market? Or what are you talking about? Why won't SPY go down? We just warming up, man. We warming up. We getting ready, bro. Yeah, ready for the earnings. There's a lot this week we're dealing with. My Halls rapper says get back in. Are you still sick? Weren't you like sick on Friday? I'm gonna get you back out there, baby. I went to the gym and I didn't get sick. That was an impressive one. I was excited about that. Why won't the SPY come down? Be patient. You'll be okay. Gives you the let's go PHILO. It's still early. Well, we could get a PHILO today. We got a couple of things on the menu. You still got PHILO. Then we're gonna have what's it called? Earnings previews. We're gonna have a lot of earnings previews all week. So that's something to keep in mind when we do get some of these earnings. You guys will have to balance your budget. If you shoot too early, there's going to be a lot of plays out there. Again, 40-50% of the S&P is going to happen this week. Qatar hopes to relay framework for Israel-Hamas deal and get them to a place where they engage constructively. SoFi dump. They were holding up good. AAP on the high. Advanced Auto Parts, pop, 1.1% right now. Going up. 'Tis the season, baby. Yeah, SoFi gave up like what? Almost 10% there? But yeah, AAP is their news. That's up 1.5. Where's Advanced Auto Parts? 1.8. I don't see anything on there. January 5th, no. 2.3, bro. AAP's going kind of crazy there. Are they still at a value play? Oh, they came up a little bit. When's their earnings? February 28th. You got to get a lot of time on that one if you're going to play it. Yeah, AAP up 2.3. I don't have any news, but that's moving a decent amount. Yeah, I'd watch that one. Again, it's moved pretty crazy before. And again, just the value that it's at. Natural gas down 4.3. I think some contracts are even down 10%. Natural gas got grass. Natural grass. Yeah, natural grass. So what you got to do, you got to make it clean, you know. You got to get to the environment. It's good. Natural grass give you some oxygen. Natural gas. They're making the oven rules today. I thought everybody got over that. I thought they were just testing it out, but like, I really think Biden is about to they're gonna come out with rules on ovens or like natural gas stoves. Maybe that's why natural gas going down too. But I thought we got over that, but we didn't. You won't have to replace old ones. But that's crazy though. So that means like all homes, all new builds, you're not going to find like in modern homes, I guess depending on, will they still let you buy them or are they going to ban them? I don't even know what they're doing with it. But that would be absolutely wild. AAP crazy. It came back down. Just keep watch of it. We don't know how it's going to play out, but still pretty interesting. The value of natural gas stoves would go up. Maybe a little bit, like in the sense that if you have a house that's kind of grandfathered into it, I'd assume there'd be some value, but then again, how much do people like their natural gas stoves? That is the real question. It's like, I don't think like what's it called? I just don't like electric stoves, but I don't know if I'd pay like a premium for a non-electric stove. I don't know. It's a weird, I never really thought I'd have this conversation. So, yes, welcome to 2024. Welcome to 2024. Gas is the only way to cook. You have the electric stovetop. Not bad. USG, I thought that was UNG on the high. You know not what you speak of. I don't, my brethren. I don't. But for now, I got a gas stove, so I'm happy for now. It was an EPA study, and they gave it gradation electric. No one's banning gas stoves. No, but there was a headline today that Biden will be making a decision on gas stoves. So something's happening today, or they're at least bringing it back up into the conversation. But like I said, I don't really know what's going on. Damn it, Bobby. I used to like King of the Hill a lot. It's a good show. Good show. And then SPY's still holding up. Q's on the high. NASDAQ's now the leader, surpassing the Russell. We're still, 9 points off the high. T-Mobile came back up? No way. T-Mobile was on the low there. It's only up by 0.02, though. So not much movement. You just started watching King of the Hill. Wow. It's a good one, man. It's an OG show. Yeah, Netflix found a way to come back up early. It was getting clobbered in the beginning. People were getting worried on Netflix. I guess so was Tesla. Tesla held green all day, though. And that one's still running. We had Ford Chicle. A little bit again. You got GM after the bell. So that'll be one. Making its way back up. Netflix on the low end. It's moving. No. Okay. I'm sorry. I just get excited sometimes. Tesla for the long term. I get asked this, I think, every day that it goes down or that it stayed low, but I'm not really a fan of Tesla for the long term. Not yet. Maybe one day at a very low price, where it becomes the ultimate discount. And then maybe we could consider it. But for now, I'm going to stick with some dividend plays and a couple of others. Don't force it. No rush. No rush at all for it, man. Agreed on Tesla. It'll be fun to watch, though. Starbucks, they got earnings tomorrow. I like it. My girlfriend told me something. She said they have a very high debt to leverage ratio. I said, why did you look into that? She said, I don't know. But she told me something about, I thought she was going to give me a fun fact that was good, but I still like Starbucks. I like them a lot. AIP is still coming up there. Again, have no idea what the news is, but that thing's moving up. SoFi, did it come back down? Leverage bean juice. I don't know. I kind of wish I grabbed them at the 80s. They're at the 90s, so I mean, it's simple. I think at this point, if they have bad earnings, it'll get back to that good price. They're near the lows of October, though, but no, never mind. They're at 70s. That one is a good one. Market pricing in perfection. And market is also just lifted up by a couple of names. That is the crazy part, too. Do not underestimate that. Gold, silver, oil. Is oil still down, though? And then natural gas getting murked. Where is oil? Oil's up a little bit, but still 77.29. Oil's like high and then low on the day. It's quite the paradox, some would say. Gold back over VWAP. Let's see. Yeah, gold is running up. Is it back to in the morning prices? Yeah, I was up a little bit more. I'm green on those micros, though. Remember, gold was just at what? Wasn't it below $2,000 not too long ago, or like 2018? So it's doing pretty good with the dollar, but I do think the what's it called is getting in the way of it. Or I think the dollar's getting in the way, and then the euro's kind of helping it out. VWAP is volume weighted average price. I got an old video on it. A couple of times I made that video, but it's this little red line. It's kind of one of the only non-horizontal lines. I guess it is horizontal. Disney popping at the high. 96.50. Wait, is it going up or not? It just hit a new high, then had a little red candle. Again, 96.60. I think that's the price we said, but you're about to get higher than where it was at November. And then that's it. I mean, you could start filling the gap. Maybe it'll come up to 99, otherwise 100. That would be the level it returns to. No Powell news tomorrow. Powell's going to be on Wednesday. So with him right around the corner, you shouldn't hear from him. People will be talking about what he's going to say, and people are going to forecast it. But for now, up until Wednesday, most of the news is going to be earnings. So, I think the biggest thing ahead of Wednesday is going to be Microsoft earnings. Microsoft, Google, and AMD. But Microsoft will probably take over AAP. Meta's about to hit 400 again. So SPY getting a green shoot. Meta 399.99. Disney is about to break again its high that it was even at from last year or end of last year. Oh, Jolt's tomorrow. That could be a big one. AMD, Apple, again, Meta, Amazon now, T-Mobile starting to move up. High ticker is really gassing. SPY is rocketing now, so hello. So no euro sell-off. If anything, we've ramped up since euro. After the data, you are now hitting a new high of the day, about 7.75 away from hitting 499 or 4,900, and then 6 points away from a new all-time high. IBM, yeah, Meta's back above 400. Amazon, Disney, they're all running. Visa. Even AXP trying to bounce a little bit, but he's clapped. Snowflake on the high. Yeah, those Disney plays went up. Those Disney plays went up more than 50% there. Same thing with the Metas now. But Disney, I think Disney's getting quite interesting here. Disney 96. Airbnb just stopped moving. Where's Netflix? Netflix at the high. That one's about to go up too. The new pump it up zone is 5,000. We already pumped it up at 4,900, and then we did that dance a couple of times, but 5,000 on the S&P to pump it up. I don't know. Maybe you hit that this week with Powell and earnings. If this is the best week possible, if everything goes right, and then the beginning of February goes crazy, I mean, you're gonna have a great beginning of February. Other than that, man, we'll see. Yeah, Snap's starting to wake up here a little bit. High ticker is going insane. Again, everything on the high ticker, low ticker barely moving. So hopefully that doesn't stop for the bulls. But you haven't hit 4,900 yet. We're very, very close to it. Coin to 114. Wasn't they just going crazy? Long time, yalla habibi. Yalla in the Redfin. Airbnb, where is the Abivai? He's do so good. And then he calm down. $5,000 is lowballing it. Well, I don't know. Do you guys remember a lot of people at the beginning of the year, their targets were like 5,000 to 5,200. So I think some of the higher price targets on the S&P 500 are 5,200, and like you're almost there. So I don't know. It's kind of awkward in that sense, but hey, then again, they could always raise them. So a lot of people at the beginning of the year, I think like JP Morgan, Goldman, they're like 5,200. Some people are like 5,100. Why do we stop looking at the bubble chart? Well, I think that whole Max Payne stopped playing out, and then I don't have the terminal. I got banned from Bloomberg, so I don't have the bubble chart anymore. But even then, I mean, when was the last time an option? It doesn't matter how many options were on the table. That shit just kept melting up. What are your thoughts on only buying QQQM and VU for the long term? It's not bad. I mean, it'll be a much slower process, heavily diversified, but you won't really miss out on anything. If you want like less monitoring, less thought to it, and not having to risk, picking bad plays or anything, you could do it. But it does have a slower potential return because of the diversification, but not too bad. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but it's not my first choice. I'm a big fan of the a la carte. Google, I think Google could be very big and pivotal as well. They may have some good AI margin stuff to bring out, but other than that, they need to prove that they're not falling behind on the AI race. We're going to hit end-of-year targets in Q1. Yeah, that's why I'd be crazy if we did. But then again, they'll just raise them, and then the market will go up because everyone's raising their targets until we get bad news. That's the thing. And remember, though, February, I do think second half of February will be an interesting one to ride out with. Renault cancels Ampère's IPO and confirms EV and software strategy. Bloomberg still loves you. I think Bloomberg San Francisco offices still love me. God bless you, Aunt Harrow. You know what I'm saying? Tell what's his name, the British guy who do the tech. Tell him what's up, man. Tell him we love him. He's a good guy. Oh, push-ups. I need push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, SPY hit a new high of the day. Everybody's asking what's going on. It feels like a chop fest trying to turn into a ramp up, whatever it may be. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, yes. Yeah, get the body moving, man. Then relax the shoulders. Okay? No need to have all that trauma trapped in your traps. Fix those trauma traps, man. Relax a little bit. Move your toes. You know that? Move your toes, because that's what I have, bad toe circulation. So make sure you move your toes. Wiggle your toes a little bit. Make sure you're using those little things. Whatever. Isn't it weird toes just sit there? Come on, man. Get them moving. Get them moving a little bit. Get them moving a little bit. But relax the shoulders, man. No one's attacking you. It's a good day. You know, you're feeling good, so relax. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front, and boom, baby. Looking good, man. You look good right now. You look tall. What a great way to start the week. You looking amazing. My goodness. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, yes. That feels good. Already got my resistances. We ready to go, baby. We ready to go. Oh, man. Resistances are great, bro. Pump it up, man. Pump up the resistances. Uber another high. I'm still doing my stretches. I'm just seeing the high ticker. High ticker is still going crazy. Again, there's like barely anything. Just a lot of weird small caps and like industrials, it looks like, on the low. All right, I'm going to do the wall stretch, and then we go and balance, and then we done, baby. And then we done. Echo! Hi. Can you hear me, Teddy, down here? I should have played the music. If you could hear the calling, do the push-ups. Indeed. Indeed. Oh, man. There it is. All right. Time to balance feet. Time to balance feet. The feet are being balanced. Added some Starbucks for good earnings. You love Starbucks. Yeah, man. If it goes lower, though, that's definitely one on the list. Disney breaking out now. So, again, Disney hasn't been that far or that high in a while. We didn't make the earnings plays. We're going to do them in a little bit. We still got some time. So don't worry. Probably like 10:30, 11. Just depends. Yeah, you got to wiggle them. Wiggle and balance. Dang, I didn't do any balancing over the weekend. I'm kind of struggling here. Here we got Disney. Those contracts went up. I hope those run, but their earnings is still a little bit out there. That's the crazy part. You still have some time on that one. Are those February 16th? Yeah. So we good. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. How are we going? Good. Seemed a little boring at first, but we were kind of moving up. A couple of earnings plays, a couple of the post earnings. They look good in the morning, and they faded like the AXP and the Procter Gambling. But it's good. And then we're going to go over some earnings previews here in a little bit. Now we're doing our push-ups, so it's good. Snap and Disney on the high. Pfizer earnings is tomorrow morning. Uber's still going up. My goodness. Thoughts on Pfizer? We'll go. I think it's going to be pivotal. We talked about it a little earlier, but we're going to do a full review on that in probably about an hour, a little longer, give or take. Do you trade when you have a cold? Yeah, usually. I mean, anytime I'm sick, I'm live. You guys will hear it. You guys have to probably deal with it too. I'm like, or major voice cracks or a couple of other factors. But yeah, but, get a good rest in. Again, today you're kind of, unless you're going to try to make some pre-earnings run-ups and get ahead of those plays, I mean, it's not too bad of a, you could kind of chill, let some things come to you. All right, we good. Legs balanced. Ready to go. I do have an Instagram. Yeah, it's at the Trading Fraternity. You should follow me on there. I got a picture of my body on there and my face, but apparently some people can't see it. Other than that, it's a lot of fun. Bro, Disney about to hit 97. AAP's coming up. We don't have any news on that, but that one's still running. That's it, man. Disney. That's crazy. The 52-week high on Disney is 117. So they still got a long way to go, but this is the highest Disney's been since, like, May. I'm down. Disney. What do you got? I got 7.5% on Disney. Go, buddy. Supreme Court to hear abortion pill arguments March 26th. I forgot there's a couple of companies related to that. Yeah, Disney keeps going up. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Just got my workout in a little bit. I might actually do some curls right now. Kind of down. You guys down for some curls? We should do some curls too, but I will BRB.
We're watching the Fed, of course, on Wednesday for anything that, commits to a cut in forward pricing, but they don't need to. I think it's, in PAL's best interest to be neutral here, have a neutral stance, and really wait for the data to kind of hit in February and March.
Given where pricing is right now, and given that there are some folks who are sort of looking to add to some of those long positions and folks extending duration here, if we don't get a significant amount of rate cuts this year, I don't know, hypothetically, let's say the Fed maybe cuts twice instead of the 5 or 6 year, does that change the risk reward, the potential return that you get out of staying long duration and, more importantly, long treasuries?
In the fixed income world, I don't think it changes much. Valuations are rich here, but I do think it's going to be a year of coupon clipping. I think volatility will be muted relative to other years. So I think it still makes sense to at least be a risk neutral, don't be under risk here, add some if we do get a backup in yields. And that's kind of the way we're going to be thinking about the next several months.
Does Treasury supply matter? We're expected to get a refunding announcement this week here, and most likely it's going to be higher, and most likely the Treasury is probably going to have to pay a little bit more to get investors on board with each of these new sales.
Right. So I think there is potential for that to be another catalyst this week to, again, get a better entry point into the 10-year. But it's going to be interesting also to see, the technical bid out there and see if it matters, right? That's going to be telling for the months to come, especially as we get some of the data points to come through as we look to the March meeting.
Well, let's get to, I guess, the other big data point. It will come after the Fed meeting, and it is the latest monthly jobs report. And I know you've seen the jobs data we've gotten up to this point. It still seems to sing the same old song, which is a relatively healthy labor market, and more importantly, relatively healthy wage growth. Any change in that?
We do think it's going to start to trend lower, but it's still going to be relatively healthy. We're still going to be in that. I mean, even the data last week kind of affirmed that soft landing scenario, right? And so if we get kind of more of the same, if we get some healthiness with the jobs number and a neutral Fed this week and not really much technical reaction from the Treasury refunding announcement, then I really think that puts a lot of weight on the inflation data in the coming weeks, right? So that's what we're going to be watching to make sure that, that continues to be in line with our view. Definitely add on any pressure on yields higher. But really the focus after this week, again, it's a pivotal week, but the focus after this week is going to be on the data. And I think that's what the Fed's going to reinforce reiterate at this week's meeting.
But that brings us to kind of the conundrum that I think the market has been trying to wrap its head around, this idea that you still have this strength in the economy, but at the same time, you are still seeing disinflationary trends almost across the board here. And I'm wondering if those two are incompatible with each other.
Yeah, so
Indeed. Disney, yeah, snap. I'm still tempted. I want the covered call, man. What were these at before? 220. Wait, but let him work. Let him work. Again, bonds even going up. SPY near the high of the day or setting a new one. But 4,900, 6 more points, you'll hit another all-time high. I mean, the last, week and a half? Most days than not, you were hitting a new all-time high. Only by, a point or two. It's not like it was anything crazy. Meta back at 400. Yeah, just holding there now. I'm surprised it hasn't gone too crazy, but I'll take it. AXP still staying there. Again, Disney too. That one's pretty excited. Snapchat, that's just continuing from last week. And then remember, Pinterest, they hit a new 52-week high today. Pfizer fighting, bonds going up. Pfizer's break even here. Again, earnings in the AM. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, man. I'm going to do one more set of curls. One more set of curls, man. I'm going to make sure I'm getting ahead of the gym here today. And looking good again. We need the dollar to calm down. Two lawmakers seek export curbs on 4 China firms involved in the Ford plant. Cheeklay. Why do companies revise earnings before reporting? Why did SMCI do it if it was going to beat? It's up to them, but sometimes if it's a material enough move and things did change dramatically, they're kind of obligated to. But it's really up to their discretion, or sometimes they'll have events planned for it. So they kind of came out of nowhere. Maybe it's just because it changed so much. So then that way it wasn't if there was a material change at the company, they didn't want to report and then have it be so far off from what people were expecting and cause, a pretty nutty move. But usually the assumption is that there was a material change that warranted it. Yeah, bonds are coming up. Kind of looks like bonds are leading the SPY. They have been all day today, even on the way down after this stuff, but it's good. I mean, again, the 3-month auctions, even the European, the bigger driver this morning, it was people saying how Europe was kind of talking. That one guy was at De Guindos. I think he was implying that rates might not go up, or that rates may come down earlier than expected. Smart money running the bonds. Well, bonds play a double-edged sword right now. It could protect if data collapses, and at the same time, if rate cuts and Powell are bullish, you could also benefit off of that. But then at the same time, too, your girl Janet Yellen on Wednesday, we're going to find out how much money the Treasury needs. But lately, I mean, it's had a minor effect, even though the amounts have been large and supply has been going through the roof. EGPT. There's EYPT and EGPT. Egypt. What's up? Theraflu slaps. What's their stock? Look at the box. It's probably Procter & Gamble, J&J, or Kimberly-Clark. I'd assume. Or Google. Do you have that? It usually comes on most computers. If you search Google, you could. It's kind of like AI. It's crazy. Who makes Theraflu? GSK. No way. So GSK actually. That's crazy. I thought it would have been Procter or Kimberly. Googly woogly. Meta 435. So SPY even coming down a little bit, but Meta's getting another candle. Come on, yalla, take the contract to 50%. It moves so slow. Boeing, I don't know. They're going to be in the morning tomorrow, right? Or are they Wednesday? But if we are going to play Boeing... Bobo. No, they're going to be Wednesday, so we got a little time to decide. But I don't know if Boeing is... I think Boeing's been news-driven more so than earnings-driven. Again, we got their orders. Unless... I think Boeing could just do really bad, but I don't think they're going to have like a blowout earning that makes them do too crazy. Again, a little bit of a flush here from the top. A couple of candles. Again, bonds still holding. GSK, 3% dividend. I think GSK has been killing Pfizer. I think Pfizer was talking about how GSK's been getting a leg up on them in terms of manufacturing. Did anyone ghetto spread their Meta? I don't know. People were talking about it on Friday because I do believe the contracts are $5 apart. Where was it? We got the February 9th. 475. Yeah, you could do it now, though. You could literally get all of your money back on the bid and have $500 upside, which isn't too bad, but it's just up to you. So if you really don't want to lose money and you grab some of these plays, and you see how volatile they could be. You know, they go up today, down tomorrow. You'll have mad gains, and then 2 minutes later if it flips. But it's that's the safe route. You could literally have $500 upside. Remember, we bought the 470s for 50 cents. You could sell the 475s. Or no. We have the 475s for 50 cents. You could sell the 480s for 57 bucks. Get all your money back, no risk. If it goes crazy, you'll get a gain. Even if it doesn't hit 475, there's still a little bit of a gap that you can make money on. Snap's still going up there. Disney, come on, man. You are doing so good. How do you trade stocks? You get a broker and then you buy and sell stocks. You can also trade stocks by never trading them, holding in the long term. We have a whole couple of accounts dedicated to that. That's the easiest way, I'd say, to make money. It's also the slowest, but depending on who you ask, speed of it is varies. Dollar about to pop. I hope not. But then again, does it really matter? No, dollar's at the low of the day, though. That's good. I think that's why we got bonds moving up a little bit, but at least that calmed down. The audacity of Pfizer. Uber going for 52s after CNBC pump. What did they say? Did they say Uber everywhere? No? I'm still stuck in 2016. I'm sorry. Even push-ups. I've been lifting, or I gotta get back in. I gotta make sure I don't lose too much muscle mass. I gotta be curling now during push-ups, bro. I already did 3 sets of curls. I'm excited. I get a couple more. I gotta start doing my morning workouts. I'm still not ready for that. Are they still talking Uber? No. But yeah, they haven't even reported yet, but Uber is kind of crazy. Again, both end of last year, beginning of this year, Uber is even like, what, $10 up from the beginning of January? That's kind of crazy. It was at 55. 55, 56. And now you're at 66? That's nuts. Facebook, Snapchat too, watch Pinterest, even Etsy, but all of them are going crazy. All the like social media names, even Google. And Google has earnings in its own little situation. No idea what happened with Target, but they were ripping today earlier, and then they just sold off and dumped. They actually got price target upgrades, but that did not help them out. Pfizer earnings preview, maybe at like 10:30, 10:45, whenever we're done with PHILO. So that all depends, Habibi. CEO trying to get his incentive money. Does he have performance like stock reviews? Like I don't know if his milestones are related to the stock price. If so, that'll make sense. Lyft CO does at 15, 25, and 20. Yeah, but then Lyft hasn't even been good. But he might. So the ghetto spread on the metas could be the move. If you are scared of losing money or you want to get money back to make more plays, then yeah. So it just depends. You're going to limit your upside and limit your moves but you're going to get all your money back rather than putting money out on the table. So in a weird way, you're getting 100% guaranteed. You're getting all the money you paid back for the play. You'll still have a play that can move up, but then it won't make as much after that unless it really goes crazy. And then even if it really goes crazy, you will only make $500. But because if it went up to 270, 475, that play would go up 4,000% or something. So, but then again, 475 is like almost 3 standard deviations away. We did do push-ups, yeah. I did some curls. I just knocked out 4 sets. It's good. Might do one more. We did our stretches. We got to relax the trauma traps a little bit. All is good. Is there levels to push-ups? Yeah. It's a good moment. I mean, it just all depends. Hopefully you start off with push-ups, and as the years go on, every hour, I hope you find what you need to work on. You get your body moving. Some people have weaker legs, hips, chest. You got to just figure out what it is, but it's a good opportunity to just move around every hour. That's why I'm saying I'm getting ready for the gym, man. I'm doing some curls. I'm going to do one more set right now. I got a good chest. That's why I gotta get the other arms, and then I do the leg and the balance. Honestly, I'm getting a little mini workout. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I hit the gym. That's good. I got these dumbbells. I'm like kind of hitting the gym. You get funny looks if you busted push-ups in my office. Nah, just stretch, bro. You just move around, do like lunges. That's like an old people thing. If anybody asks, just tell them you're getting older. You just bust out into random stretches in public. That's like an old person thing. You know, like rotate the hips. I'm doing it now. You put your arms on your hands. You know what I'm saying? Get some lunges. If anybody asks you any questions, just tell them you're a boomer. You got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about. Redfin. I feel like some smaller cap, unprofitable names are on the high. You do that all the time. Yeah, you're getting old. It's good. I do that too, though. Anytime I'm like waiting somewhere, I'd be stretching in public, bro. I'm always stretching. I'm afraid of save. Well, don't be afraid to save. Amen. Can I get an amen? Meta, almost another dollar up, 1.6. SPY bouncing after that little move. Amazon. My goodness. Yeah, Amazon went crazy again. They were kind of doing nothing. They woke up good. Marvel, where's Nivda? Nivda and Amdizel. And Microsoft again. Airbnb, follow your brothers. Come on. Go, Habibi. Oh, yeah, final. Don't talk bad about your own mom. I looked at your chat facts. You were curious about earnings and other things, so I timed you out for 30 minutes. Hopefully you're back by the earnings previews, but go call your mom and tell her you love her, okay? Okay? I'm doing that for you. I'm doing that one for you. Yeah, it's good. Expedia going after Airbnb. Yeah, they've had it for a while. Everybody, there's a lot of like fake little Airbnbs popping up. You don't talk bad, I talk facts. It sounds like you have a lot of friends. They probably love being around you. Shout out all the moms. Only God could judge me. Amen. Are you like actually talking to me, or are you just like quoting rap songs? I don't talk bad, I talk facts. Only God could judge me. What's the next line? That'd be a good hit, though. There you go. We got a hit on our hands. Whoa, Holly. H-O-L-I. Hollis Automation. That's up 1.8 in one candle. Why does this name? Wow, they kind of look like they've been on a buyout thing. Potential pop. Contracts kind of going ape shit. Watch out. There's one contract available for 5 cents, but the other one just sold for 10. Yeah, it's showing 480 on all of them, though. 5-cent contracts are gone. One Chad got it there for 5 cents. I see one volume. Hollis popped, though. Expedia. Oh, said to offer $29.50 a share. So Dazzling Group said to offer $29 a share to buy Hollis. So be careful. If you buy those 40, you're losing money on every contract. Do not buy any of those contracts. The smallest contract is $30. So any contract out of the money is a guaranteed loss. You can sell premium, yeah. There's no bid. There's like a 5-cent bid on the 40s. Even the at the money. I mean, if you could get away with it, but all of them have no bid. Well, you got to watch out, though, because if it is a $29.50, unfortunately, there's no real room to squeeze out of that. An RVSN still going. The strike price on the nickel one was $40. So it wouldn't have paid out. Now it's 10 cents on the ask. Even the 30s are going for 40 cents now. But like I'm saying, if they get bought out at $29.50 and accept that, there's no upside. If they decline the offer and it goes higher, then you might get lucky. Where is it, Disney? Is PayPal still up? Ulta on the high. Ulta's running. What happened with Elf? They just dropped and bounced? Why not? You can get shares. Shares would be the better move on that because you're paying a 1% premium. But if it really did get bought out, you'd have to hold, though, for $4 a share. So it's not to say the stock. I mean, again, buyouts could still go down as you wait for the deal to close. We've seen that a plenty of times. Qualcomm on the low. Again, they're on Wednesday. You have a snap 15 for January. It's not moving. It depends when you bought it. The other day, the premiums are pretty high. But if you have a 15, I mean, it's going to move dollar for dollar. So that contract should be worth at least $1.75. Because, again, if you have a $15 one, you're in the money. On EW, I like them. They're risky. They've kind of been one of those underperformers. But I played it last time. I had to hold it for months to get out. But I do like it. I think Edwards, it's a good value play. But then again, if they don't have a turnaround story, they could get clapped. But a lot of upside if they do good. Do. Oh, yeah, bro. You have these January. These are great. So these just have a lot more premium than intrinsic. But it's moving. It just, the price hasn't gone up. The bid is going up, though, a little bit. So earlier trade was $4.75. It went up a quarter. Not playing BP. I don't think I'm going to play any of the energy earnings. You bought at $4.80. Well, when did you buy it? Did you buy it before the run-up? You may have just overpaid because of the spread. It's the only thing I could think of. But that one, because you're paying for time. That contract's worth like $175. Everything else is just time value on that. Looks like someone sold a spread here. When it was $14.50. So then you just paid too much? So when did you buy this? So you had to have bought it months ago. I don't know if that makes any sense. Interesting. I guess it was at 485, but when the stock was at 14, I mean the contract was going a lot cheaper. But you probably just bought it into volatility, if that's the case. Yeah, GSK has been taking market share even from Pfizer. That's who Mr. Bola was talking about the other day. And then Hollis, again, $29.50 offer. Redfin, you've been saying it. Rolls-Royce for the long term. Aren't they getting the cars back? Otherwise, it's just the engines, right? Hollis making another move up. Will it go? It could get up there, but not until the offer's like confirmed, or just like, we have a video on buyouts. Like, remember, when a company gets an offer, even if they accept it, sometimes it'll trade a couple dollars below the price. So you're buying it at like a premium, or you're buying it at a price, and like the difference between what it's at and what it goes for, you have to kind of hold. AAP again? Oh, no, that's APP. So, like, if a stock is getting a buyout at, like, $100, sometimes it might go up to, like, 93 to 95 and trade, like, 5% below the price, because then you have to hold the stock until that goes through. Does that make sense? So, Holly could go up, but it may not go to $29.50. It may just hover right below it. And then, again, you have to see what the company says, if they decline it, if they accept it, so on and so forth. But right now it's almost 15 below. So yeah, every company is different depending on the odds or whatever it may be, and like what people think about it and the risk to reward. And then again, interest rates are 5, right? So if current interest rates are at 5% and you don't know when it's going to close, it should be 5% below. Then everything after that is what everybody else would have to factor. So it has room to move. It could definitely go a lot higher, but it's not going to go to 29. And then where it has as low or how low, that's hard to say. Jamie Dimon says Washington faces a global market rebellion over record U.S. debt. It's a cliff we're going 60 miles an hour over. The global economy is approaching the point of no return, courtesy of mounting government debt, believes J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. Jamie want mountain fast. Debt, global debt, yum yum. Imagine the government like bailing out a bank and then giving you a deal of a lifetime, and then you're like, yeah, the government just keeps giving out too much money. You're like, what? That's cold. So you just don't want no one else to get that, huh? That's crazy. WPP, ACTG, a lot of random run. What's this? Acacia. It's at 428, but it's not loaded on the chart. VTGN, Pinterest, bro, another 52-week high. They're killing it. Oh, shit. We had an old Pinterest leap, but they exercised it. That's in the money. I'm going to sell those. Apparently, I have 100 shares of Pinterest up 56%. I'm going to sell those. Yeah, $1,500 profit. I sold those. I didn't even know those existed. I remember. I was like, don't I have one of those somewhere? They exercised it, but now I got the shares. Well, that's why shares are good. You're adding 20K to the long term. What are my recommendations? Unfortunately, I don't have any recommendations. I could only show you what I did. And recently I grabbed Pfizer, but I am this year, again, I think a good mix of dividends and growth. It really depends on how your portfolio is set up right now. So if you're adding 20K to the long term, what do you have in the long term now? And then also, too, do you plan on keeping this 20K in there? Do you plan on keeping it for 10 years? As long as minimum. So that's a good place to start. But lately, people have asked some long-term questions, and, there's a lot of opportunity. I think this year is going to be all about buying the names that have value. But the one thing we've been talking about is, the number one question I'm asking everybody is, what do you already have? So, let your portfolio speak to you. You know what I'm saying? If you still have other names, if you have built out, you got the names on the low, you have dividends already, you could get some growth, and then vice versa. If all you have is growth names, then maybe look for some of the value plays that are still dividends. Those could go a long, long way. Keeping it as the beginning of another LT. Not for so just this is like a brand new portfolio. So I would make sure you keep a little bit available, but you could start off with $5,000 to $7,000. Pick a couple of base names, split up between growth and dividends, and then every month you could start outlaying the rest of it till you get to 20K. And you could spend like $9,000. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That'll give you 6 months. Or you could go $5,000 and give yourself, another more. Holly's on the high again, $26. So it's up to you. It's up to you. But I go value. So Snapchat's kind of high. So again, an MO is a high yield, but lower, it's a higher yield, but higher risk. Maybe you could throw in a little bit of MO to get your yield up, but then I would go for more of a blue chip name that has more stability. So any brand new long term, again, there's a lot of names. If you're going to shoot growth and dividends, you could go after the cheap names that have a lot of upside, but I would make sure you get a good anchor in there. So as you're starting to get your first positions, go with a name that is just, maybe even if it's up a little bit, try to get something with a very, very solid base. Like a Coca-Cola, or a Procter Gamble. Procter Gamble's kind of up. Holly's starting to run now a little bit more, but that is something we've talked about a lot. Crocs is up a lot. I think that's a growth name, but Crocs isn't like a Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? The other day I was looking at Randy's portfolio. This is where a lot of people are making mistakes, is that you're just not going to add solid-ass names to your portfolio. Again, we added a lot of value plays, and we have some names there, but, we have the Airbnb or the Abivis of the world. We have Coca-Cola, JP Morgan. You want names that are just stone-cold, solid, that no matter what are always going to be there. And then you could add smaller amounts of whatever else you want and let it build out from there. But you want names that just, your money is practically always going to be protected in there no matter what. Yeah, Pepsi, even like Nike. Again, somebody brought UPS. I actually like UPS, even though you could wait till earnings tomorrow. Maybe it goes up, but that one's, again, like UPS isn't going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, get some names that are, make sure they're lower than last year, right? That's why, like, UPS is trading $30 lower than last year. It's still up on the multi-year, but in general, the idea here is it's like it's a quality-ass name. Again, Coca-Cola's still below last year, which I like. It is up a decent amount, but it's like, dude, Coca-Cola's not going anywhere. Xbox names Activision's Matt Cox to run Call of Duty. Smartlist Podcast Group signs a $100 million deal with Sirius, Spotify, and Amazon. Spotify's been killing it. See, but I wouldn't buy Spotify again. I love Snapchat, right? But Snapchat is literally up almost, it's up over 100% on the year. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't really like those, more or less. Even Airbnb, I love Airbnb, but Airbnb isn't really one that I would be grabbing there. I love Uber, but that one, it's up 100% for us and up on the year too. But there's some good, I like Pfizer, but Pfizer still has risk. Look at the chart. It's definitely cheap, 6% yield, but they have their own little risk. Starbucks is one of those. It's like cheaper than last year, up from the lows, but like that's a solid name. There is some downside, but I like them. We've talked Nike and Hershey's, so just get one of those names. You know what I'm saying? Get one solid name and then build out the rest. But, you put some quality, high-quality names. You anchor the portfolio. It's going to make sure you're good no matter what. I like 3M, but that one's also a value play too. But these are high-quality names, but they're once the high-quality names start yielding more than 5%, 6%, you know something's going up. Well, NVIDIA is too expensive. I don't like, again, we have Meta and we have other names like Netflix, but we waited till they went down. I think you're better off buying, again, Coca-Cola. I'd rather buy Coca-Cola kind of high, still lower than last year. I'd rather buy Coca-Cola than NVIDIA right now. Why? Because Coca-Cola is not going to go anywhere. I mean, there's not going to be AI soda, and the growth is going to be a little different. But at the end of the day, like a Coca-Cola or Pepsi, I'm much more happier with that. I'd rather get Target than NVIDIA. We will be playing UPS after we do the report, but it just depends on the prices. AI soda, maybe. They may integrate, but I don't know if it's going to save them a lot of money or make them, make their earnings go up 20, 50%. That's what you get with the other ones. AXP, are they at 40 yet? Let's say, yeah, they're 41, 43 to 41. So a couple more cents, I'm down, unless it wants to bounce here. Starbucks earnings we're going to do tomorrow. If it reports tomorrow after the bell, we're going to do that report tomorrow. Today we're only going to do the ones for after the bell and then the ones for after or pre-market. Yeah, Uber is insane. I think it got a what's it called? The CNBC pump? It's crazy. We sold the 70 calls. It's almost there. No. Intel is up a lot from last year. I think they're kind of in the middle there. That one you're going to have to make your own determination. I just, ever since they cut the dividend and then went up 100%, I have not been the biggest fan. ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're feeling good, man. Happy Monday. Yeah, we got some earnings previews on the way. But first, we must talk some PHILO. And honestly, the PHILO today, it relates to a lot of things. You'll see. But as always, not as always, this has been like recent over the last couple of months. Good work, Chattadonia. Again, those of you looking for PHILO, those of y'all looking to do better, the way y'all getting excited, remembering some of it too. And honestly, man, I hope you never forget the PHILOs. And I don't mean just on your mind. What good is remembering something if you don't live it out? You know, I told y'all a couple months ago, I said, maybe calm down on PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't ever want it to get overlooked. I don't ever want it to become something that you get so used to. And like, quite frankly, man, again, what good, if you don't really like PHILO and you always act crazy, great. God bless you. You don't have any responsibility. But honestly, as one of my PHILO people, bro, you got to think about it, man. Let the PHILOs come to life. What good is having the PHILO if it does not change your behavior? And honestly, this is always going to be a struggle because you're going to go back and forth with it. But for real, that's why I do applaud some of y'all making this come real. It's becoming real life, and you're actually getting something out of it, and you can notice the change, and it's actually making something there. The progress towards bettering yourself. It should have fruit, my friends. It should have fruit. So today's PHILO. I love PHILO. I've given you this one before. It was actually one of the verses of the day, and I got to read it all, and I loved it, man. I loved it, bro. I love this story. It's probably one of my favorite parables. I love parables. You know that? I'm a big, big fan of parables. Okay? I'm a big, big fan of parables. And I'll tell you the parable. Once upon a time, there was a judge. Right? And he oh, Harry. Everybody pay attention to the judge. There's a judge, right? And there would be this lady who every day would come up to him and say, my neighbor keeps stealing from me. This person keep robbing me. And he would shoo her away every time. Every time he would shoo her away. And this lady would keep coming back to him over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually, after, dealing with it, he eventually was like, all right, fine. I'm going to look at your case. We'll take a look at this. Okay, I had enough of hearing from you. Okay, let's look at what the neighbor's actually doing. What does that mean? What do you think we're going to talk about today? If that's the parable, what do I have to tell you? Let's see. I love this one. I really do. Consistency, persistence, second chances, persistence, talk about snitches, guilty or not guilty, judgment, determination. If you keep asking, it'll be given, never quit, determination. Amen. Amen. So you guys get it. It's a very simple one, but I'm going to tell it to you a different way today. You know what I think it's about? I think it's about being annoying. And I don't mean that negatively. If anything, what I hope you get out of this PHILO is that you could turn something that you already have into something good. Turn a negative into a positive, my friend. Think about it. Let me ask you this. How many times have I been asked today about earnings? There's a play coming up. Hey, what's this play? What's the play? What's the play? We going to do earnings? Are you going to play this? Are you going to play this? Are you going to buy this? Are you going to buy this? What about MPW? Are you going to buy MPW? Are you going to buy this? Are you going to buy that? What's going on? What's up with the news? What about the election? Do you know about the election? Can you tell me about the election? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. This proverb is about persistence. It is saying, it says it's in Luke. And he does say, this is akin to the kingdom of God. For real, if that's how it was a godless judge, that's what it was said. The whole idea was that the judge didn't even have a belief. The judge didn't care about religion or belief or anything like that. Again, I shared this one with you not too long ago. Right, but what does he say? He said, learn a lesson from the unjust judge. Even he rendered a just decision in the end. So don't you think God will surely give justice to his chosen people who cry out to him day and night? Will he keep putting them off? I tell you, he will grant justice to them quickly. But when the Son of Man returns, how many will find on earth who have faith? How many going to keep that same energy up? My goodness. It's funny because even at the end of it, do you know how the verse ends? If you go all the way to the end of the chapter, it ends with a story about a blind man receiving sight. And what was the blind man doing? Do you know? He heard Jesus was coming and he started making noise. And he kept making noise. And guess what? He was being annoying. See, so I say annoying. I hope you don't think it as negative. Like I'm saying, bro, do you not realize we're all annoying? That's what I was telling. It's funny how we are with things. You don't think it's weird that when we want stuff, we're annoying? I tell my girlfriend this. My girlfriend is so peaceful. She's so calm. I love her, man, for real. But when she wants something, she's annoying. I know when she wants to do something or she wants something because she's annoying about it. She keep bringing it up. You talk about something unrelated, she'll find a way to relate it and bring it up. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Oh, come on. Yeah, that top of mind enthusiasm. Like, yeah, see, look it. You read it. Because it goes on. There's another verse. The disciples are like, nah, stop. Get the kids away. And God said, nah, man, you got to have the kingdom of God, bro. He said it's like a child. Only those with the heart of a child will receive it. Guess what? What are children like when they want something? And again, some of y'all try to act all adult all the time. But, man, y'all get annoying when you want something. Just like a kid, you want, can I have it? Can I have it? Oh, can I have a candy bar, please? Can I, come on, one. Can I, oh, I want this. Can we go here? Can we go here? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, man. Isn't it funny? Again, he tells separate stories, but they all relate. All within this verse, man. I love it. So, Chad, bro, the reminder today, and again, I don't know if you like the Jesus stuff, the heart of the child. Maybe I said kingdom of God too much for you. But what I'm telling you is to be annoying. And be annoying in the right ways. For real, stop being annoying to people for what? You know what I'm saying? Imagine the times we're annoying with people to not even get anything worthwhile. But we're not even annoying about the things that we want in life. Some of y'all want to make a business. Y'all want to start something. You want to go after something. And you are doing it with so much timidness. It is unreal. Oh, I'll start tomorrow. Oh, I'll do it later. Oh, maybe I'll wait till this person call me back. I'll wait until this happens. And then once this happens, then I'll start. I'll start saving once this turns around. Oh, come on, Chad. Be annoying. And I hope you don't take it negatively. If you're being annoying to get nothing good and worthwhile for your life, then take it negatively. Go ahead, sure. That's when you should. Because I feel bad when I'm annoying and it's not for anything good. Are you feeling me? I'm being annoying for stuff that's not going to progress me towards my goal or mission or give me something worthwhile. Great. Feel bad about that. Go ahead. But what about the other things? Like, seriously. Like, bro, I want to see again. You know what I'm saying? That's something you should be annoying for. Yo, I got a shot. Some of y'all are young. You still have something. You worried about what's going to fail and not. Well, guess what? It hasn't failed yet. So you should be annoying for turning that thing around. Oh, come on. So, Chad, today's PHILO, to start off the week number 5. I want you to hold the double-edged sword of annoying. Don't forget, learn from the unjust judge. Again, that's the whole concept. Well, I think it's God. I think God works like that. That's why I said it. That's why it's a parable. But that's a principle for how the world works, even if you don't believe in God. Do you know that? You all said the phrase, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. This is how life works. If you keep approaching something over and over and over again, you will get what you want. If you are relentless towards it, you will get it. And guess what? Thankfully, we've all been trained in this. Every single one of us could be annoying. Every single one of us knows how to be annoying. It's funny. I know some people are like, what do I do? I'm like, you know what to do. The way you keep asking what to do is a part of it, which is good. You know that? That's part of it. At least you're asking, how can I get better? How can I get better? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Great. Now apply that to everywhere that's worthwhile. So Chattadonia is very simple. Learn from the judge. Start screaming for what you want and keep screaming. And at the end it says, who's going to be like this on the day of return? Imagine living through a life year after year after year and the judge turning you down. Are you still going to be able to demand something? That's another one. That's the deeper lesson at the end of this. You know that? That's where it all ends up at the end of the day. Because it's not saying, the paradox of this verse is that it says how quickly you will get a response, but then it ends with this whole open-ended thing telling you what it's going to be like when people actually have to wait. It doesn't matter. Do you remember the whole if not clause? Oh, come on. Y'all need that if not clause in life. Do you get it? I'm going to be annoying for the things that I want and that are worthwhile. Whether I get a response soon, and if not, I'm still going to do it. You make that up in your mind, you apply that, my friend, you're going to have a great year. And guess what? Even if it's not a great year, you're going to be set up for the next one. Maybe the next year's not great. Even then, you will be ready to go. So again, I say that because I don't want any of y'all hyped up like, oh, my life going to change tomorrow. It's not. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But again, I will ask, how persistent are you with it? Are you being annoying with what you want as you are with everything else that doesn't matter? So I hope you understand. I hope you take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are hydrated, healthy, ready to go. Make sure you're subscribed. I don't know why I said hydrated, healthy, ready to go. That's it. Thumbs up on the video. It's like I already butchered it. That's it. That's the PHILO, man. That's the PHILO. Be annoying, baby. Be annoying, man. Be annoying. That's what we need. That's what we need, man. That's what we need. God bless. God bless. Amen. That's your PHILO. All right, now we'll get earnings previews in a little bit. Oh, we don't have the press briefing? It says it's going to be starting soon. Be annoying. For the right things, bro. For real. For real, though. That's what I'm saying. You like being annoying for the Mike Tyson. But how annoying are you with finding that property we talked about on Friday? You should apply the same tenacity. And that will be more worthwhile. All day. Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm annoying. You guys, some young people get annoyed by me. Imagine. I'm telling you. The same tenacity towards everything that is actually going to change your life. That is actually going to give you progress. Oh, my goodness. That's it. So on that note, I'll give you some post PHILO. This one comes out in a couple of days. A couple of days. Josh cooked him respectfully. Well, you got timed out for that, but no, I mean it though. It's good. Not meant to cook anybody. It's saying that's there. I like the persistency on any level. You know that? I see persistence even if it's annoying. It shows something. That's the whole point. Even the unjust judge will notice. Oh, man. They don't feel me. The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not
evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
We get that soon. All right, press briefing. They're lining up here. So I'm going to get these previews once they start. So you guys might have to wait a little bit. Penning it like in Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. So you get it on Wednesday. Tuesday night, technically, I think. Yeah, Iran. Well, they said they're going to retaliate, but they don't know to what extent. What's his name? Pat Ryder was on Bloomberg this morning. He's saying, I don't want to telegraph it. He didn't want to telegraph anything. So we'll see. We'll see. Blinken's live. Oh, there it is. Perfect timing.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, this outfit hits, bro.
A couple things at the top.
The white on red is basic, but I like it.
We'll get started. As the president said over the weekend,
I feel like Donald Trump will wear that suit.
And across
I feel like
the
Donald
aisle
Trump
to
gonna
make
wear a
real
white
progress
suit when he
on
come
one of
back
the
in
most
the office.
important issues we
Or
are
if, I
facing,
guess.
securing our border. Now we need Speaker Johnson to step up and provide the authorities and
they
resources.
coming out swinging. All
We
right, I'm
requested
gonna
to
get these
secure the
previews
border.
ready, and then
I
we're
wanna
gonna
point
get into
out,
earnings,
one thing
baby.
to all of you.
Ooh.
Until recently, Speaker Johnson has also advocated for new resources and new legal authorities via legislation to secure the border. The Trump administration argued the same thing with the full-throated endorsement of then Congressman Mike
Full-throated?
Johnson. For his part, over the last 2 months, President Biden and his team have been working with a bipartisan group of senators to put together the toughest, and the fairest border security bill in history. This bipartisan agreement would deliver the resources the president asked for in his supplemental, like 1,300 new Border Patrol agents,
Is that the word, or am I
375 new
tripping?
immigration judges,
I thought it was
1,600 new
full
asylum
throttled.
officers, 100
throttled.
cutting-edge inspection machines to catch fentanyl. It would also provide
Okay,
a
SMCI, I
president
think we're
with
gonna
a
skip
new
that one.
emergency authority
I don't
to
have a
secure
preview,
our
and they
border
pretty
when
much
it
already
becomes
reported.
overwhelmed. And as you heard from the president, he would use that authority if the bipartisan agreement became law. Now, if Speaker Johnson continues to believe, as President Biden and Republicans and Democrats in Congress do, that we have an imperative to act immediately on the border, he should give this administration the authority and funding we're requesting to secure the border. Now, after 3 months, or 3 months ago, President Biden issued a landmark executive order to ensure that America leads the way in seizing the promise and managing the risks of AI. The order directed sweeping action to strengthen AI safety, security project, and protect Americans' privacy. Advance equity and civil rights, stand up for the consumers and workers, promote innovation and competition, advance American leadership around the world, and more. Today, Deputy Chief of Staff Bruce Reed convened the White House AI Council consisting of top officials from across government. Agencies reported that they have completed all of the 90-day actions tasked by the EO, including using the Defense Production Act to compel developers of the most powerful
there's a
AI
couple I
systems
don't have for today.
to report vital
But
information.
then again, only the main
and they
ones
have
matter.
drafted a proposed rule to
So
compel
good. Not too
U.S.
many after
cloud
hours
companies
today.
to report on providing
But I will get you the
computing
ones for
power,
tomorrow morning.
computing power to foreign governments. President Biden's directive to his team has been to move fast and fix things. In just 90 days, the Biden-Harris administration has taken the most sweeping actions of any country to harness the promise of AI while putting in place strong guardrails to protect against the risk. 15 years ago, then President Obama signed the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act into law, marking a victory in the fight for equal pay. To build on the progress we've made under this law today, President Biden announced new actions to advance pay equity for the federal workforce and employees of federal contractors. These new actions will help pay millions of workers fairly, close gender and racial wage gaps, and result in tangible benefits for government workers. These policies are good for workers, our economy, and American families. They advance pay equity and strengthen the economic security of women across the country. And the president remains committed to building on this work. And finally, I have two shout outs in the room. First, I want to introduce you all to Sam Michel, who is joining us in the briefing room today. He has been loaned to us from USTR. I want to personally thank the administrator for allowing Sam to be with us while Emily is on maternity leave. He'll be, of course, acting Deputy Press Secretary while she's out. We hope you take a moment to come to the back, come to Lower Press, and say hello to Sam. We're very, very happy to have him for these next couple of months. And one more shout out, we want to congratulate Doug Mills on becoming a grandfather. Congratulations, Doug. And welcome you back to the briefing room. I know you've been gone for some time, and we are really excited to have you back. Okay. And again, congratulations. We have missed you, my friend. And finally, I'm going to give it over to Admiral John Kirby, who's going to give an update on the Middle East. Admiral?
Good afternoon, everybody. I know there's a lot of interest, and rightly so, in the attacks, that attack that our troops faced over the weekend in Jordan, an attack that claimed 3 of their lives and sent more than 30 of them to the hospital, some with serious injuries. So I just want to make a few points right at the top. First, the President and the First Lady, as well as everyone in the administration, send their condolences to the family of those who were killed. No Blue Star family ever wants to become a Gold Star family. And sadly, there are now 3 more families on that roster. It's hard to imagine the grief that they're feeling right now and that they will feel for the rest of their lives. We want them to know that we'll make sure that they get all the support that they need and that we mourn with them. We also wish a complete recovery for all those wounded in this attack. They are receiving and will continue to receive the very best medical care that the military can provide them. Second, these troops were conducting a vital mission in the region aimed at helping us work with partners to counter ISIS. And even as the Defense Department gathers more information about the attack, that mission must and will continue. Third, the counter-ISIS mission is separate and distinct. Indeed, it has been long-standing and unrelated to our efforts to support Israel and to prevent a wider conflict in the region. We do not seek another war. We do not seek to escalate. But we will absolutely do what is required to protect ourselves, to continue that mission, and to respond appropriately to these attacks. Now, I know the first set of questions I'm going to get are, well, what does that look like? What's appropriate, and what response options is the President considering? I hope you can understand why I'm not going to telegraph any punches here from the podium, nor will I get in front of the President or his decision-making. He's met twice with his national security team yesterday and today. He's weighing the options before him. As he said yesterday, we will respond. We'll do that on our schedule, in our time, and we'll do it in the manner of the President's choosing as Commander-in-Chief. We'll also do it fully cognizant of the fact that these groups, backed by Tehran, have just taken the lives of American troops. And I think I'll leave it there. Now, quickly, just on one other topic. Over the weekend, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan held more than 12 hours of meetings in Bangkok with his counterpart from the People's Republic of China, Director Wang Yi. Mr. Sullivan and Director Wang took stock of progress on key issues following the meeting between President Biden and President Xi back in November. Now, that includes discussing efforts to resume military-to-military communication, which has occurred, addressing artificial intelligence, safety and risks, and advancing bilateral counter-narcotics cooperation. In fact, the launch of a working group on counter-narcotics will begin tomorrow in Beijing. Our delegation will be led by Deputy Homeland Security Advisor Jen Doskow. The two sides also held constructive discussions on global and regional issues, including those related to Russia's war against Ukraine, the Middle East, of course, the DPRK, the South China Sea, and Burma. And they also discussed cross-strait issues. Some of that. Take some questions.
Thanks, John. A couple of just basic fact pattern questions. Can you confirm that the initial reports suggest that the attack drone that killed the U.S. forces was misidentified for a U.S. drone that was returning to that base?
I cannot.
Can you update us on has the U.S. definitively confirmed attribution of the attack beyond just vaguely Iran-backed militias? Do you have a specific militia group that you know launched this attack?
We're still working our way through that right now.
You said that the president was still weighing his options. Does that imply that the president right now has not made a decision how he wants to respond?
I won't get ahead of the president's decision making. As I said, he met twice with the national security team, including not very long ago. When we have something to speak to, we'll speak to it.
And speaking to it, will we hear directly from the president? Will he speak to the American people about this attack and his response when it happens?
Well, he mentioned it yesterday in South Carolina. I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to, but I have no doubt that he'll continue to communicate with the American people about how important it is that these missions continue and that our troops and our facilities are safe.
And last one for me, has the president directed any change to force posture in the region to protect American troops there?
We don't talk about force posture changes one way or another, and we certainly don't pre-announce them, particularly when it comes to areas on the ground that are potentially under threat. I can just tell you that the president's confident that the Defense Department under Secretary Austin will do what they got to do to look after force protection issues.
John, do you expect the president would go to Dover for the dignified transfer when these Americans are returned to the United States?
I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to.
Given the fact that while there are Americans in harm's way frequently, it has been a while since we have had this kind of an incident resulting in deaths. Do you think that is a consideration of the public type of response? There are a range of responses the president could use. They go from, military strikes to sometimes it's cyber, sometimes it's things the public cannot see. Do you believe this event rises to a level where whatever the president's decision is would have a public, we would know when?
You mean you're going to know? Well, again, without getting ahead of the president's decision making, I won't do that. And as I said in my opening statement, I'm not going to telegraph punches. We'll make these decisions on our own time. As I said, the president will choose for himself how he wants to respond. And as I said in the opening statement, we'll do it fully cognizant of the fact that now,
okay, I'm gonna go pee.
Just
put out the stream alert.
And what just
happened?
happened.
We'll get ready for
American
previews. I'm
lives have
missing
been
a
taken.
couple, but we got some good ones for
his
tomorrow.
decisions, whatever they are, will be informed by all those circumstances. What that looks like and when that comes, I'm just not able to say right now.
Thanks, Admiral. Was this strike in Jordan fundamentally different than what American forces have been facing for months now? In other words, does the U.S. believe this was a deliberate attempt at escalation?
It's fundamentally different now because we have 3 families who just got the worst possible news. That's different. And the scope of the wounded now, more than 30 injured, some of them seriously, that's also different. And it's possible that the number of wounded could go up. As you may know, traumatic brain injury symptoms, for instance, don't present themselves right away, and that is a very serious physical injury itself. But this wasn't the first drone attack on an American facility in the region. There have been others. And the fact that this one had lethal consequences doesn't mean that the previous ones weren't intended by these Iran-backed militias to have that same effect. This time they killed Americans, and they wounded a lot of them. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't have preferred that outcome in the past.
An official has told ABC News, confirming the report about how the troops there had mistakenly identified the drone as one of their own. Can you talk about how this might have gotten past the defense systems at Tower 22?
I think I'm going to let the Defense Department talk about the forensics on this. I'm sure that they are already picking it apart and trying to figure out how this happened, and it'd be inappropriate for me to get ahead of that.
And in your interviews all morning, you didn't rule out a strike in Saigon. Can you just talk a little bit about the array of options in front of the president? And, for instance, could this be in phases? Could we see a smaller scale one, then a larger scale one later? Like what's the array of options?
No, I'm not going to do that. I appreciate the question. That's why I tried to take it out of the consideration in my opening statement. I'm simply not going to talk about that right now.
Do you think this could complicate the ongoing ceasefire negotiations to release more hostages?
There's no reason that whatever our response is, there's no reason for that to have an impact on our ability to try to get these hostages released. And as I said last week, so I can say today, those discussions are ongoing. We believe they have been constructive and are moving in a good direction. Don't want to sound sanguine here. There's a lot of work left to be done. We don't have an imminent deal to speak to, but based on the discussions we've had over the weekend and in recent days, we feel it's moving in a good direction.
Thanks, great. John, how does the president balance a desire to not see escalation in the region with a decision to respond?
That's the hard part of it, isn't it, Jeff? I mean, that's what being commander-in-chief is all about, is acting in accordance with our national security interests. What's unacceptable to those interests and what has to be done to protect those interests. There's no easy answer here. And that's why the president is meeting with his national security team, weighing the options before him. He'll do that as he's done in the past in a very careful, deliberate way so that our national security interests are best preserved.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. All right, guys, enough press briefing. Now it's time for the earnings briefing featuring Josh Pierre. Well, listen, I think it's very clear, you guys. If you want to know all of the earnings, you got to watch the 2 standard deviation tutorial. Okay? That's it. I think we made it very clear. This earnings and the earnings administration, they know very well you can get cucked on all of these plays. We've made it very clear if you are gambling on options with money you need from the long term, that is very frowned down upon. Okay, next question. Okay, anyways. Chattadonia, it is time for earnings. We're missing like Cleveland Cliffs. Otherwise, every other one, I don't even think it matters that much. I do think the big ones, I got First 5 and then Whirlpool. Those are going to be the only ones we're doing for today after hours. I mean, if you want to get Cleveland Cliffs, I don't know how many. I think that one's related to the buyout stuff too, right? Or whatever they got going on. So I don't think it matters too much. But Whirlpool and First 5, those will be it. But like I already said here, in all seriousness though, no jokes, man, for real. What I'm going to do is the tutorial live. I'm not going to explain it as much, but that's why I'm hoping you watch the tutorial if you're ever confused about what numbers I am trying to do. The whole goal of what this little exercise on earnings that we're doing is to find out what is 2 standard deviations, what sort of strike prices would be where you would be at if you fell outside of a normal earnings reaction. That's all we're looking for. You could use this as a guide. It's not to say every play is here. None of these are going to be a recommendation, but for real, I was talking about it on the live watch list. You know, it's very simple, man. I hope this helps you have tools. I hope that you learn how to use this, but you can use all of this against yourself. You know, if you do try to use this and gamble a lot and play every single play, use money that you need, none of this is gonna be fun. You know what I'm saying? So just be very careful, be wise with this. Do not let this earning strategy blow up your account, because if you have no discipline with it, you play everything and you're just shooting to shoot, thinking that they're all gonna hit. It's not gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna have how you would think it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Deckers is later in the week, so every day, if you want to go over an earnings company, we're doing this every day. So today we're going to do the companies that report after the bell, and then I'm going to do all of the companies that report tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow we're going to do the ones after the bell like Microsoft and AMD, and then we're going to do the Boeings and the MasterCards and the Novos, and so on and so forth. So Decker we will be doing Thursday before the bell rings. Got it? Good. All right, so let's get into the first one. SMCI, I don't have it, but I don't think we need to do it again. They already had their earnings. If you want to see what's priced in, remember, they already came out with their like pre-earnings thing, but to give you an idea of what's priced in on SMCI, it looks to be about $52 still, which is kind of mind-boggling considering how it's already moved, but that's about right. $52, that'd be $104 either direction, so that would be a 583 contract, which would cost you $580. Or again, another $102 to the downside would be $383, and that would be $190. So yeah, still kind of expensive, but I don't have the earnings preview. I don't think you need it there unless you're a psycho. Same thing with Cleveland Cliffs. Again, we'll go over that one real quick too. Pricing in about $1.20, it looks like, $18.50. Yeah, about $1.18. Yeah, we'll do $1.20, so like $2.40 either direction. So you go to the next week contract, $2.40 to the upside would be $20, $21 flat, 13 cents, not bad. And then $2.40 to the downside would be what, $16.20? So these 16.50s, so $16.50 to 21. Those aren't too much if you're into Cleveland Cliffs. We can see how they moved a little bit. Again, I don't have the preview, but I do. Weren't they caught up in some buyout shit or something like that? Maybe the upside contracts could be good, low key. Now that I think about it, even with the contracts, let's take a look at those calls. We said 21s for next week. So letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. Yeah, these things ain't moved for shit. But they kind of have their weird little premium. What about the 19s? Very illiquid. And a lot of people on the puts there. Let's see. Oh, they kind of moved from the last earnings. They did go as high as 21. But yeah, they may be a cuck. I like the calls, though. I think one call, we'll come back to that. If we don't spend a lot of money on everything else, I think one, it's kind of expensive for a $20 stock. You're paying 10% if you really think about it. So it's kind of up there. Maybe shares, but I do, again, a small one, maybe a little further, but I don't know if that would have to like really, really surprise. But not bad. But now for the one with the first preview, this is one I brought up on the watch list yesterday. First five. So again, Nucor, I don't know. Do you guys want to see NUE? Let's do NUE real quick on the option chain so you guys could get a ganda. So NUE, Nucor, they're pricing in what, 930? 175.50, 990, and minus the 50, yeah, 950. So $19 both ways. So would that be 189, 194 to the upside? 30 cents, honestly, it's not too bad. And then 18 to the downside would be what, 19? Well, I need to calculate. I'm not good at the subtraction as much. You know what I'm saying? My bad, bro. My bad. $156. So 60. What was the call side we said? I'm just clicking everything. Said the 192s, right? Let's see, Nucor. How do you see what's priced in so quickly? It's right here. It says plus or minus on the week of the call. Yeah, it has to be the week of earnings, but it'll say plus or minus, and then I just go in my head and I look at the money strikes, and that's pretty much how you add up both of them. And that's all you got to do. I just eyeball it real quick. So it's quite easy if you think about it. You could do a lot of quick mental math, and then that TD Ameritrade has been on the money a couple of times. So Nucor doesn't really move, but that contract's cheap. I think the call is extremely cheap. 60 cents for $200. You could even go for the 195s, but you need it to move. So it's cheap only if there's a big event. Are you guys following? So like the problem is it doesn't really move too much, but if it does move, I mean, that one is going to blow it out of the water. So I'll show you their last earnings. Like their last earnings was October 23rd. They went from like what? They didn't even do shit. I guess they went up from 140 to 148, $7. And then July 24th. They went 160 to 173. That one's a decent one. That was a $10 move. But again, a $10 move, you would still be out of the money. And then April 20th. Did it go high? Yeah, it still moves, but it hasn't moved more than $10. So this is a new court. So again, if they surprise, that contract's a good deal. Again, the 192 for $58. But I'm not playing that one. It doesn't move though. So again, it's priced cheap because it hasn't had a big move like that. So that's the only downside. But that is new core. And then now let's go to first five. This is the one I brought up on the watch list. They're not really pricing in too crazy, but I've played this one in the past. I've hit like a 3,000%er on first five, but it doesn't always move. So they're expected to do 684 million, guidance of 675 to 690. So analysts are right in the middle. Non-GAAP gross margin 82.5 versus 83.5, right there in the middle again. Non-GAAP operating 33.3, EPS of 304 versus 297 to 309. Deferred revenue 1.81. Billing 719, next quarter guidance 673.5 million, non-GAAP gross margin of 82.6, non-GAAP operating 32.6, EPS of $2.96, deferred revenue of 1.82 billion, and billings of 684 million. Guidance for the full year expected to be EPS growth of 5.7 year over year, revenue growth flat to low single digit decline, non-GAAP gross margin 82 to 83, non-GAAP operating 33 to 34, tax rate 21 to 23. Since last quarter, October 24th, they're up 22.3. S&P is up 14.6 and XLK up 23. Near-term options imply a 6% move last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 6, loss of 2, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten consensus 5 of the last 15 with 1 in line. So really, they're right there at the money. They haven't moved in a while. Again, like last year, we hit first 5, I believe, a couple of times. Even the years before that, you could see on the options, it's been more back and forth. But the last year, they really haven't had a move. So let's see what's priced in. Oh, so no weekly options, only next week. So they're pricing in like what, $12.40? So $25. It looks like. So 184.6 plus 25. That leaves us, wait, I did the wrong number. 209.60. So 210s. 50 cents. It's not bad, first 5. 50 cents for the first 5s. And then 16 minus 25. 159.60. 160 is 55. $100 both ways. So that seems about right. It hasn't moved in a while, but if it does, that one will be a hit. And you get a little bit more of time. Wow, those are a little higher. Interesting. The puts are a lot better of a value. And calls, it just depends. I'm down. Let's throw this one out there. Let's see what we get. Oh, I got filled at 55? Fuck yeah. All right, I got the call for 55 cents. And then I'll go cheaper on the put. I'll save me $20. All right, I got the put for 33. So 80, about $90 both ways. That was a good fill. I'm surprised. Actually, they all came down to 55 now. So there you go. Ta-da. Welcome to liquidity. So first 5 both ways. Oh, yeah, right? Any weeklies like that are pricing in the FOMC. That is true. But I would keep it. I'd rather be safe than sorry, though. You know, so still factor it in. Because, again, the higher the number, the better. Because if it's harder, if it's still a good price, then even better. So remember, though, first 5 hasn't moved big in a year. That's the only issue. So it's still kind of expensive, and if it doesn't move, we're clapped. But if they finally get like a big, what's it called, a big move, then you'll actually get something decent. That one's for first 5. So not a recommendation. We did 210 call, 55 cents, and then 155 put for 33. I went a little further on the put just to save me a little bit of money. And then again, this one, it can move big, but it hasn't had a move bigger than 6% in over a year. So depending on how that plays out, that's probably going to determine how it'll end up moving. So if we get a surprise, it'll move. If it plays out like the last 4 earnings, we're going to lose on that one. But that is for first 5. The next one in line, I think we have Whirlpool. So this one's also an interesting one. Oh, wait. I thought I had Pulte. Oh, no. That's it. Yeah, this is the last one for today after hours. So, again, first 5 is after the bell. Oh, shit. I closed that one out. So this next one is for Whirlpool. Whirlpool. Oh. Yeah, so remember, they had a big move last time. Oof. Yeah, their chart is crazy. This is kind of like a Pfizer type play. They're just a lot more expensive. Whirlpool could be very interesting. So let's see what the preview says. Their revenue expected to be $4.98 billion, operating income $303.2, free cash flow $1.16 billion, EPS of $3.53. Since last quarter, October 25th, they're down 12.1. S&P is up 16.3, and XLY is up 15.1. So they're underperforming. What's it called? XLY is that consumers? Yeah, consumer discretionary. They're underperforming that and the S&P. Near-term options imply 7.3% move. That's big. The last 4 quarters, loss of 16, loss of 3, loss of 6, and gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 11%. So they're pricing in a lot. 7% is already high. So keep that in mind. That means if it has a big move, it still may be hard to hit. So February, $9.08. We use the 117s. 880, 940. I got 940 at the money. This one's saying 9. We could use 940. So 940 is what? 1880. So 135.8. 60 cents still. You're at that sweet spot. Again, it's a higher price stock. But again, first 5 is almost double the price. And you spent the same amount. So that's a little bit of that premium hitting you. And then 98.2. The puts are a little bit better priced. I don't know how they've moved here. Oh, there's no volume on these ones. I'm trying to see like a price history over the last couple days. And then what do you say? 135.8. Kind of expensive, though. Stock is expensive. You got to pay for it. And then SPY breaking out to a new high. I want to play Whirlpool. I kind of might just go, I don't know. I don't want to do what I do every time. I might go one way, but I think we'll come back to it. Because there's other plays out there today. Just coming into tomorrow. So I don't want to spend the money yet. We'll come back to it. I like it, though. I don't think it's too bad. Honestly, I think you're paying for the last earnings, how it's moved, and then it is priced a little bit higher. The puts are a better price, though, but they're underperforming. But I like it for the most part. I'm not going to make a play on it, but those are the prices. So it'll be like 135 and then 98 or 99. Those would be the strike prices. Approaching highs of Friday. Let's see. 4903. 3 points off of a new all-time high. So that's all the earnings for today. Again, Whirlpool first 5. I'm not playing the Whirlpool yet. We'll see if we come back and we still got some money. Now let's get into tomorrow. The big dog. Pfizer. Travis Kelce. What? So I have it as JAB. J-A-B for some of y'all. I mean, I feel like it's easier to identify. But Pfizer is the next one we're going to go over. Let's pull up their chart here. They don't really move on earnings too much, do they? I don't think so. That's the ironic part. So revenue is expected to be $14.23 billion. Expenses, SI&A 3.92, adjusted R&D 4.37, EPS loss of 18 cents a share. Since last quarter, October 30th, they're down 10.1. S&P is up 17.5, and healthcare is up 11.8. Near-term options imply 4.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 0, loss of 1, loss of 0, gain of 1. They do not move at all on earnings, but they are pricing in 4%. So by default, you're kind of paying a lot, but again, you could kind of see their chart whether or not they're going to actually surprise. But revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see what they're pricing in. Pricing in $1.16. It's pretty accurate. I'm seeing like $1.10. We'll go with 116. Oh, it's like what? 236 or 232. So 27.59 plus $2.32. $29.91. So you could get the, let's see, 991. The 2950s. 2950s are the 30s. I mean, I'd kind of be down for the cheap. This is, honestly, it's pretty cheap. Even then. And that would be the downside. Minus what? We said 232. $25.27. So 2550s. Yeah, I'm kind of down. We'll just grab the... I'm going to grab one of these for $8. This one we could play cheap. Why not? $8 to the upside. And then $8 to the downside. You know, and it's not supposed to move, so $16 both ways. Might as well. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. In this case, we did the what? $30 call, $25.50 put. Not bad. Yeah, $16 for both ways. I mean, I'm not really complaining. Someone just got filled at 6. What the hell? But again, I'm only putting $16 for both directions. So, yeah, it has a low chance. But then again, I think Pfizer is very pivotal. So that's why I kind of like it. I would want to add more money, but if I could play it cheap, you know what I'm saying? Might as well. Might as well get the cheap one. And we see what happens. We got filled at 4. Nice. No, they don't move on earnings. So last 4 earnings, they haven't moved more than 1%. So again, considering how much they've been murdered, I'm feeling like they could have something here. But then again, if history repeats itself, they're probably not going to do anything. So the next one now is General Motors. So remember, these are all for tomorrow morning. Oh, there's GM. Kind of chilling. So GM, they're expecting $38.8 billion in revenue, adjusted EBITDA $1.8 billion, EPS $1.16. Price history since last close up 20%, or last quarter. S&P up 15.6, and XLY discretionaries up 2.5. Near-term options imply a 5.4% move. Loss of 2, loss of 4, loss of 4, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 12 out of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Yeah, February 9th. I was like, did I buy those? I did. So GM, not too bad. Honestly, it doesn't really move too much. It's pricing in what it's moved on average there. So $1.84. Was that right? Yeah, like $1.50. We'll do $3. I'll go a little lower. So $3 to the upside, 38, 25 cents. So you're paying more for that than damn Pfizer. And then 32 to the downside. Puts are a little bit cheaper. So $32 put, 35 or 38 for the call. Calls were up a little bit more. 32. Puts were up, and they came down. I don't know. I don't like GM, but it's decent. It's cheap. You could play it like what? $40. I like the puts a little bit more. But $32 put would be the price, and then $38 call for two standard deviations. The ghetto. All right, not bad. Then the next one, we got UPS. Remember, we hit the FedEx, so the real question is, does it play out again, or does it get cucked? Because it did move off of the FedEx. It's at the same price now. Interesting. Yeah, FedEx. What are we working with? Or UPS. Revenue expected to be $25.4 billion. Adjusted operating income $2.82. EPS $2.46. Since last quarter, they're up 8.7. Industrials are up 16.3, and S&P up 16.9. Options imply a 5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 1, loss of 10, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Not bad. So it pretty much moves. It's moved in line with what's priced in, except for one quarter, it just did nothing. So it's either going to move 5% or it's going to do nothing. If they do really bad, they could have a FedEx type move. So $10 exactly. Yeah, 10, 20. No, it's $1. Yeah, $10. So $20 to the upside, 20 to the downside. So that'd be like what, 176? So 175 or 177s, depending on how much you want to spend. And then 20 to the downside would be what, 136? Oof. So you have to pick one. You could probably go out the money there. Let's see. You'd have to go a little bit out if you wanted to make it cheap. So this would be the one. These are the new contracts. They're a little out there, though. I don't know. I'm down to go cheaper on that one. Okay, I got the call should be 175. I'm going with 177 to make it cheaper. And then I'm going to go with a little bit out on the 135 to make that one cheaper as well. That one has a fat spread. Okay, I got that for 34. So $70, honestly. So 135 and then 177. I went a little further out. Damn, someone got 29 on there. Yalla. I got 177. What'd I pay for the ups? 34. No, 33. And then 34 for the put. Playing roulette with options, pretty much. Again, and that's where you guys got to realize it. That's why I'm saying every single warning on there. Just make sure you guys don't go crazy. None of these are really a guarantee. You know, that's why I'm playing on the ones that I think could have an outsized move just because of what they are. But if everything moves in line, I mean, it's going to hit 00. But I'm pumped. Yeah, because they both go 0. Okay. You're all in? No, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. I'll see you tomorrow. Sound fair? Sound fair. Good deal. Good deal. Okay, what's the next one? Next one I think is JetBlue. Yes, JetBlue is next. This one could be interesting. Didn't JetBlue do really good on their last earnings, or was I tripping? What's that? What's the other one? I thought it was the blue one. Yeah, Snap coming up. So is Nvidia. All right, JetBlue revenue $2.29 billion. Equates to loss of 5.4, better end of the December guidance of loss of 7 to 4. So analysts are a little more positive. Non-GAAP operating income loss of $94.6 million. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 4.2. EPS expected to be 27 versus the better end of December 7th guidance of 35 loss to 25 loss. Load factor 81.6. Next quarter revenue expected to be $2.2 billion. Non-GAAP operating income of loss of $159 million. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 7.3. EPS a loss of 45 cents. Load factor of 82.4. Since last quarter, JetBlue is up 30%, 29.6, S&P up 17.5, Industrials up 16.4. Near-term options imply a 15.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, loss of 8, loss of 1, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 11%. My goodness. It's expense. So it's already pricing in a lot. So 2 standard deviations is going to be 30%. So I don't know what you'll expect on this one. And then it's cheaper. It might play out like the SoFi. So if it has a really good move, you might just make like 100%, 150 if you get a really good play. So 538. It's like right in the middle. Well, we'll do 60 cents. So $1.20 be what? 6.50. 8 cents. $1.20 would be 4.10. So $4 or 6.50. I think shares. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna play that one. Too cheap. It's cheap, but the stock is cheap, and again, it's pricing in 17%. Yeah, we did cover Pfizer already. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm going to burn JetBlue. Okay, the next one, I think it's MSCI. This one's like a chip company, right? Or are they just computers? Computer equipment. Oh, I didn't even read the preview. So MSCI expecting $662 million in revenue. Analytics 185.8. ESG and climate 77. All other 59. Adjusted EBITDA expecting $384 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 58.1. EPS of $3.29. Since last quarter, October 30th, MSCI is up 15.1. S&P up 17.5. And XLK up 25.3. Near-term options imply a 5.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 9, loss of 13, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Oh, I said I'm at MSCI, not SMCI. Too many. They got the same letters. If you like me and you swap out the M and the S, it's now SMCI, but it's MSS MS blah 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 blah. MSCI. Pricing in 5. Last 2 times in this year, it's moved double that. So it can move. Let's see the price in on a $500 stock. No weekly, so we're going to have to go with the 31, it looks like. 547. I'll go 28. 29, 30. Yeah, $31. $30. So $60 both ways. That'd be 607. 530. Yeah, and then 60 to the downside is like what, 480? Someone bought it for $1.30. But other than that, kind of that's very expensive. The spreads are ridiculous, yeah. It's like a $200 spread on anything slightly out of the money. But not bad. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. The next one is GLW Corning, one of America's oldest companies. They started out making the glass for trains, if you didn't know. This company's like age old. When were they founded? Corning go way back, bro. They go way back. It says it's an electronic company. When were they founded? Yeah, founded in 1851. Headquartered in Corning, New York. Yeah, bro, they go way back. One of the oldest, bro. 1851. Ain't that cool? But GLW, still on the market today. Still on the market today. So revenue is expected to be $3.26 billion versus guidance of $3.25. So analysts are a little bit more bullish. Gross margin 37.2, operating 16.4, EPS of 39 versus 42. Cash from operations $1.1 billion, free cash flow $658.3 million, capital expenditures $315 million. Since last quarter, October 23rd, GLW is up 14.4, S&P is up 16.1, and XLB is up by 10.8. Materials. Options implied 4.6% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 0, gain of 2, loss of 2, loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. And EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. So GLW looks to be about $1.40, $1.30. 145. We'll go 140, 280. So 280 to the upside will be like what? 31.80. So 32s for 40. $2 to the downside, 28, 10 cents for the downside. Kind of could be. I don't think they're going to move too much. I don't know. 1851 is going to have a move like that. I put CLW. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one too. I don't know if they'll go crazy. They haven't really, not even pricing in a lot. Even on the chart. Netflix breaking out. CLF, we went over the pricing already. I don't have a preview, but those options were kind of cheap. They're a little bit more expensive compared to, which one was it? I like the upside on those, but we already covered that one. It's grandma's glass. Don't go crazy. Okay, the next one. We're getting to the end here. HCA, Healthcare America. All right. HCA revenue expected to be $16.5 billion, adjusted EBITDA 3.3, EPS 5.5, cash from operations $2.52 billion. Last close price history up 18.9 since October 23rd. S&P is up 15.9 and healthcare 9.3. So they're outperforming healthcare. Near-term options imply 6.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 2, gain of 4, break even. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 1 in line. See, only February, so these might be correct. 285, 18, 1840, about $19. We'll go with the 20, make it easier. $40 to the upside would be what? $3.25. 75 cents. 40 to the downside, $2.45. About 80 cents. Kind of expensive. I mean, it is a $200 stock. A lot. We've been paying that same price for the $100 ones. So I don't know. HCA, you might get, again, last year, just like first 5, last year this thing had way bigger moves, or in 2022. So it's up to you on that one, but this one is going to cost you a pretty penny. But they can, again, if they fucking do bad like, what's it called? If they do bad like Humana, that one you might be able to benefit on. Again, that's cheap for the price of $250. And again, they are expecting a 5% move. So what, 240? I'm going to go one way on this one, but usually my one ways last week, they hurt us. One way or another is going to clap you. It's going to clap you, clap you, clap you, clap you one way or another. I'm going to go to 230, further out of the money. Another $10, so that's another, what, standard deviation out of the money? But you get a little bit more time. I grabbed the 235, no calls on that one. Just because I've seen some fucking healthcares get murdered already. Meta's still going up. That's HCA. You see what the stock's pricing in by taking the at-the-money straddle price, and then if you have TD Ameritrade, this is usually within like $1 or so. It'll say plus or minus, and then you go to the week of the option of the earnings. All right, and then the final one, baby. We all made it to our last earnings play. The final one, my friends. Hold on, it's not loading. We're going to be doing AMD tomorrow. These are just for the earnings today after the bell, and then the ones for tomorrow morning. But we are wrapping up right now. All right, the final one. How do you see what's priced in? So go check out the tutorial, how we turned $600 into $7,000. I just posted it this year, but it's the at-the-money straddle price, or if you're on TD Ameritrade, you go to the week of the earnings, and it'll say plus or minus, and that's usually within $1. But the final one is Pulte. A little bit of real estate. Pulte. Oh, wow. What's it called, dude? What was the other one? Was it DHR? Didn't DHI? They got clapped, so Pulte's still holding up. I don't know if they're going to do the same. I did the 235. Or no, wait. Did I do 230? No, I did 230, not 235. You're right. The screenshots I am not allowed to disclose. You can get them at youtube.com/thestockmarket. Yeah, I grabbed the one for 30 cents. I didn't want to spend too much, so I went a little further out. Yeah, the home builders, they did bad the last time. So we'll see. Meta keeps going. All right. Pulte. It's fun to say pulte. You should say it out loud. Sounds like you're saying puto, but it's pulte. Pulte. Puto. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, revenue expected to be $4.47 billion. Closings 8.0 versus guidance of approximately 8. Pre-tax income, home builders 906, financial 28, EPS of $3.21. Price history since last quarter, October 23rd, they're up 49%, S&P up 16, XLY up 13. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 6, gain of 2, gain of 9. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. My goodness, Pulte. All right, PHM. $106, $3 and $2.70. That'll leave $5.80. So $5.80 seems about right. That'd be like what? So $5.80 times 2. Oh shit. $11.60 was 106.38. So 117, 118 to the high side. 40 cents. And then 11.60 to the downside. $94.78. So the 95s. 40 cents. I'm not bad with that. I might go one way on that one again, too. $94s are cheaper, but the 95 is not bad. All right, I grabbed it for 40. Scammers. So I grabbed a 95. Again, it's up 40%. I'm going to just go one way. But then again, all of the ones that were up like 40% and we didn't play, they would all go up. Maybe I'll grab a cheap-ass one to the call side. We said, what, like 118? I'm going to grab a 120 just in case. I've already been burned on too many. Because the ones with momentum, if they've done good, they've found a way to go up. But now I can't play Whirlpool. But I do like Whirlpool. So I grab the 120 call side and then what? 95 put. We went over SMCI, but we're not making a play on that one. It's up. It's crazy. That one's really expensive. Yeah, we did Pfizer already, too. So we're done. That's it. We've done all the earnings plays. We made a play on PHM, HCA, UPS, Pfizer, and First 5. So we got 5 different plays. It's been about 80, and then 16, 96, 120, 150, 185, 220, 250. So $250 for 5 plays. About $50 a play. 5 plays for $250, 5 for $250 deal. 2 of them one way, the rest of them are all both ways. Pfizer, we went both ways, yeah. I like Whirlpool, I really do. Because Whirlpool moved crazy last earnings. That's the only one. But I don't know if I want to go too crazy on that one. Gonna get you one way or another. Which one is it? So yeah, it's like $18. What is that? Like 136 for Whirlpool? It was like 135. Whirlpool is gonna be like 100 both ways, I think. And then 100 flat. Yeah, 98, right? I like the put side on Whirlpool, but I think both ways on that. But yeah, I don't know. I want to save a little bit. But then again, the one I don't play is probably going to hit. But you never know. You never know, homie. I need some puts, homie. That one's for after the bell, too. Yeah. We already spent our budget. You need to pump your brakes and drive slow, homie. Boop, 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 boop. All right, not bad. Not bad. 1147. CRB, bro, that was a biotech. I think first 5 we could get lucky if it finally moves. Otherwise, I think UPS and then Pfizer. That's another one we get lucky. But Pfizer was the cheapest one. Believe it or not, there's nothing priced in for Pfizer. I think both ways. I think the puts on Whirlpool are a little cheaper, but Whirlpool's down 16% on their last earnings. So if they could kind of recover there, you're going to get some nice upside on that one. Whirlpool expected $9 expected move. So double 2 standard deviations is about $18. Netflix on the high, so is Disney. Disney even hitting a new high. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, UPS a little pricey, but that's the one. I mean, FedEx we hit too, and I think there's a lot riding on that. The HCA has a wide. I like HCA, but I only went one way. So no, we ended up going both. I wasn't gonna do. Or no, HCA I did one way. Pulte, I really like the puts, but I just don't want to be it. Every time a name so far has been up 50%. And I played the downside, it would just keep running. So that's why I'm like, I'll just throw my $20 there. Puto. Now, every time I say pulte, you're like, puto. What? It sounds pulte, puto. Pute, puto, pute, puto. It's the same thing, man. Puto home group. I can't help it. I love it. It's a good name, man. It's a good name. You know? It's a good name. Don't be slinging that around. Man, they taught me that. They taught me that one, that word early. I learned that in Mota. That's it. I'm sorry, guys. I know a little bit of Spanish, but, I definitely know the cuss words. And I told you, your grandma said, my bad. Just tell her I'm a gringo. I like calling people gringo, too. It's the funniest thing ever. That's it. So but it's okay, man. I got the approval. Telling you, Middle Easterns, Mexicans, we the same, bro. We the same. Cerveza, yeah. Duh. Don't say that word. It's too offensive. I'm saying pulte. It's not. That's pulte. It's home group. It just sound like the other word. It's Pulte, but like how it's pronounced, I can't. I don't even know if AI could say it. All right, well, we're done with earnings. Cheers to that. Good luck. And we'll see what happens. Don't go too crazy. We are playing roulette. I can't talk now. Blah, 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 blah. But now I need to go to the bathroom. I hope there's time. Yeah, we got time. Power hour in 9 minutes. I'm playing a commercial. What do we got? Oh, CNBC.
More of an out of consensus view.
Yeah,
I think this could be a
Instagram.
value trap for a lot of people. And I know the bullish case on Warner Brothers is they're the second biggest spend on content right after Disney. They have a stellar library of assets, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is they're basically still in the broadcast business, and the broadcast business is just dying with the actuarial tables. I mean, one of the great examples is that when you look at news ratings for the election season this year, they're 50% down all across all the networks. Literally nobody's watching TV anymore. And I think that's a very big problem. And the old adage that content is king, I think, is false, because what Netflix, I think, is proving that in the streaming world, it's actually subscribers that are king. You can always buy content later. And I think that's the danger with Warner Brothers. So I would be a hard pass right now on the stock.
Hard pass. All right. And bad news for television watching. All right. Finally, ResMed shares, except for CNBC. I mean, come on, man. Give me a break. All right. ResMed, shares of that company moving as competitors' sleep apnea's products are pulled from the market. ResMed CEO also saying that weight loss drugs have not lessened the need for sleep apnea treatments. Shares of ResMed up about 1% today and 12% so far this year. Your trade on ResMed.
Right. So this has been, I think, actually a gift to investors in many ways, because they are in a business that is very, very much going to be in demand going forward. The company projects that there's almost 1 billion people across the world that have various sleep disruption problems, including sleep apnea. So the demand going forward is just going to be very steady. And I think the fear that the GLP-1 drugs were going to essentially eliminate the need for this product is proving to be very false. Even in the worst case scenario, it may be just a 15% hit to the overall market. But what they've actually found when they did a study is that most people who actually took GLP-1 drugs actually increased the demand for these products, probably because they want to just maintain their overall health once they get to a sort of a better position. So overall, this has been a great scoop for investors. It's actually bounced quite a lot since then. But again, I think a long-term, very, very steady, almost a recession-proof business, obviously, because this is sort of a demand that's completely outside of any kind of consumer taste.
So it's not a snore.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Talk to me about where you see the market headed. The Fed meets later this week. If it, as most people think, does nothing, what does that do to the market, if anything?
Not much. I think the market expects the Fed to do nothing. Mm-hmm. I think the Fed is going to be far more cautious. I mean, everybody in the world has already talked about the fact that the market is anticipating way too many rate cuts than what the Fed is actually going to do. But I don't know if that's really going to matter, because at this point, if the economy continues to chug along and we still continue to see earnings growth, it may not matter as much for the Fed to cut rates. They will probably ease at very minimum. It's in everything in the markets is a matter of relativity. The fact that they stopped tightening has already created a lot of loose conditions for the market. People are already saying that lending is much better. So all of that should actually point to a more positive market move in the near term.
The mind spins. Don't sleep on ResMed, says Boris Schlossberg. Thank you, my friend. Still ahead, the San Francisco 49ers, Dom Chu, are officially set to take on the Chiefs of Kansas City in the Super Bowl, and Taylor. But just how much will it cost you to see the big game in person? We'll break down the prices.
I could be a sauce. Dom Chu. Ooh. Dom Chu. Ooh. Niners versus Taylor Swift. The Taylor Swifts are coming out in the four-man offense. Looks like Taylor Swift is playing zone. What will the San Francisco 49ers with poop on the highways do? What a battle here. Kansas City, where nobody has ever visited, versus one of the most popular tourist destinations with homelessness and crime everywhere. The battle for the Super Bowl 52. And be the anti-hero. I stare at the sun, but never in the mirror. Brought to you by Taylor Swift in Vegas. The Swifts. '49ers are in Santa Clara. Okay, bro. She's like, no, man, it's not that bad. They miss Santa Clara now. It's Santa Clara now. It's not. It's okay. I like 10% of San Francisco. I like just like certain areas in San Francisco. San Francisco got the best food ever. Everything else is shit. Literally. So that's it. Okay, my sister lived there. She enjoys it. To each their own. You know what I'm saying? I got family who live out in San Fran beyond my sister, man. I'm like, y'all do your thing. You do your thing, man. That's all you. But the food is great. The food is amazing. I don't know how you could mix like street poop and still get that good of food, bro. It's just amazing. But like, I love it. I love it. Y'all got cool malls. That mall, what's the mall in San Jose? I feel like you're at Willy Wonka chocolate factory. It's dope. It's dope. I wonder if you live close to your sis. Do you live in a dungeon? Have I ever told you when I went to her house? Bro, my sister lives in a dungeon. I'm telling you, it's the wildest place ever. I'm like, how do you even live in this? It feels like an old it feels like an 1830s church. They have like weird red carpet. Oh, bro, I told her, I was like, for somebody who don't like church, I'm surprised you chose to move into an old church that looked like, it's the creepiest thing ever. I hate her house. I hate it. I can't. I was like, nah, this is wild. It was wild. And then she like parked next to somebody and the other car parked on her bumper. You know that? The bum like touching bumpers. I'm like, hey, it's 2024. I guess that's whatever y'all into. But I'm like, I can't. Nah, man. I can't do that. What did she respond? She just laughs and then she's like, look at my plants. I'm like, you're crazy. She got like plants hanging out of her fucking balcony window shit. I'm like, all right, man. That's at least you got oxygen. This is insane. I can't do it though. But then again, I love like San Jose. San Jose was nice. Palo Alto was nice. All the like tech areas, I loved it. The city though, there's some good food though, man. I'm telling you. That I learned that I can't talk any smack about San Fran food. It's like OD. It's good. And then people OD outside the restaurant. But okay. I rest my case. HCA, I only went one way. Or another is gonna clap me. It's gonna clap me. One way or another. The Pfizer doesn't move a lot. That's Pfizer literally in the last year has not moved more than 1% on earnings. Even with like, remember that one time it dropped 9% and then it came right back up to break even? That's it. Yeah, Palo Alto is nice. It's just like a suburb. It just doesn't feel like the city. Like it feels like, I don't know. It feels like any random suburb you've probably grown up in. And then just like a bunch of old people. There's a lot of old people, honestly. There's way more old people in Palo Alto than I expected at the beginning. I thought it'd be like all like Sheldon Coopers, but nah, it was just old people. But it was cool. I liked it. Your coworker said touching bumpers while parallel parking was normal. Yeah, they believe that for real. They actually believe that. The Great Mall. I don't know. There's a mall in San Jose, and it's like a party. EMN on the low. EMN dump. Eastman Chemicals. EMN dump. 2% one candle. Bonds are taking off. TLT's breaking out, too. I don't know. TLT's kind of going vertical. TLT hasn't ran like this in a while. Again, EMN. Eastman Chemicals on the low. 2% down. U.S. cuts January borrowing to 760 from 8. That's bullish for bonds, bro. Oh, we're ripping off of that. Yo, United States cuts borrowing estimate to 760. You might be able to get a short-term bond play, but that's very bullish for bonds. Again, we thought Yellen was going to dump. I thought Yellen was going to raise it to $1 trillion. So Yellen just said, I need less money. Come on, that's not, like, that don't happen. That don't happen at all. I could think of so many funny jokes, but we'll just, I'll leave it there. That's big. That's really big for bonds. EMN on the low, and then literally borrowing. Again, we get the number on Wednesday, though, so that's preliminary, but markets are ripping off of that. That was very unexpected, I'm telling you. That's it. So TLT is ripping. Maybe we'll get green back on that again. Let's see. But yeah, TLT again. Watch out for the short term. It might pull back a little bit. You may be able to double dip if you want. Yeah, banks pop in. Watch bond plays. Even then, watch shot. Oh, shit. Where's rate cuts, though? Rate cut odds might rocket. Actually, those are staying kind of chill. Again, SPY's going insane off of that. Business. Literally, news just came out that the Treasury may lower refunding to $760. The estimate was $860. So literally $130 billion less of bond supply, which again, some people, even though expectations were $860, like last time, it could have came in $160 higher. Some people thought it was going to be $1 trillion. So we don't get that number, doesn't get confirmed until Wednesday, but I don't know where that one's coming out there, but that is somewhat good news to start off. We will see. It's already power hour. It means that the government, they put out every 3 months how much money they need for their budget and everything else, and how much they're going to sell in bonds. That's how they fund it. So they're just saying now that they're going to sell less bonds on the market to meet their budget. There's a Treasury article on that. Marketable borrowings announced its current estimates of for the January. During the January, Treasury expects to borrow $760 in privately held net marketable debt, assuming an end cash balance of $750. It's $55 billion lower than what was announced in October, largely due to projections of high net fiscal flows and higher beginning cash balance. They expect to borrow $202. How does that? Here's April. Yeah, even then, $750. All of these are lower. Honestly, remember, last quarter they were selling a ton of bonds. So Treasury, that's weird. Yeah, the financing details will be released 8:30 Wednesday. So there's still more, but preliminary, that's a good sign. U.S. foreign weapon sales reach record high in 23, LMT, NOC, ROTX. Again, we had bad data, too, on bonds today that helped out. It might be a good week for bonds. It finally needs that. So, again, you'll still get more updates on that on Wednesday, but to start off, that's at least one less thing to worry about. Again, that just hit us to a new high, right? That had to have. Yeah, 4,916. So you just went 10 points higher than the previous all-time high last week. We're not stopping. So, again, you got the whole hit a new all-time high every day has increased. And they only expect $202 billion net borrowing for April to June. That's great. Look at you. It's still a shit ton of money, but, again, a lot of people thought Yellen, an election year, everyone thought they were going to go insane. Yeah, dollar should go down off that. Again, that's why yields are running, but dollar's still too strong. New high on SAP. Yeah, they're running up. Again, we got a couple of earnings here after the bell. What was the other one? First 5, 2. And then Pfizer. Yeah, this is good news for sure. It could have been really bad news on Wednesday, but you know, like I'm saying, that's one thing to not worry about. And then considering how much the bonds got clapped the last couple of weeks, that's a good little pop there. Dude, you just hit another high, man. You're at 49.16. You're holding 49.12 right now, but that's crazy. So another 10 points above the previous high. Oh, yeah, where is Meta? Those plays are up now. Still a decent amount. Up more than 50. The Disneys are up almost 100%. So I don't know if you want to ghetto spread those. What age did I move out of my parents' house? When I went to college, I was like 17 or 18. I think 18. I was a little older for like my grade, I think. But yeah, I got out of there quick. That's QQ. Has Uncle been working on his version of Pump It Up? No, I should tell him, though. My goodness. Less borrowing. Yay. Janet Yellen does not need more money. Wow. She done good saving. She saved $60 billion. Wow. A firm adds Amazon Kueski buy now, pay later option. What does that mean? What's Kueski? A firm moving around? We're ripping because of the Treasury. They just gave a borrowing estimate about $60 billion lower, and then I think $160 billion lower even for next quarter. So literally, it's good. Kueski is Mexico. That's why bonds ripped and then SPY took off. Everybody got real excited. Bonds are kind of calming down, but again, bonds, that's a very, very good day for them so far. What's cool? It's Kueski. It says the Amazon adds Kueski buy. I don't think that has to do with Mexico. NVCR, SPY still ripping. Well, I'm glad we grabbed some calls. Even for like Pulte and shit like that. Disney, the Tesla put, those are the sells. The Netflix calls are doing great still again. Oh, where's gold on that? Kuski Pay? Oh, wait, so it is. Personal loans, buy now, pay later. So it's like the Mexican Affirm? Is that fair to say? So that's bad for a firm, it seems like. SPY ripping, bro. High ticker, gassing off that. Meta. Bonds want round 2. Again, Meta's $2 above that. Now, even AXP, we didn't get the double dip on that one. I don't know if they're the same price. Where's PG? They're still low. We'll see if any of those get a pop up there. Well, yeah, everything's kind of taking off on that. My goodness. It's your boy. A manipulation. I mean, again, it's just good news. We were imagined. It's just the only thing that's negative is just like we were holding up so good with Yellen about to potentially drop a bomb, but now that she's not, I mean, it's, very nice. Everybody is very happy. They go 97 on the Disney Channel. Wow. Yeah, 3 minutes. News just came out there maybe like 5 minutes ago, but we're running again. You're about to hit 49.20, I believe. You might have already hit it. 49.18, you're close to it. Yellen went full Bostic. Yeah, I mean, again, bonds were still holding up pretty good. Not just the word to the rate cuts or the potential, but my goodness, dude. Just, it's good news, man. It's good news, especially if some of you are like, the debt, the government, they spend the money. It's like, that's actually like, it's at least they're spending less. It's still a wicked amount of money, but could have definitely been $200, $300 billion higher. I don't think anybody was really expecting that number to drop. I think that was the last thing on anybody's mind, to be honest with you. Especially after last week, 2 weeks ago, remember, it was like $200 billion in Europe and how much money they raised. Even your boy Jamie Dimon was talking smack this morning. I don't think anybody expected her to do that. Yeah, Meta's killing it. So is Disney, though. Again, Disney just hit 97, but everything's running right now. You barely have any names on the low ticker. Gold should like this. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Gold came up. Gold did pop off of it. Gold went up like, what, $3? But gold is already up in the morning. I feel like gold should be up a little bit more. It might have a bigger day tomorrow because it was up there. This is good for gold. I mean, with bonds, but again, the dollar is still the direct enemy of gold, as well as the rate cut odds. So this is just this is good for bonds and equities. Really good for the bond market, though. That's the number one winner out of all of it. The news is that the Treasury has cut their borrowing estimates for January to March to $760 billion from $816, and then estimates $200 billion for April and June, which is lower. So literally, Treasury is going to be selling less bonds, $60 to $160 billion less than expected. I'm in an old bond play for a flip, but I think I said it right when that came out. You might have a little TLT play, but I'm not about like buy and hold for the long term. But yeah. That news came directly out from the that just came out on the Treasury website. So some places have it as a headline, some don't, but like instantly, Troy actually dropped that one in here, and then we were able to get that quick. But other than that, that was just straight from the Treasury update website. So I think it was scheduled, but I don't think anyone thought it would come out that good. And then you're going to get another Treasury update around this time or one on Wednesday after Powell, I believe, or before Powell. Yeah, TLT's rocketing. So again, that bond play I've been getting murdered on is coming back now, thankfully. Still got a long way to go, but that was good news. Bonds are the number one winner, if not equities, if you want to keep playing those. Even Russell is rocketing up. They're leading. I'll take it. Could this mean we're not going to be spending more on aid to Ukraine and Israel? It could be, or the government made more money from taxes and other stuff like that. So SPY's still going. Bonds hitting another high. Meta's still killing it. Again, Dropbox, a lot of names. Let's go. Airbnb. Where are the other earnings? Yeah, Humana. I have calls on it, but that's about it. It's good for equities because bonds are easing up. And then you could see it. Equities may fade it a little bit later, but overall, equities have been doing good with bonds up. I think bonds is the answer. That's just the direct benefit to that news. And then again, it eases up some worries about, dumping a bunch of debt on the system, which some people were getting worried about. Humana could be a good one for the long term, honestly. They've recently got wrecked. I could get behind Humana for the long term. You're getting a discount. It's at a multi-year low. It's not a company going anywhere. They make billions of dollars off of the healthcare system. So I like the name a lot. Even Tesla's up today. AMD, NVIDIA. Actually, AMD's still red. Googly Woogly went crazy. Disney getting its red candle. Snap may go. Redfin's going up here too. Now, the yen, the dollar came down a little, I think, just because the bonds, that was just a ripper on the bonds. It's hard to ignore that bond move. And again, Janet Yellen's saving the bond market $170 billion it already priced in. You know what I'm saying? Imagine how bonds have been coming down from that little peak there. A lot of that, the bond market was pricing in a way more aggressive treasury, and now they're easing up on it. So that's all good news. High tickers not stopping. Government bonds coming up. Disney. Where is young Disney? Disney, do it for the kids, Habibi. We will see. I know that's the thing. You still got Powell. So maybe Powell says some fucked up shit, though. But then again, that Zero Hedge article, how maybe it relates to the reverse repo. We'll see. But Powell's now the egg. That was good news for this week, man. Imagine how we were already hyped up on everything, but that's really good news for the bond market there. So we'll see what Powell does. What if she's anticipating higher rates? She couldn't borrow as much. No, well, it wouldn't. I mean, it's not like Janet Yellen gives a shit. She raised more money at higher rates than lower rates. I would hate to say that she's planning around rate. Whoa, I got a hiccup mid-laugh. That sounded... Oh man. But yeah, I don't think she gives a shit. If anything, maybe rates are going to go lower, and then she knows that she could probably sell them lower. But then again, she doesn't have a good history. Janet Yellen has sold more bonds at higher interest rates than anybody in history, I believe, just because of the sheer quantity. So it's not like your girl Yellen gives a shit. That's what I'm saying. Yellen is a drunken sailor when it comes to selling bonds. That's why I'm like, this is really good news that she's spending less money. I don't think anybody expected that. So that's your random event of the day. That literally just shot you up about 15 points now on the SPY. 419.70. We might hit 55. We might hit 5,000, man. Because again, I think we're just going to go 20 points at a time. There's no other level, just like 47, 48. We literally move 20 points at a time. You might stop at 49.25. We'll see 49.17. That's kind of its own little level here. But we'll find out. Yeah, and you only got 43 minutes left. $49.19.87. Everything's running up there. Again, bonds, the low ticker is barely, dude, it's not even moving. Only thing on the low ticker is inverse bond volatility. The news is that the Treasury is lowering the borrowing estimate. So that was unexpected. We're going to get a Treasury refunding announcement on Wednesday, but the estimate right now is already going lower, and then even for next quarter. So again, we prepared ourselves this year thinking that Yellen might sell more than $1 trillion a quarter, and that idea is kind of out the window. Again, bonds have already moved up like 0.75%, I believe, on the news. SPY just rocketed up probably 0.5% as well. That's insane. GoEV and Mulan, Canoe, Mullen, Bollinger have been added to the IRS list of manufacturers eligible for commercial clean energy credit. Oh, that's the old news. PayPal kind of ripping. I think any long duration stock. So again, someone even asked why that could benefit equities. Again, if bonds and the debt markets are going to get eased up and you don't have to deal with the Treasury, it's easier for companies to sell then. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, PayPal's getting huge volume now. Bro, everything. Look at the high, dude. It's nothing is stopping right now. Again, you're starting to break out. That just woke everybody the fuck up. Again, in bond, I think it's all starting with bond market. Dollar down. Dollar went negative. That was up almost, 0.75%. JP Morgan, a vertical candle. TXN, any of those other earnings, bro. Everything except AXP. And Procter Gambling. News, a lower Treasury refunding estimate. Very big news. Very, very big news. I'm getting excited. Where's the other earnings? Pulte. And then Boeing, or not Boeing, what am I thinking of? UPS. UPS kind of went straight up there. GM. And then what was the other one? Pfizer. Meta's on that. Bro, this is crazy. It's not stopping. You're getting another breakout. You're above the 49.20 now. 49.23. You rocketed up 3 points. Watch 49.25. Let me see the futures. Let's see what level that's going to be on. Yeah, 49.32 will be the top, I think, in the short term. 49.30 to 49.33. And then if we get above that, you'll go to like 49.40. But 49.30 to 49.33. Oh, yeah, this should go straight to 49.30. That's what the futures show for support levels. How does that impact the Fed mandate? I mean, it makes it kind of harder if the interest rates move too much. But again, Powell has made it clear they don't really care about that. Short squeeze. I think just maybe watch the bond squeeze too. But If anything, this is just a little bit of gas ahead of the earnings. That's the crazy part. There's still earnings. So this is kind of like lighting a fire underneath all of that. But SPY's even going now. Bonds are slowing down a little bit at the high, but SPY's, like I'm saying, we should be going to 49.30 now if the futures are correct. Powell's speech is on Wednesday. So again, bro, look at your all-time, bro. You're just ripping all-time highs. Every single all-time. This was a previous all-time high. He broke that one, went up another 100 points, but you're up over 100 points on this SPX from the last high. I don't know what happened to those Saudi shorts. I forgot about that. New Saudi shorts by Lululemon. What? No, different Saudi. I meant the short on the equity. Tesla. I think Tesla is getting its relief rally. We'll see how long this one holds. Oh, what's the other one? Oh, Meta. Bro, Meta hit 403? Or no, 402.88. Oh, mana. Meta's the Disney's did a little bit better than that, though. I'm happy with Disney. 97.20, bro. We ain't been here in a minute. Now Disney's like in between multiple support levels of the low. That's it, man. Disney's eyeing 100, man. Good for you, little guy. SPY's still rocketing up here. Now, again, bonds slowed down, but not the stock market. Yeah, Janet heard what Jamie Dimon. I know that's what I was saying earlier. If you told me this a couple of hours ago that Janet Yellen nobody would have believed this. So it's very unexpected news. That's why the reaction is so big. This came out of nowhere. Like nobody was really expecting this to happen. Again, Jamie Dimon was even clapping this morning on all of it. Arc movement. So 49.25. I think we're going to go to 49.30. 49.33 will be the top unless it keeps going. Because if we get past 49.33, the next level is 49.44 to 42, and then you go to 49.50. What age I move out? So you spam that question 50 times, and I answered it, and you're doing it again. I'm timing you out for 30 minutes. Okay, Mike Tyson? I love you. I love you. My goodness. So, dude, it's still rocketing up. It's not stopping. 49, that's still, it looks way bigger on the SPY chart. And again, even Russell's up by 1.5, so that's starting to gas a little too. Dow's the one lagging behind. And we still got, what, 40 more minutes? 40 more minutes in the day. UPS. Did those calls move on UPS? Well, I think the stock went vertical and none of those plays moved up. Interesting. So some of these earnings plays did not move at all. Very interesting. It's kind of good for REITs. I mean, this doesn't... Mortgages were already doing better than Treasury bonds. If anything, this just affects Treasury bonds, funding, and then now people are looking into plans. But like I'm saying, I think this just got everybody off guard. That was a very unexpected set of news. The news is that the Treasury is reducing their borrowing estimates by a substantial amount. So everybody thought Yellen was just going to dump like there's no tomorrow or consequences. And maybe she thinks there's consequences now. Who knows? Snap, KRE. It is going crazy, though. 1.6 on the regionals. Again, the other banks, they're starting to move, too. JP Morgan at the high. Look at this. Low ticker is only inverses. High ticker is just gassing, bro. So, again, did we hit that 49.30? Again, we're going to get it, though. 49.30. Watch out for, like, 49.32. May pull back a little bit. And then if there's more steam, the 49.40s and then 49.50. But again, I do think 49.30, we'll see. Again, that's 30 points in 10 minutes. Is it 10 minutes? 23 minutes? 24 minutes? Intel's green now. Devon Energy, Hubs, 52-week high. Even Altria's going up. Square's up 5.9. PayPal up 3. Again, Disney is getting past multiple levels here. Microsoft, everything in their mother is running up. Enphase is even up. Look at the high tick. It's not stopping. Not stopping at all. Maybe we'll just hit 5,000 today. So 49.29. So get ready here. Again, you could still overshoot by a couple of points, but if it doesn't stop here, I mean, 49.40 is next up. Huma, not Humana. Visa, 52-week high. So that one's starting to go up there. Yeah, even Capital One getting a little bit of juice. It was already a leader. Not every name is running, but a majority of them are. CRL on the high. Cleveland Cliffs. Again, they have earnings after the bell. Long term, yeah. Long term did kind of rocket up here. 1% on the long term. That's not bad at all. Even damn Snapchat's like, feed me. And then even Disney. Yeah, we got out of the TXNs, thankfully. Now even Humana's starting to run up. Watch any of the other healthcare names if those wake up. It's only Monday. I know, and then Wednesday, and then all the earnings. So 49.29. So a little bit below the level. So this is where we watch out, though. Again, you still got 3 more points to overshoot. Otherwise, this should chill here. Now is when you buy shorts for earnings. Yes and no, because that move probably raised up the IV. So if you go look at any of those earnings plays we bought, some of them didn't really move. So, like, where is it? Like the HCA is the same exact price, and we only bought a put. And then the UPSs, they didn't move at all, even though UPS rocketed up. So you got to be careful. Like, it's not, even if the stock moved right now, the volatility may just widen the spreads. So just go and check the prices and double check, but chances are the spreads might be pretty high. But I don't think any of those earnings plays, even in the short run, the ones for today and tomorrow, I don't even think they really moved. The near the money's kind of moved down a little bit, but, I mean, you save 20 cents. So you save 5% on the Microsoft puts. And then again, look at where the ask is at. You're still higher than the low. So it just all depends, but that move is very deceptive. I think it moved the bonds a lot and it moved equity prices, but I don't know what the options kind of probably just widened into it. The Pfizer's went up on both puts and calls. Again, they're tomorrow morning. We got, 30 minutes left? Watch for Ramp Capital if we make our way up. Again, so you shot 5 points down right below the level we were talking about, but let's see. There's still enough room in there. Pfizer doesn't really move on earnings, so we played the really cheap plays. So I think we got the 30 and the 25.5. So I just played it super duper small, just in case they come out with either really big news or they guide lower again, but we'll find out. Treasury spending more than expected is bullish and spending less is bullish. Well, the first time we knew they were raising it, we had negative reactions, and then the market just started focusing on rate cuts. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, anytime we get worried about something, the market has a lot of ADD, and it starts focusing on the next thing. And then now this is just good news if something you thought would have been a problem isn't. Early market on close at 330, 282 to the buy side. Yeah, UMP go. Oh, dude, a lot of earnings plays didn't really move there. Very interesting. NVIDIA, Whirlpool options moving. That's good. Let me know if any of those pre-earnings plays actually move, because, again, that's kind of telling you something. So in a weird way, I do think the equity movements, and like I'm saying, 49.30, maybe we hang out a little bit below that, but that would be the next level I'm eyeing. And then if we get above that, Meta, the plays kind of, but we were up on those all day. Meta moved like $2-3, but it's not like the contracts went like really, really insane. LMT, Microsoft now, they're 52-week high. Amazon, so big tech is still going off of that. They're not even Apple. Remember, Apple was down like 1.4 at one point. NVIDIA, AMD was green. Now they're in the, or they were red. Now they're in the green. Again, Meta just chilling, but the contracts didn't go too crazy on Meta. We're still right below 100% from a couple days ago. Again, the Disney contracts, those are actually kind of the best ones. And then Starbucks, again, they have earnings right around the corner. Bonds came back down. So watch if that leads the SPY. Again, we've been noticing that today, but like I said, that's going to be the big winner, but then maybe long duration's benefiting off of it. But I would follow the bonds more or less. We'll see. But then again, everybody just got excited again with earnings, the shorts and all of that. That news say hello. And everybody go, nice to meet. How are you? AMD. I mean, we might pump at this rate. We'll be pumping it up by Wednesday, assuming Powell doesn't like kill you. So hopefully, Powell is a nice guy. If you want the market to go up, again, he got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. Bonds dumping. Maybe there's a follow-up there, but I'm sure a lot of people wanted to even get out after that whole move. Let's see, little by little. At least as long as the dollar stays down, but see what equities do. Meta, is PayPal still going up? Yeah, still up there. You lost your well-paying engineering job, incurred $5K of debt, was easily paying off. Now I'm worried, should I sell my long-term and get myself debt-free? I mean, is there no other way you could, like, get another job or pay it down? But the long term is there for moments that you need it, but I would try everything I can before selling out the long term, if that makes sense. So, I mean, again, what are the odds of you getting another job? Are they low odds, high odds? Because maybe you hold it till it really gets bad and then you'll have it there. But again, the long term, there's things that are up right now, but it's if you deem it as a life event that you need to use it. But like I'm saying, I would try to do everything I can prior to doing that. 72% in Meta in the last 52. I thought it was up more. Even the Meta, very crazy, man. Very, very crazy Meta, you know? Netflix dumping. Any of the names that were kind of already leading or had like an earnings run up. They didn't get as hot, but bonds came down, a couple of other ones too. Strangely, the VIX is up 4. It's been doing that on some of these run-ups. We've been getting real excited or just going borderline crazy. Got the whole world in his hands. Would you sell Microsoft this week, 415, up 130 before earnings? It's up to you, but like even kind of how the Intel showed, you know, sometimes if you get a big enough move leading into the earnings, might be better to take it just in case. But then again, I mean, we don't know if they're going to blow it out the water next. So it's totally up to you on that sense. Like, or you could ghetto spread it. It's just the question, which one's more important at this moment? Are you looking to secure bigger gains, or are you more concerned about securing, you know, taking less risk? So do you care more about profit, or do you care more about risk right now? That's what we were saying even with the meta plays. You know, we had meta plays. They moved up a lot. It's like I think that's the decision you should be making there. You're scared of Jerome. Well, like I said, don't worry about Jerome. Which one is more important to you? Lower risk or higher gains? That's what you got to be asking yourself. One of those has to take priority. So are you trying to push it and get money? Are you trying to get a gain? Or are you trying to preserve capital and protect it? Because whichever one is the priority, well, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where, like I'm saying, if you have Meta, Disney, we got plays right now that we've hit. You could ghetto spread them instantly, get all of your money back, and still have upside. So if you care about lowering risk, all you got to do is just ghetto spread every single one of them. If you are worried about, but if you don't care about the risk as much, you're like, no, I want bigger returns. There's opportunity. There's big moments. I'm not going to worry if I miss out. If I'm up 100%, if I'm going to lose whatever my investment is, I care more about having some money here to pad the stats. Then you hold and ride through. We played Pfizer both ways, yes, for options or for earnings, and we used options. MDT. Oh, wait, is Edward Life Sciences after the bell? MDT is running. Isn't EW like them? And then SPY looks like it's just lagging behind bonds a little bit. But now, Chattadoni, I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, wait, they hit me with an ad? They were talking about it on Bloomberg. We'll give it a sec. We only got 20 minutes left anyways. So not bad. You had your sister buy NVIDIA at 160 and she's not thankful? Well, what do you mean? What did you expect? Did you want her to get you an edible arrangement? Because sometimes I feel I've learned in life, I've grown a little bit. I get mad if I didn't get an edible arrangement, but other than that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it depends what you're expecting. What a day. We still got earnings after the bell. This should be fun. And tomorrow, this should be fun. No, they still on commercial. Come on. Yeah, so SPY just trailing behind the bonds a little bit. My goodness. Did BNB get a little higher? There you go. 152, man. I'll take it. I'll take it. Does the Treasury news shift how the FOMC will go? I don't think so. It may, if anything, maybe a little bit more bullish if the Fed, if they're going to be dumping less, but it would be better idea to assume they're separate because, you know, because that's how Powell's going to answer it anyways. You know, he has his own little goal and thing, but it could be implying that if the Treasury's anticipating less sales, maybe they're anticipating something with the Fed, but after that, you know, like Jack Reacher wouldn't approve because you'd have to make a lot of assumptions to get there. Little Pfizer dump. Yeah, there you go. I wonder if those options, those are the only ones that like barely moved up. Even then, the Pfizer puts are higher now and the calls are still up a little bit. It's all by like 1 penny. I did watch. I love Reacher. You have one share of Airbnb. Should you average up? Well, if you got at 100, I mean, that's the beauty. Small shares, sometimes you could average up. It's not going to affect, you know, like you're not having the risk as much. But I do think Airbnb is expensive right now. So, like, it's been up 50-something% on the year. So I'd rather wait. I am playing Pfizer earnings, but that was like the cheapest play we made. It's not really supposed to move a lot. So in the last year, Pfizer hasn't moved up or down more than 1% on its last 4 earnings. I think it depends on the Treasury budget reduction is tied to jobs or inflation. Could be, but that's the crazy part is that your girl Yellen is a loose cannon. We don't know. Because, again, even when all that shit was going one way or the other, she just did whatever the hell she wanted. That's where it's, like, kind of hard to read. Because, again, when rates were high, Yellen was raising the issuance, which made no sense. Again, remember, like, the bank people criticized her. A lot of people criticized her, and they said, why would you sell the most amount of debt in this nation at the highest rate possible? You know, nothing ever made sense, regardless of what was going on. So it's very hard to say, unless maybe there's certain deals going to happen. Who knows? Who knows? But, Chad, I got to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Couple of earnings after the bell. The market is still fighting, man. Big news out of the Treasury. That's what got us moving up. I will BRB.
This segment on the Bloomberg terminal actually is a negative -1%. So they've really transitioned. Now, when he first took over here, it was basically this lending business, but they've moved into these other areas. And the reason that he thinks that they're going to stay profitable, he thinks this scale that they've achieved, that they're going to continue to have big growth for both the financial services and the tech. They're not really looking to grow lending at this point, but he's also saying that this profitability, he was so confident about this, even in this uneven macro, which he admits to. And as a one-off, he does not think the Fed will be cutting 6 times unless unemployment goes above 5%. So a little bit of a color ahead of Wednesday in the Fed. But he thinks that their business is very predictable because they know their customers so well, and that they're just able to predict that. So for the year, they're looking at 95 to 100 million in revenue, and then 7 to 8 cents in earnings. And again, he's talking about the big thing is that the 50-50 in terms of the split between financial services and tech, and then the traditional lending business.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. Abigail Doolittle, of course, with our stock of the hour, and that is SoFi. I loved how Abigail started off by saying it's the anti-bank. I mean, any company that kind of markets itself or positions itself as an anti-bank over the last couple of years, especially given what happened with regional banks last year, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, pretty. And they should point out they were the anti-bank because they were also anti the regulations that came along with being a bank.
Well,
but somewhere along the line, they realized that there was profitability to be
this could work
in the trad finance area here. Everything old is new again, Scarlett.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it's the start of a new year where you have to reposition yourself completely.
Yeah.
All right, we have about 15 minutes to go before the market close, and Romain, we have a market rally on our hands.
Yeah, we do have a market rally on our hands. Before we get to those market things, we do just want to point out the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is speaking now out there in Washington, a joint press conference with Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO Secretary General. Of course, this on the back of that very alarming news here of service members, U.S. service members being killed in a drone strike in Jordan. We'll keep an eye on that story, and we'll keep an eye on the market.
Would you like sparkling or tap?
Well, actually...
Dad, no.
Showtime. We brought our own, filtered by Culligan.
That came out of nowhere. That ad, I didn't see that ad coming in. I thought they were going to play Blinken. Yeah, weed stocks were just moving up there. Bonds coming back up, so they kind of did their thing. Bonds definitely retraced more than your boy, the SPY. It's your boy. Where's first five? First five calls went up on the bid, or on the ask and the bid too. Again, Disney looking good. My goodness, though. What a day, man. Happy Monday of the biggest week of January, leading into February, and Jerome Powell. SMCI is after the bell. Surprisingly, it's still pricing in $50. The bonds, well, they popped up, but it was based off of your boy or your girl, Janet Yellen. There was a surprise update on the Treasury estimates. Am I getting protection insurance yet? On what? On any plays, I'm selling covered calls. So like names like Airbnb and Snapchat, I'm waiting again if we have good sympathies. Like if any of these, like if Meta does good, that's gonna rip up the Snapchat. I'm gonna sell covered calls. Airbnb already kind of at a breakout level, so that's kind of my plan there. But I still got both. I still have an ES short. I'm getting murdered on it, but then I'm making my money back on the Russell plays. So there's still a little bit of a gap, but not as wide. And then I still got like a gold, and then the bond play I'm down on. I got a lot of money back on that there today. So I'm kind of just neutral, but still it's working up and down depending on what happens. And then other plays, like again for the long term, just selling covered calls and still looking for some good discounts. For selling, I don't sell on the long term, but for the covered calls, I just try to get minimum 30% higher minimum than what I paid for the stock. So if I have a stock at $100 a share, I'm selling like $130 calls. So we could do it on Airbnb now, but I'm getting greedy because if we could get a good one, if I could sell even higher, even better. What's the other one? Say, man, only 10 minutes left. There's 10-minute rigged. Get ready for 5 on 5, bro. And the high ticker is just... It's nonstop. Knows you, man. Bro, that Disney play, man. That one's like right below 100% now. And Meta, you need to move a little, Meta. Come on. And then the PayPals went up. Airbnb is double the market cap of Hilton, as they should be. Remember, they make more money than Hilton. So don't ever forget that the next time you see hotel propaganda. They have taken away market share. But all of travel is killing it. Like, go look at every other travel name, Expedia, Booking, So they're up there, but I think Airbnb, I think they deserve it, man. I think they deserve it. So yeah, so last quarter, Airbnb had $3.3 billion in sales, and their EBITDA was $1.5 billion, and because with taxes, they had a net income of $4.3 billion. That's for Airbnb. Hilton did, what is that? Did $2.6 billion, and their net income was $377 million. So even though there was some tax stuff off of last quarter, Airbnb's net income was bigger than 10 times that of Hilton. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Meta earnings is on Thursday. I know you said 30%, but what if you held the stock for years and are in real cheap? Do you shoot for 30% over? Yeah. I just don't remember. A covered call, you're agreeing to sell your shares. So why would you agree to sell your shares for not a high amount of money? Does that make sense? That's the way I always look at it. I keep it very simple. I know, well, the premium and you can make this and do that, but I think it's very simple. If I'm going to get into a contractual agreement to sell somebody my shares, why wouldn't I make the price as high as possible? So I'd like 30% minimum. If I could go higher, even better. You know, but it's just like, why wouldn't you ask for a lot of money? So it's just, especially if you bought it cheaper, even better, you'd want to make sure you sell it at the highest price possible. Again, I bought Redfin at $3, and I sold covered calls at $15. Like, you know, why wouldn't I agree to sell the shares, no matter what price I bought them at a very, very high price? We have covered calls in the long term, yeah. I've done a couple. I did a DraftKings one the other day, too, and we're preparing for a BNB and a Snapchat as well. You get it? You're curious what type of upside I'm looking at? I'm looking at minimum 30% upside. That's my minimum. Otherwise, I don't think it's worth it, depending, even if the premium's a lot, but if the price I'm agreeing to sell is low, I don't want to make the agreement. But my minimum upside I'm looking for is minimum 30%. You want me to, worst case scenario, part with my shares, I'm going to want a 30% gain on that minimum. So if you own Apple at 50, you shoot for the 119s? No. I mean, like I'm saying, the minimum. So if I bought it at 50, the minimum would be minimum $65. So at that point, if you want to sell the 65s and you're okay with only a 30% gain, but at this point, you know, you're up 300, 200% on the stock. So I'd maybe go 30% higher. I'd maybe aim for the 230s or the 240s. We're talking about covered calls, yeah. Oh, bro, this thing, HCA was on the high recently. Apple came down a little bit. Final five, my friends, final five. Plays, we already did all of our earnings plays. We got Pfizer, HCA, PHM, UPS, and First Five. Those are the plays for the day. Oh, yeah, did the China plays come up off of that? They did get clapped by the Evergrande style. They got a little bit of juice, but definitely still in the gulag after this morning. Puts after a SPY rally. I mean, maybe wait till tomorrow in the data. Otherwise, you're going to get jolts tomorrow. And then Powell. So if you are going to play any sort of puts or anything, I mean, again, the next catalyst right now is Young Powell. You don't need to feel down. I said Young Powell. He will turn this around. Oh, man, look at the time, Chattadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys have had a wonderful day, but it is time that we get to the close. So the new guy's going to come on. He is very loud, so when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. If you're sensitive to loud noises, we've had some people report a various degree of ailments, alleged eardrums bleeding, rupturing, bleeding out of their eyes. I've heard all of it. Herpes, dormant BBB, you name it, it could probably be caused by loud noises. So I want to make sure you guys are protected and safe, okay? So just make sure you are safe. When I say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers, okay? Sound good? Anything, man, anything. Diarrhea, all of it. So, earmuffs. Earmuffs, that's the warning. Mute the speakers. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees, partly sunny, partly cloudy, depending on where you're at. Otherwise, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought Janet Yellen would spend less money, because she never does, and then make the market go up, and then you had a short, then you do not like today. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. There it is, Chattadonia. Earnings after the bell. First 5 in Whirlpool. Make up your mind. The morning, Pfizer, UPS, GM, and a couple of others. And then after hours tomorrow, Jolt's jobs data, but you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Options, shares, futures. You got to act now, especially options and earnings. You got to make up your mind. You can't change it till the morning. You're going to have to see futures. You got a little bit more flexibility. Again, we have data in the morning, and then it is Powell, but there's a lot going on, and you have less than 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're new or old. I need a GG in the chat right now, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, plays, news, info, participation, personalities. You brought the vibes. You brought the info. Good questions on topic. You didn't get timed out or banned. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. And even if you did, I'm telling you, more chads. 9 out of 10 chads get banned easier by not dropping a GG, by not showing good sportsmanship to their fellow brothers and sisters. You better drop that GG right now. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Hope you know we stronger as one. members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody on there participating to a dono. You didn't have to, but I appreciate you. Good game, baby. Let's go. Way to hold it down. Get ready. It's earnings season. Oh, they don't feel me. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, man. I'll see you tomorrow. That's how you play. That's how you play, bro. GG, bro. Good game, man. I'll see you tomorrow. We got more earnings. Big week. And power. Good game, bro. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. No, you know what I want? I want something. I want a song. There's one song. I'm gonna play it. That's it. That's it. We out, Chad. I'm out. I'm out of here. That's the day, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down. It's for real. You gave me your time today. I hope we made the most of it. Hope you got a smile. I hope you got that news of what happened right when it happened, because you did, baby. You know what I'm saying? God bless you, Chadadonia. Thank you all. Shout out to members, the non-members, the stream alerts. My goodness. God bless you. God bless you.
Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need
hey, man, I gotta play
it. Was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never
that
greedy,
beats
I just
earnings.
never
That's the only
fucking
song I'm gonna
asked.
play.
But that I ain't never
I got a month
going
still. That's the only
bad.
song I'm gonna play. God bless you.
Yeah, I need man shit. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a Marion. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and running for the scenery, and maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yeah, you get a new uncle on Tuesday. I'll let you in on a little bit, baby, but God bless you. That's the day, man. That's the day. The SMCI come out. It's popping already, but Chad, that is the day. Thank you again for all being here. I appreciate every single one of you, man. We're going to have a very exciting week this week. It's already getting off to a crazy start, but that is the day. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. First link for the Scream Alerts, the boot camp, the free real estate, or the free long-term alerts. What am I saying? I like real estate too, baby. Amen. Second link, Nightly Watches. Do I have it up here? I don't think I have it up here. Just explore. It's all in the description, man. You want some alerts? That's it. You want to pay premium instead of attention? You want free long-term? Whatever you want, man. It's all in here. Fill out the prayer request wall, okay? Pray for me, man. Pray for me. I'm praying for you every day, baby. Every day, man. Shout out to the Chads. You know what I'm saying? I got y'all, man, for real. It goes a long way, so thank you if you have prayed for me, man, and I hope you know. We rooting for all of you, man, whether you fill it out or not. Don't worry, I know some of y'all shy, but let's go, let's go. Be annoying about the things you want. Be annoying about the things that matter, baby. You feel me? Oh, man, so pray for me, Chad. I'm going to pray for you too, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But, Chad, yeah, I'm rocking that jersey. I got your jersey on my back. That's what a prayer is, man. I'm just wearing your jersey like I'm Taylor Swift and you Travis Kelce. You know, that's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. Whirlpool, did it move? Whirlpool. So it's pricing in 5. Again, I hope it moves a little bigger. Did it come out, though? We'll see. Oh, now it's down. No, it's down. I don't want to rock that. Pull up in a bed, buddy. You don't put the top back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. That's the day, man. Whirlpool out. Net revenue, $491. EPS, $3.85. $5.09 billion in sales. And then $8.90 EPS. Why do I feel like that's a beat, but not as good? Yeah, we love you, man. God bless you. Always no that, man, we grateful for everybody, you know. The fact that we have this, it's amazing, man, you know, every single day. So inshallah, baby. I see first 5 on a little pop. I don't know, was it at 190? First 5, 190. Oh, already up 4. That's a good sign, Chadadonia. That's a great sign. You've hit the pricing in one candle. That's a great sign. Yallah. Yalla, they see second quarter negative 695. I don't know what the estimates were unless I pull it up. But that's great. They're already, I think that one's going to hit. What are we at? 200s on that? 210s? I don't want to write that. Put up in a bid, buddy. I don't put the top. Oh, no, yeah, we got 210s. 210s. You're almost there. You're almost there. You're a little bit more than halfway there. We'll take it. We'll take it, baby. 8.9. Now we're $10 away. There you go. That one is going to, and that one has till February 16th. So they see adjusted EPS 279. Estimate was 297. We'll see. It's good. As long as they don't get the stupid poop candle. But we already got 10% up there. So, okay, I think that one's going to hit if it holds up. GG on that one. GG on that one. Whirlpool going down a little bit. Remember, it was pricing in a lot there. Oh, shit. First 5, bro. 11% now. 206. We're about to go and take it to the money. Take it to the... Oh, it already had a red candle. Never mind. I'll take it, though. That's a good one. So adjusted EPS 343 to 303. Estimate was 279. They see second quarter 675 to 695. Estimate was 674. EPS was 343. Again, estimate was 279 to 291. And then revenue 675 to 690. Yeah, GG's. Come on, let it keep running. Let it keep running. We'll take it first 5. Yeah, that one's not looking bad. 212. We're in the money. Let's go. All right, that's a good one. I hope that'll pay for all of them. That will pay for all of them if it stays. I don't know if SMCI is at, but hopefully that one goes crazy, bro. Again, first 5, like I said, I've hit this one in the past. We've hit like 2,000-3,000 percenters on this one, but that's it. I mean, 220 might be the max, but that'll be a great gain on that one. How much can it go? Well, right now, if it's $1 in the money, you have 140 guaranteed, $200, and we spent what? We spent $50 on it. That one will be 1,000 percenter probably. It might go up to 400 if we get lucky. But then again, that one has extra time. That's the crazy part on that one. So we'll see, but that'll at least pay for all of them. Leave us with a little bit of gains to start the week. That's been the theme. The streak continues, I hope. Inshallah, God willing, you know. So we'll see, but that's it. We're done. That's it. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see what happens after that, and then that's it, man. A lot can happen by open. Either it gets clapped or upgrades or downgrade. So for now, it's good, but inshallah, God willing, Habibi. God willing, you know. You never know. God willing, Habibi. But other than that, I think that is the day. Go read the books, man. I already told you all of them. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. But Chattadonia, don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why you got to always show that tenacity, baby. Be annoying for the things that are going to change your life. And don't give up no matter what. And always have an if not clause, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. That's it, Chattadonia. That's it, man. I'm going to see y'all tonight. I'll see you in the morning. And this one come out Tuesday night. Tuesday night, Wednesday, depending on your time zone, sir. Depending on your time zone. That's it. I'll give you one more, and then we out. And then we out. Then we out.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught with that. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a coat.
That's it. Is SMCI out now? Well, that's it, man. That's it. That's all I got for you. This shit already came down $15, $12. So we'll see, man. Anything can happen by the morning. SMCI is going up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hot dog. Hot dog. Uh-oh, SMCI. Super micro. Yeah, EPS was $5.10. Adjusted $5.59. Net revenue $296. Net sales of $3.66 billion. I don't know if they're going to split, but even then, that's already a great sign for them. They're already, again, remember, this stock already went up $100, $200 in a week. Don't forget that. This was just off of pre-announcing good earnings and kind of raising the bar, but that's it. I think they beat. They're already up 9%. Remember, it was pricing in $50. It's already there. So a $100 move is 2 standard deviations on that one. But those are super expensive. My goodness. My goodness. You think they pump? I don't know. SMCI is traded a little differently, but anything could happen. And then again, but that if the earnings in the morning are good, lately we've been running off of it. We'll see if there's a hangover from the good news we had with the Treasury today, and then how everybody wants to play it from there. Then it starts to get even crazier. So we will see, my friend. We will see. But Chattadonia, that is it. That is the day. Have a great one. I will see you in the morning. We'll cover everything on the watch list. Good luck to all of you, but that is it. That is it, and goodbye. Have a wonderful evening, and peace out. Yeah, what about me? Come on. What about SMCI? I'm super micro. I'm a super micro president, huh? What do you mean? How you super? Exactly just what? It makes no damn sense. How are you super and micro at the same time? Is it because the stock went from $300 to $600? Tell me, how come Nancy Pelosi bought NVIDIA cheaper than everybody in the world? Is she the head of NVIDIA, or is she the head of state? Exactly. And now everything going super micro into chips, it makes no damn sense. Is it ironic? Is it ironic that you could be super and micro at the same time? Would you say that Peter Pan? Is it Ant-Man? Is Ant-Man making chips all of a sudden? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.